Good morning, good evening, whatever time of day it is for you. Welcome to this thing that I do called Thor's Entertainment. I am Thor, and I am starting a new playthrough today for another game. And the game this time around is going to be Resident Evil, and specifically the remake of Resident Evil. Now, this was originally remade, I believe, in 2002 for the GameCube, but it went on to be remastered and distributed onto other consoles over time. In fact, I'm playing on the PlayStation 4 version of the game now. And this is a game I put plenty of hours onto previously. In fact, I've actually platinum trophied this game. But that was a few years ago, and I'm not as familiar with it now as I was then. So getting to revisit it now for a video, it should be kind of interesting to see just how much I remember and how much I have forgotten.
Resident Evil.
I think when it comes to key items, I'll be just fine. And I'll go with the highest difficulty available to me here. And yeah. Whenever it comes to enemies and how to dodge them and things of that nature. Oh, and with things like inventory management, because you have limited amounts of things that you can carry. That is where I think I am going to be the most rusty. But yeah, let's go ahead and start playing. And I will be doing two different playthroughs, one with Jill and one with Chris, and we're starting off with Jill. Let's go ahead and check out the opening cutscene.
Alpha Team is flying around the Forest Zone, situated in northwest Raccoon City, where we are searching for the helicopter of our compatriots, Bravo Team, who disappeared during the middle of their mission.
Haven't found it yet?
No, not yet, Brad. Bizarre murder cases have recently occurred in Raccoon City. There are outlandish reports of families being attacked by a group of about 10 people. Victims were apparently eaten. The Bravo Team was sent in to investigate, but we lost contact.
Look, Chris.
Bravo Team's helicopter was a derelict. Save for the remaining body of Kevin. We continued our search for the other members, and it turned into a nightmare. This way. Damn it! Make for that mansion!
All right, we got the first cutscene knocked out. I don't really talk during cutscenes, and I'm not skipping any throughout this playthrough, and we got a few more to go. Let's go ahead and get our initial impressions of the Spencer Mansion, and I'll be talking to you again here shortly.
There are only 3 STARS members left now. Captain Wesker, Barry, and myself. We don't know where Chris is.
What is this place?
Not quite your ordinary house, that's for sure.
Hey, Wesker, where's Chris?
Jill, no. You don't want to go back out there.
But we've got to find...
What was that?
Chris?
No.
Jill, go and investigate.
I'm going with her. Chris and I go back a long way.
All right. You two go. I'll secure this area.
Stay sharp. A dining room.
Alright, I finally get to control the character for about 5 seconds.
I think you'd better take a look at this.
What is it?
Blood. Jill, see if you can find any other clues. I'll be examining this. Let's just hope it's not Chris's.
Alright, 4 more rapid-fire cutscenes, and then we get some uninterrupted gameplay. Yeah, Jill has a lot of early game cutscenes, especially when compared to Chris. Actually, I think Jill has more cutscenes than Chris just in general, but not by a lot. Okay, we did not find Chris, but we found another STARS member named Kenneth, and we're just gonna nope the hell out of here.
Barry!
What is it?
Look out! It's a monster!
Let me take care of it! What the hell is this thing?
I found Kenneth killed by this thing. Let's report this to Wesker.
That's impressive. Barry's gun can basically one-shot any normal zombie, which might make that the most powerful common zombie in Spencer Mansion history.
Wesker! Jill, help me look for him. Let's not leave this hall.
Good idea.
I'm just gonna go up the stairs, touch the wall, and run back. And then we get the very last cutscene for a while, and then we actually get some gameplay and some real time to talk. And then I'll go over kind of what I'm actually wanting from this playthrough.
Barry.
Any luck, Jill?
No, nothing. What's going on around here? I can't figure it out.
Same here.
Chris and now Wesker.
There's not much we can do. We can search for him separately. I'll investigate the dining room again.
Okay then, I'll try the door on the other side.
This mansion is gigantic. We could easily get lost. Let's start from the first floor.
Okay.
Oh, I almost forgot. It's a lockpick. You'd make better use of it.
Thanks. I may need it.
Listen, if something happens, let's meet up in this hall. Got it?
Okay.
And finally, the rapid-fire cutscenes are over and I have time to talk. So we're gonna act like that whole conversation between Jill and Barry did not just happen, because we are not going across the hall like Jill said. We're going right back to the dining room, which Barry must be incredibly fast because he's already no longer in here. Like, that man can move. So that's where the first encounter zombie moved to, and we're also gonna be picking up Kenneth's body camera. We'll watch the video on that later. Anyway, the reason for going over here instead of the direction that Jill suggested is because all the rooms over on that side of the mansion are currently locked and require a key. And the key it requires is something that we do not currently have. So instead, we are backtracking over to this side of the mansion and we're going to start looking for some items in order to get the key that we need. I guess the reason why the conversation was kind of framed that way was so that the player would be encouraged to go check out that side of the mansion, discover the doors were locked, and then understand that they needed to go find a key somewhere else in the mansion. So yeah, we're going to work on that. Also, I kind of discovered something interesting here for a new game. Like at the very beginning, you saw I had 3 options to select that would indicate what kind of difficulty I was going to have in this playthrough, and I selected what sounded like it was going to be the most strenuous and difficult one, the one about climbing mountains. I did that because I thought I was going to put this on hard mode, but if this were hard mode, there would not have been a handgun magazine back there, and there also wouldn't have been 2 green herbs. Instead, there would just be one green herb and that'd be it. So I guess whenever you start a brand new game and you select that most difficult indication, it actually just puts it on normal mode, and maybe hard mode is just unlocked after you beat the game once. I didn't realize that initially, but I found that interesting. Anyway, in that previous hallway, I picked up a green arrow. That's going to end up being an important item here in a moment, but I'm not really reviewing it or doing anything with it right now, just to save myself some time. But once I make it to the area where that item is relevant, then I'll actually analyze that item and then show what it's for. And speaking of things that are important, what I'm currently doing is not important at all. I used to think that this blue gem that the statue is holding is going to be useful or important to something later on, like it was going to be necessary. But having played through this game with Chris and Jill after a couple of years of not having touched the game at all, I have realized that this item is actually not necessary or required to progress in the game, so I'm kind of just wasting time. Plus, if you just don't push this statue off of the walkway, later on in the game, it turns out it just falls over or gets pushed over by something else anyway, so there's no reason for you to do this, even if you want the optional item that this can give you. Anyway, for this Resident Evil playthrough, I did have a few different goals in mind besides just completing the game. For one, as you could probably already tell, I intend to show every single cutscene that I possibly can so the story can develop and be fully understood and enjoyed. Besides that, though, I also intend to beat the game in less than 3 hours. Beating the game in under 3 hours with either character can result in a couple of fun things for you. For one, there is a trophy requirement for it. It's the Don't Stop Running trophy. So if you manage to accomplish that, then you get that trophy. I already have it, but still, it's a fun goal to have since I believe that is the most strenuous time requirement in the game for a trophy or any sort of unlockable item. And speaking of unlockable items, if you do end up beating it in less than 3 hours, you get the infinite ammo rocket launcher. Alright, it's finally time for that key item. So the dialogue told us that this is a tomb engraved with a picture of an angel. And it also told us that there is an indentation in the shape of an arrowhead. Which of course sounds very familiar because we just picked up a green arrow. So yeah, then we go into the menu, we go ahead and select that arrow and we examine it, and sure enough the arrowhead comes off. And if you examine the arrowhead again, it'll tell you that the arrowhead is made out of paradots, sometimes referred to as a poor man's emerald. Not really important, but gee whiz. So yeah, then we can use that arrowhead, we put it in the indentation, and suddenly a pathway is open before our eyes. Inside that pathway, we are going to find the Book of Curses. We're going to go ahead and pick that up. But yeah, if we examine the Book of Curses again, we're going to find that there is a key in the back of it, and we're going to need that key. It's going to be the sword key. So finally, we can check out some other rooms in the mansion. And we also see 4 different gravestones with different faces on them in different shapes, like their full face one, there's going to be one without a nose, one without a nose and a mouth, and I think just one without a mouth. And when we read through the Book of Curses, we read that there are 4 masks. There's going to be a mask that speaks no evil, a mask that smells no evil, a mask that sees no evil, and a mask that cannot speak, smell, or see evil. When all 4 are in place, evil will awaken. So yeah, that description of all the masks sounds really similar to those faces on the gravestones over there, so pretty good indication that we're going to need to find some masks. So before taking the time to make sure I pointed out that the next objective we have is to find 4 masks, I was talking about how I intend to beat the game in less than 3 hours. It's going to be a little bit easier said than done whenever I'm not skipping cutscenes, because cutscenes still count towards your in-game time. So all the cutscenes that I am watching just increase the amount of time it takes me to complete it and counts against me whenever it comes to the final time for beating the game. So getting less than 3 hours is actually harder because I'm watching everything. But still, it is completely possible even if we do end up cutting it close. Right now, I'm just going to go ahead and use the sword key to unlock a few doors that are in this main entrance hall. And speaking of cutscenes that slow us down for that 3-hour mark, we're about to kick off one more. Although it's a pretty short one. I actually think this is a cutscene that we're supposed to hit earlier in the game before we have the sword key when we first discovered that the doors are locked. But even so, it's fine, it still makes sense.
Barry.
Oh, Jill. Got any good news?
Other than I'm still alive in this madhouse? No.
Can't say it's much safer here either. We'd better secure our escape route first. There's gotta be a back door somewhere.
Alright then, let's split up again.
Hey, hold on a sec. Look what I've found.
What?
A can of fizz. It's sure to yellow and mellow those things. It's yours. Hopefully you won't have to use it.
What about you?
Oh, don't worry. I like the buddy system we have here.
I see. Thanks, I'll take it.
See you later.
Ciao.
Would you believe me if I said the voice acting in this is still much better than the original? Because it seems like whatever iteration of the very first Resident Evil game you play, unfortunately the voice acting is not amazing. I mean, I kind of love it the way that it is, but yeah, it's a little rough. Anyway, that was another cutscene running up our completion time. Besides the time requirements, I intend to only save 2 times in the entire game, and also I intend to save all the possible additional characters that we find along the way in this game. Or at the very least, I intend to prolong their lives for as long as possible, because there are some characters in this game that, well, they're just destined to die. There's no way you can save them. But you can keep them around longer depending on your decisions. Although there is also a trophy for letting everyone die and basically just saving yourself, so gee whiz, if you want to get through this game even faster than I'm doing, you can definitely cut the cutscenes in order to get through this game faster and also not save anybody, and that should work out for you to get a ridiculously low time. I don't actually need anything in this hallway again. I just really wanted to unlock this door so it was available to me, and I was also just kind of trying to dodge those zombies for a moment, and then reset their position once I went through the door and went back through it again. So they should be much easier to dodge now. Although I at least want to kill this one, that way I have one less obstacle at the very top level. Probably also kill the one at the very bottom of these steps as well, but we'll see what happens. I guess it is mention worthy that I prioritize the word dodge. In the grand scheme of things in this game, you do not end up taking out that many zombies. At least not if you're in a hurry, which I definitely am. Even more so than an action game or a horror game, I would call Resident Evil a resource management game. Because especially on the higher difficulties, there's just no way to have enough bullets to take out every single enemy in the game. Well, unless you have something with infinite ammo, which we are not using for this playthrough. So you really need to pick and choose whenever you decide to fight or run. Otherwise, you're going to find yourself in situations, especially later in the game, where you just do not have the resources to fight back and you're inevitably going to lose. So yeah, for the early portions of this game, you may not actually see me fighting all that often. It's mostly going to be running around the mansion, getting everything unlocked, and just trying not to be taken out along the way. Although not to worry, there are going to be plenty of other fights throughout the game, especially like the boss battles. But in the early goings of this game, I definitely prioritize dodging and getting from point A to point B more than anything else. Now, what I'm about to do with Jill is definitely optional, but I like to do it just because I'm coming up on a part of the game that historically has not treated me very well on high difficulties. So I'm going into this room and I'm collecting the rusty shotgun, which the rusty shotgun is going to be the key to unlocking the actual shotgun that we get to use as a weapon. Now, you don't really need this because Jill has early access to a much better shotgun, so you could easily just hold out until that happens and save yourself the time and effort. But like I said, I'm coming up on something that I have to fight, and for one reason or another, at least a few years ago, resulted in me having to reset the game a couple of times. So I am not playing around this time. We are going to be successful, and I'm going to use the shotgun to get the job done. Oh, I didn't mention this earlier, but there is another benefit to not taking out the zombies, at least early on in this game. Now, we haven't covered the reason why yet, although we are getting pretty close to it, and I'll talk about it again whenever it becomes more relevant in that moment. But just know that besides, trying to get the best time that you possibly can, there is an additional benefit to sparing the zombies early on. And it makes things a little bit easier for you as well as you progress through the game. So right here I am making a pathing mistake. I intended to go back downstairs and cut through a door that would have been a shortcut to getting me all the way to the other side of the mansion, or at least shorter than the way that I came to get here to begin with. This is a bad path though, because the door I want to try going through on the bottom floor, well, it's locked and requires a key that we do not have yet, so I'm actually just wasting more time than I otherwise would have had I just backtracked like I have to do anyway. But yeah, gee whiz, that was my thought process. I wanted to use a door that isn't available to me yet. Although if it were, it would have been a lot faster. Oh, and as you can tell, the zombie here on the second floor of the dining area, yeah, he switches sides on you at some point. I don't really know if it's random or if it's at a set point in time, but yeah. Keep an eye out for that, otherwise you may find yourself running into him, thinking that you're going the safe way around the second floor, and in fact, he's just waiting for you. Now, I'm probably not going to be able to find every single journal entry in the entire game, but I am going to show as many of them as I can along the way. Oh, and I am about to do something else with Jill that is completely unnecessary and is also kind of a time waster. Again, as I have done these playthroughs with Jill and Chris, I kind of got reminded of a few things that I thought were important or necessary but really are not. And the door that I am going to with Jill at the moment is the door to the kitchen area, which is locked unless you have the sword key. And this is also the last door, I believe, that I have to unlock with that key, so then I have the option to discard that key with no ramifications. Now, there are two problems with this decision, both of which waste my time. One is that there is another way into that room that you inevitably have to go through anyway just to progress in the game. And whenever you go into that room through the alternate path, there is yet another way out of it that does not require you to use the door that you are unlocking with the sword key. So it can remain locked the entire game and not impede your progress. And the other thing is that even if you were looking at this from the perspective of just trying to get rid of the key that is in your inventory, based on where I was with Jill, it would have been faster just to deposit this thing into one of the storage boxes instead of using the key. It would have wasted way less time. Just going to move this and pick up the dagger. Those are going to be super handy since I'm basically being a pacifist for most of this run and just trying to run by the zombies. Sometimes they catch you though, it doesn't really work out that well. And then I have this to get them off of me. But yeah, I just thought I would throw that one out there, that the very last door that I unlock with the sword key, yeah, that one's actually completely optional, and it's completely unnecessary for you to unlock it. And it is probably more beneficial to you just to avoid that door entirely. But on the positive side, that little distraction allowed me the opportunity to take out the very first encounter zombie from the very beginning of the game, which we eventually had to go around him a couple of times anyway, so, I mean, at least we don't have to deal with that anymore. It does not make up for the time lost, but, I mean, it's something. But okay, now we are done at the dog patio. The only reason we came out there was just to get the, oh goodness, what's it called? The herbicide? Anyway, that bag of plant killer. It's now in my inventory, you probably saw me pick it up. We don't really need it right now, but we will eventually end up needing that, and Jill has plenty of inventory space, so we're going to go ahead and get that item. And now we're going to go get the shotgun that I was talking about earlier. And the reason you need the rusty shotgun to get the actual shotgun is because you have to take the actual shotgun off of a wall mount, which, whenever you remove it from there, seems to be acting like some kind of a lever. And then I put the rusty shotgun back onto that wall mount, replacing the shotgun so that the lever is not activated. And what happens if you do not put anything back on that wall mount and the lever stays active? Whenever you try to leave that little office area, the ceiling will begin to descend down on you and will eventually crush you, assuming you don't duck back into the office and put something back on that mount. So yeah, that's why you need the rusty shotgun in order to replace the actual shotgun on that wall mount. And then we can continue on with the rest of the game with absolutely no ramifications, and not having to be crushed into a paste by the ceiling. Alright, time for the next key item, which is going to be a dog whistle. The dog whistle also comes equipped with a photograph and a note. The photograph indicating where we need to use the dog whistle, and note indicates why. And the crumpled memo note says, "Today, Sir Spencer told me to hide something where no one can find it. Well, I had this idea. I figured if I could somehow have it protected by a dangerous animal like the vicious canine that lives here, no one would be able to get near it. As far as I can tell, the mutt is always hanging out around the second floor balcony on the west side of the terrace, and he ought to come running at the sound of a dog whistle. This is where you come in. The thing is, I reckon you're the only person that can get near the damn dog without risking serious mauling, which means only you can put this collar on him. The objective that Sir Spencer wants hidden is concealed inside. You're the only person I can trust with this. Of course, you'll get something out of it as well. Remember that certain item that you've always wanted to get hold of? Well, in exchange for your services, I just might be able to get it for you. This could work out well for both of us." And that is the end of the memo, and it is signed John Tolman. So thank you, John. That was the first real journal-like entry that we have found here in the mansion, although it's definitely not going to be the last one. Since a lot of the people who resided in the Spencer mansion decided to take some notes, we're going to take the time to narrate them as we go. So, courtesy of that memo or that note, we now know that we need to go to the balcony on the second floor, use the dog whistle to get the dog to come out of its hiding place, and then we have to fight the dog for its collar and get whatever is inside. And that is exactly why I ended up getting that shotgun, by the way. I don't know what it was, but a few years ago, whenever I was playing through this part of the game, Those dogs managed to take me out on multiple occasions, even though the dogs really shouldn't be that difficult for this early in the game. I don't know what it was, but I kept screwing that part up back in the day, so this time around I did not waste any time or take any chances. I got the shotgun, I got that collar, and now we are good to progress on with the rest of the playthrough. No resets so far. So I'm going to where we need to use that dog collar now, and... Okay, you saw how that zombie got back up after it was supposedly dead on the ground for a really long time? Earlier, whenever I said there was an advantage to not taking out the zombies early in the game, that's what I was referring to. Because eventually they get back up in a new and altered form with claws, and they're much faster, and they'll actually run at you and do more damage and cause more problems. Okay, I just picked up the next key, the armor key, and by doing so I have activated a death trap. The gimmick here is if the key is no longer on that platform, the trap is active. If you put the key back, the trap will then reset, so you're no longer in danger. This is where the dog collar comes into play. If we examine the dog collar, there's a button. We hit that button, the dog collar opens and reveals what looks like a coin. But it turns out that coin is actually a retractable key. And that retractable key can be placed on the platform to reset the death trap so you're no longer in danger. And then the death trap has the fake key, and then we have the real one. And with that switcheroo out of the way, the death trap is no longer active and we are free to leave. There's nothing else in this room that we really need at the moment. There is another door here, but we can't open it yet. They'll come into play later on in the game. So now even more of the mansion is open to us now that we have the armor key, so we're going to go ahead and check all that stuff out. Also, you'll notice that the Crimson Head zombie that resurrected before our eyes a moment ago has repositioned himself somewhere in that hallway. So the death trap room and the birdcage room are accessible to you without you being attacked by anything, but if you try going anywhere else in that hallway, it might be a problem for you. And that was our first time being back in the birdcage room in a while, and you probably noticed that there was a change there as well. There used to be a dead body on the ground over in the corner at the bottom of the staircase, but that's gone now. And in its place, we now have birds in here, these crows. Now, these crows can be a problem if you disturb them, but as long as you don't do anything that'll upset them, they will just remain up there and not bother you for the entire game. So don't bother trying to fight them, just, go on your path and they'll ignore you. Now, regarding the body that was at the bottom of the staircase, what happened to it? I have no idea. Maybe the birds ate him. That is a joke, but now that I mention it, since they don't attack you at all, I mean, that would kind of make sense because that would imply that they are already full. Anyway, you've probably seen me in the background just unlocking a few doors along the way with this new key that we have, even though I'm not going into those doors yet. I'm just trying to make sure that I use the key everywhere that I can along the way, that way I can get rid of it as soon as possible, even if I don't need to go into those rooms yet. Although we are very quickly approaching the very first side character of the game, so that's exciting. Well, the next side character, I guess we already had Barry and Wesker.
Richard! What happened? You're wounded.
This whole place is a killing zone. There are monsters.
What did this to you?
A big snake. And it had to be poisonous.
Poisonous? Richard, hold on.
Bring me serum. I saw some, but didn't bring any.
I'll go and get it, okay? You're gonna make it.
Thanks.
Alright, so that's Richard, and he is dying unless we get him serum, which the map tells us where to go to get the serum, but it's actually in the same storage room we used earlier in this playthrough where we dropped off the grenades that Barry gave us. It's the storage room right by where we get the rusty shotgun as well for more context. But yeah, we are trying to save Richard, who is poisoned by a gigantic snake. This is something you have the option of doing regardless if you're using Jill or Chris. But in both cases, you can fail to save Richard. If you take too long to get the serum and then get all the way back to Richard in order to give him the serum, he will die, which will then take away his involvement in any of the rest of the game. So yeah, not only are we getting introduced to a new side character as the very first one that we have the option of saving, or, well, the potential of failing to save, which will then go on to influence the story going forward. Which there is a good benefit to keeping Richard alive other than just, being a good person, so we are definitely motivated to do this. We definitely want that benefit, but also I want these cutscenes because I do want this playthrough to be as enjoyable and as well told as possible. And part of that is getting all the potential storylines knocked out. Now, we cannot get every single storyline knocked out in a single playthrough with either Jill or Chris, because depending on your actions, your side characters will help you in different ways throughout the story. They won't help you in every single way. Like, I think if Barry helps you out with the first encounter zombie in this game, he won't be there to help you whenever you try to get the shotgun later, because there's a scenario where you don't need the rusty shotgun to get the actual shotgun. Whenever you're stuck and the ceiling is closing in on you, there is a scenario where Barry saves you. I could be wrong about that condition for Barry to help you out, but there's something like that where you have to meet certain criteria for certain events to happen. So yeah, I'm going to try and get as many of those storylines as I can, but I also can't get every single one of them. And this zombie is going to become very annoying for me because there's going to be times when I think he is dead, but he's still alive, and yet again he catches me right here at this door.
Here, Richard. I'm gonna give you a shot. Hang in there.
Jill, here's my radio. Take it. Does it ever not hurt?
And alright, we managed to get the serum back to Richard within the requisite amount of time to save his life. So he gets to hang around and possibly help us out later. But now we need to get back on track and start using that armor key to start finding more items to progress the story, which... Alright, we managed to avoid that annoying zombie I mentioned earlier. But anyway, now we're going to use that armor key to initiate a puzzle which should allow us to get our very first death mask of this playthrough. We just need to dance our way around this zombie who is blocking the door that we need to unlock and enter. Alright, job well done, and now we're off to get our death mask. The death masks being the masks that were hinted at in the Book of Curses, and we need all 4 of those to progress the story. And in here we have the Knight Armor Puzzle, which the pictures on the wall indicate the order that you need to go in for this, but you need to push in the front right one, and then you need to push in the back left one, and then you need to push in the back right one. And whenever you push in the back right one, it will automatically have the front left one pushed in. So with all those suits of armor pushed back against the wall, you can then hit the button at the platform in the middle of the room, and then the cage in the wall will open up, and then you can access the item inside, which is a box containing the mask. Which the box has a little puzzle of its own where the very top of it tells you that in order to open it, you need to hit the buttons related to the sun. Yeah, here we go. There's a design of the sun and the moon. On the plate it says, "Sunshine will awaken me," so it's indicating that the sunshine is what we need to open the box, which the sun has very specific symbols, and the moon has very specific symbols as well. So with the indication that we need to use the sun, we look for the buttons that match up with the sun symbols, we hit those buttons, and voila, the box opens and we have our mask. And with that out of the way, there's really only one other key item that we need up here on this second floor hallway, and it's going to be back towards where we left Richard. After giving him the serum, we can now go past him, and there's a door behind him as well. And that takes us to another hallway with a zombie in it. There's going to be 2 doors, one of which is locked and one of which is available. And now that we are in the hallway behind Richard, all we have to do is get rid of this zombie or dodge him, and so far that's going very, very poorly for me, but... well, we get through it eventually despite me doing an absolutely terrible job of fighting off that zombie. And then finally we are able to go into the available room, which is completely dark. We need to go light some candles so that it illuminates the room. To light the candles, we use a lighter that we found earlier in the playthrough in the same office where we got the dog whistle. Oh, there's also a magazine of handgun ammo just in case you need that. In my case, I definitely did. But yeah, we have a lighter that we need to use to light those candles. We've just kind of been holding on to that for a while. But yeah, with those candles lit, we now see that there is a shelf that we can move. We move that shelf, we find a zombie is behind it. We go ahead and dispatch of or dodge that zombie. And in my case, because I'm trying to conserve ammo, I elect to dodge or redirect the zombie. I'm just getting him to walk towards me, and I'm going to walk him around the table. Remember folks, it's very important to walk your zombies. Then we find another shelf, and on that shelf we find sheet music. Well, a few pages of sheet music. It's missing some. We're going to have to find the others. But yeah, once you have that, just go ahead and get out of that little back room area, and just make sure you avoid your freshly walked zombie, and now you're ready to progress on to the next stage. Which for me is going to be getting the other half of that sheet music. Oh, and healing, because that zombie in the hallway on the other side of Richard definitely kind of destroyed my life more than I expected, so yeah, that was a bit of a setback. But yeah, the sheet music, or the other half of the sheet music, that can be found in a piano room that we unlocked in the hallway where we had our very first zombie encounter. So I am going to make my way back there now. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to go directly to the piano room. I'm going to take the long way around because there's a couple other things I can do along the way. Like, I'd like to drop a few things off in that storage container and kind of manage my inventory a little bit better. But also, there's another death mask along the way that requires us to use an item that we have been holding on to for a little while now. So yeah, I'm going to take the long way around. And since it's going to take me a little bit of time to get all the way around to where I need to be, I guess I'll go ahead and reference a couple of the things that I said earlier on in this playthrough. Like, I referenced a couple of trophies that you could potentially get by, like, beating this game under 3 hours and stuff like that. Even though I was referencing trophies, I don't intend for this to be like a guide for getting Platinum Trophy for Resident Evil or anything like that. Which, in order to do that, you do need to play through the game several different times on different levels of difficulty or challenge modes, so since I'm only doing a single playthrough with Jill and then a single playthrough with Chris, I won't be playing through the game nearly enough to actually accomplish all of that. You also need to beat the game by saving a certain number of survivors or no survivors at all. You also have to die in certain ways, or I think just die in general. And I might not even die during this playthrough. So yeah, this definitely is not a trophy guide, just a walkthrough or a playthrough of Resident Evil with Jill and then eventually with Chris. Both of which will be sub 3 hours, although they will be a little bit different from each other. Alright, we used the armor key to unlock that door we tried using as a shortcut earlier, but couldn't because, well, we didn't have the key. And then we went to the hallway beyond that door, and now we find ourselves in this indoor greenhouse area, which if you try to approach that water fountain over there, you would notice that there are these vines that are infected with the T-virus here, the zombie-related virus here. And that means that those vines will attack you if you get close to them. The solution to this problem is the herbicide that we found earlier outside in the dog patio area. We use that by dumping it in this water distribution system over here, turning on the pumps, and then filtering in the plant killer here through the fountain over there by the plants that will try to kill us. And in turn, we exterminate them. Then we are free to advance and we find a mask on the wall. That's 2 masks down. Also, there's a bunch of healing items in this area. I don't intend to come back here, but if you're hurt, this is a great chance for you to heal yourself. And now that we have 2 masks, now I'm going to go to the piano room and start doing that plotline. Don't mind me, guys. I'm just going to go ahead and pass through here. Just act like I wasn't even here. But yeah, I'm really not going to bother with those zombies whatsoever. I just run past them and continue on to the piano room because even if I have to come back here later, their positioning pretty much guarantees they're not going to be a problem for me and I can easily run past them anytime. So they are definitely not worth the bullets or the time. And once I get done pushing this bookcase out of the way, suddenly we find the other half of the music sheets that we found earlier. And once we have both pages, we run back to the piano, we combine the pages, and suddenly we have the completed version of the Moonlight Sonata. And once that is completed, we can use it at the piano, and then suddenly Jill plays the Moonlight Sonata because she is actually musically talented. You know, I phrased earlier that Jill might just be naturally musically talented and, really, really good at being a pianist. But I have no way of knowing that. She may have just taken one random piano lesson in her lifetime and this was like the one song that she knew. But I would like to believe that in her spare time, Jill is actually a remarkably talented musician and has a musical career that no one knows about, and has some sort of a crazy pianist alter ego. Kind of a Ron Swanson, Duke Silver scenario. And being a STARS member is really just her fallback career. And then suddenly her second choice for her line of work is getting her involved with a bunch of zombies trying to eat her. Jill, I think you should have stuck with being a pianist. Random thoughts aside, I had to run back to the dining room to get the emblem, the bronze emblem, because I didn't have the inventory space necessary to pick it up earlier whenever I was carrying the Moonlight Sonata. But once I used it at the piano, I suddenly had the room necessary to put that in my inventory, so I ran and got it, ran back, and switched out the bronze and the gold emblems. So now I just need to run back to the dining room in order to put the gold emblem where the bronze emblem was, and then we can progress. But also, while I was in that room with the statue where I put the bronze emblem, I found some notes on the ground. I flew through them a moment ago, but this is what they said. The journal notes were titled Trevor's Diary, dated November 24th, 1967. 11 days have passed since arriving on this estate. How did I end up like this? A guy in a lab coat brought me a meager plate of food and said, "Sorry to put you through this, but it's for security reasons." That's when it hit me. It all makes sense now. There are only two people that know the secret of this mansion, Sir Spencer and myself. If they kill me, Sir Spencer will be the only person that knows the secret. But for what purpose? It doesn't matter now. It's too dangerous here. My family, I hope they're all right. I've decided to escape. Jessica, Lisa, I pray you are safe. The next part is dated November 26, 1967, so 2 days later. How could I be so careless? I lost my favorite lighter, the one Jessica gave me for my birthday. Now it's going to be much harder to escape this dark place. It was November 13th, the date when my fate was sealed. My aunt was hospitalized just 3 days before that. Jessica and Lisa said that they were going to visit her. I wish I could be there with them. But wait, even as I am writing, my memory is coming back to me more vividly. Just before I passed out, I remember the men in lab coats said something like, "Most likely your family is all ready," but he doesn't complete that quote. I pray for their safety. And then 1 day later, we have some notes from November 27, 1967. Somehow I managed to get out of that room, but getting out of this mansion won't be as easy. I have to get past all the booby traps, tiger eyes, gold emblem. I have to try and remember for my own sake. And that's where the notes end. So yeah, we got to learn a little bit about a guy named Trevor who got caught up in something and was probably in over his head and his family was in trouble. And those notes do give us some pretty fun details about some of the items we have been collecting or seeing or will be seeing eventually. Because I believe those notes would imply that the lighter we found in the mansion actually belonged to this person, Trevor. And then of course we just used the gold emblem, so yeah, we are kind of living out the details of Trevor's note. And that won't be the last time we hear about Trevor and his family, so stay tuned for that. So while I was narrating, I also solved the clock puzzle, which is where you look at the painting on the wall and you move the arms on the clock to do what the swords in the painting are doing. The small sword was puncturing the opponent's torso, so we moved the small arm of the clock toward the armor. The long sword in the painting was right by the opponent's head, so we moved the long arm of the clock towards the helmet. After that, we exited the puzzle, and then the clock moved, and we picked up the attic key, which we are using to go face off against the very first boss of the game.
Payback time.
And introducing Yawn the Snake. And as long as time permits, I'm going to battle every single boss in the game. There are a couple of them that you can run from, but at least for the very first playthrough with Jill, I intend to fight all of them. Now, Chris is a little bit harder of a playthrough to try and get under 3 hours, so I may end up skipping a couple of them for his playthrough, but in this first playthrough with Jill, I'm definitely going to fight them all. And unfortunately for Richard, after we saved him earlier, this is as far as he can go in the story mode with Jill as the main character. Not to worry though, his fate is somewhat different whenever you play through the game as Chris, so we'll check out what the differences are when we finally get to him, but you're going to notice that I just run away from Yawn the Snake. I go ahead and exit this fight. I mentioned earlier that I would fight every single boss fight that I could, but you actually do not defeat Yawn the Snake in this first encounter. Later in the game, though, there is a second encounter, and that's when things are serious and Jill can actually defeat the snake. Here, though, the most you can do is force it to retreat, but there's no killing it, so we're going to save the ammo and progress on, and we'll finish off the boss at a later time. Oh, and you noticed that by saving Richard with the serum, he was able to help me out there a little bit against Yawn, but he ultimately dies and drops his shotgun. That shotgun is only made available if you save Richard the first time around. And I am about to make a mistake by going through this door. I don't mean to do that just yet, so you're going to see me fade to black and be right back where I started. I'm just cutting out all the stuff on the other side of that door that I did not need to do before I backtracked back to this point. I figured that was a lot better than seeing the door opening and closing animation twice, and me realizing that I went the wrong way before I just backtracked back here anyway. Anyway, we got Richard's assault shotgun after he died, but that's only made available if you save him the first time around. And Richard's assault shotgun is going to replace the standard one that we've been using just because it's a bit better, mostly in the form of its storage capacity since it can hold more shells than the standard shotgun can. And one of the differences between Jill and Chris's interactions with Richard is that Jill actually gets that shotgun much sooner than Chris does. And if you are really pressed for time, you and Richard do not have to have that shootout with Yawn the snake. All you really have to do is just run and go get that mask in the back of the attic, and then you run all the way back to the front and exit out the attic door. Now, this dooms Richard to die, but we already noticed that that's kind of an inevitability whenever you're playing as Jill at this part in the game. So leaving Richard to die really does not change anything about the outcome of the game, except maybe saves you a few different shotgun shells and some time. So yeah, gee whiz, that is also an option. You can just leave him to die. And I just realized I completely talked over the puzzle that I just accomplished. So I'll go ahead and explain that really quickly. At the very end of that painting room, we end up seeing a picture of a woman wearing a bracelet, a necklace, and a crown. Bracelet is orange, the necklace is purple, and the crown is green. And throughout the rest of the room, we see pictures of other characters that are also wearing the crown, or also wearing the necklace, or also wearing the bracelet. So you want those other pictures that are not of the woman to match up with the color of the item. So the person that's wearing the bracelet only in the other pictures, you need to flip the switch and turn that to an orange painting. And then you do the same thing with the person who is wearing the necklace. You make sure it's a purple painting matching up with the purple necklace in her picture. And then the same thing with the crown. Once you have those other pictures matched up with the color of the item that she is wearing, come back to her picture, hit the button, and the secret passageway will open, revealing an alternative route through the mansion, which is going to be super useful later on, but also revealing the final death mask. So finally we have all 4. And you see me putting up the 4 death masks now, and we get to finally see what is being restrained in the coffin up in chains above us. Once all 4 of them were in place, that's going to drop down, and we're going to go investigate and kick off the event. And after we drop the coffin down to the ground, we have a required fight against a Crimson Head zombie, which I believe is the only mandatory one that we have to face off against the entire game. I think all the other ones you can technically run away from. So I wouldn't call this a boss battle, although it is required. Maybe sub-boss? And that's still probably giving it a little bit too much credit. But hey, the Crimson Head zombies are a lot more difficult than the regular ones, taking several shotgun shots to get them down, so at least there is a little bit of a challenge to it. But ultimately, if you did pick up the standard shotgun or Richard's assault shotgun, this really should not be too difficult. After defeating the Crimson Head zombie, we hit the switch to open the gate, and we also pick up the stone and metal object, which is going to be acting as kind of a key for us in just a few moments. Also, before we leave this area, I'm going to go ahead and pick up all the shotgun shells. But yeah, this little outside passageway around the cemetery or the gravestones, from this point forward, there will be no enemies in that location. And that's regardless of how far you progress in the game, which I guess just a little bit of a hint for later. The further you progress into the game, the more different kinds of enemies pop up in the mansion. But that never happens out here. This will always be a safe location for you to cut through if you're in doubt about your health or your amount of ammo, anything like that. And whether it is Jill or Chris, I regularly use this location. Okay, here's where you need the stone and metal object to open up a door, but you need to be quick about it because the dog will eventually hop over the railing and chase after you. So you want to run straight to the little platform you have to put the stone and metal object in, open your inventory, place it, and then go through the door as fast as possible so you do not get attacked by the dog or have to use any of your ammo. But yeah, it is about here at this point that I would consider myself a third of the way done with the game. I would say it's right after the Crimson Head zombie required battle. Now, math-wise, that might not add up as far as the 3-hour time frame goes, but actually we have a cutscene coming. One moment.
Somebody respawn! Over!
Barry?
Monster! Chains! Gun! Infected! It's it! Stay away! Forrest outside mansion! Stay!
And we are going to completely ignore Barry's advice, and we are not going to stay away, and I'm sure it's going to work out just fine. Anyway, yeah, I consider this around the 1/3 mark of the game. This is when you progress to a new area, and it's always kind of felt like the first of the 3 parts of the game is over at this point. And alright, we have the gate open at this point. For that little puzzle, all you have to do is go up to the 2 posts. The one with the red dial needs to stop on the western direction. The one with the blue dial needs to stop in the northern direction. And once they're moved into place facing those respective directions, the gate will be unlocked and you'll be good to go. Okay, we just ignored Barry's message and went through here anyway, and now we're hearing some really strange moaning. I am still fully confident that this was a good decision, and I did not make any mistakes by ignoring my friend's advice. I definitely don't feel like I'm going to be regretting this in the very near future. So to get here, we passed through a little area with some crows. They were just chilling on some graves. And as long as you don't get close to them, they'll ignore you and they don't really care about your presence. So if you just stay cool, they'll be cool. And the same thing goes for the birds in that stained glass painting room. The one right by the safe grave area where we found the Crimson Head zombie a moment ago. If you don't mess with those birds either, they'll let you pass through without ever giving you any trouble. So in this cabin, what we're doing is we're looking for a crank that we're going to be using to lower the water in a little pool area here momentarily. But there's also a journal entry that we're going to be finding on a desk here momentarily after I take the time to do a quick save, because it's going to be the very first save of the game. So that little journal entry is going to be on a family photo, and I'll go ahead and narrate what it says. So it's titled A Family Picture, and you notice that there is a journal left by someone. It's nearly illegible, but the number 19 is on it. It says, Daddy attacked first. Mommy attacked second. Inside red and slimy. White and hard. Not true mom. Where to know dad? Found mom again. When attacked mommy, she moved no more. She's screaming. Why? Just want to be with her. The number 4, followed by the message. Mom, where? I miss you. Well, I suppose we'll call that a greeting from our captor and also the author of that journal, who we will come to find is Lisa Trevor, the daughter of the Trevor that wrote the note we read previously about being held captive in the mansion while his wife and daughter were away. And as you can tell, following that incident where her father was restrained and held prisoner, things clearly did not go well for her, which introduces something of a side plot that we'll be hearing more about throughout the entire playthrough. But yeah, that's Lisa. We cannot defeat Lisa. We're just going to go ahead and run away from Lisa, and also hope that she is too slow to catch up to us. Plus, we have that crank that we needed, so there's no reason to really stick around here. So I mentioned much earlier in the playthrough that I'm striving to get a time that'd be good enough for certain trophies in this game, but I didn't really mention exactly what I was going to be doing for this playthrough. Like, I don't intend for it to be a walkthrough that's going to cause you to get the Platinum Trophy, because that would just require several different playthroughs on various difficulties and challenge modes, and that's just not going to happen here today. And I also think there are some trophies that require you to die in specific ways. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I'm pretty sure there's at least one. And I may not even end up dying in this playthrough, so yeah, no way I'm getting that. And there are just a variety more that I'm not going to be able to get, and that really there's no way that you could get the Platinum Trophy for this game with just 2 separate 3-hour playthroughs, one with Jill and one with Chris. It takes a lot more than that.
This is Brad. If you can hear me, just give me a sign. Anything.
Jill to Brad. Can you hear me? Shit. It's broken.
And we are just going to go ahead and dodge these dogs over here. There's also a trophy for visiting like every single room in the mansion. Also not going to do that because it's just going to take a bunch of time and it's not very fun to watch. Plus, there are just certain places in the mansion that you really have no incentive to go to and it just slows you down. And on top of all that, like I said, I've already platinum trophied this game, so I don't really have the need to go through and try and get every single trophy, so we're just going to be sticking to playthroughs with both characters. And with the water lowered, we're going to be accessing the very next part of the game. Now, everything up to this point has basically taken place within the mansion, the Spencer mansion, but now that we have a new path to follow, we're going to be going to an area of the game that's referred to as the residence. And that is going to be a smaller house just outside of the mansion. And over there, we're going to start to get some variety in the kinds of enemies that we're going to be seeing as well. I would say this is the point in the game when things really start to pick up. Like previously, it took us about an hour to get to the first boss of the game. But within the residence, you're actually going to be facing off against 2 different bosses in a span of about 30 minutes. So yeah, things are definitely going to be picking up from here. The game kind of has a slow start because everything's locked and you have to go on perhaps the most linear course of the game, just trying to find keys. And that's still going to be a gameplay element going forward, but the encounters become much more rapid. And in this passageway, it is raining snakes, and we're just going to run past those. Actually, the residence that we're about to go into is probably a more linear course than the Spencer Mansion beginning. There's only like 16 rooms in the entire residence, and most of them have a very specific course you need to go through due to some keys. So unlike the beginning of the game in the Spencer Mansion and when we eventually go back there, the residence definitely has probably the least amount of creativity you can have when trying to approach routing this area. So yeah, no, I guess this is just as, if not more linear than the beginning, but the encounters and the boss battles start to increase. Like in this room, we finally get introduced to the giant spiders, which I believe there are only 2 areas in the entire game that have these guys, so yeah. Which they're really not too much of an obstacle. I'm not sure what it is exactly about how they're programmed, but it's kind of rare when they actually hit you or attack you. Granted, I've still been attacked and hit by them, but possibly less than any other enemy in the game. And of course, in this playthrough, I do in fact get hit by one, and I think I even get poisoned by it. Which, if you are poisoned, you just need one of those blue herbs, that'll heal you. But the spiders are normally easy to dodge. Like, a lot of the time, they're just stuck on the wall or the ceiling, and they're trying to figure out how to get to the ground, and you can just run by them. And even if they are on the ground, they tend to just rev up their legs like they're going to attack you, and you can just run around them. Anyway, in this little parlor area with the billiard tables and the bar, back where the giant spiders were, we just needed to grab the Book of Blood and Bondage, I believe it's called. Oh no, wait, I had that backward. The Book of Bondage with Blood, which sounds like a title that would have been rejected by Clive Barker for one of his books. But yeah, we went in there, we got that book, which is going to be a key item for opening up a door later on. And while we were also there, we got some things like the shotgun shells that'll be useful as we traverse the residence. And now I'm just going to go ahead and do a quick bit of inventory management, putting away certain things so that I can do everything I need to within the residence in one trip without ever having to go back to a storage box. That should save me some time as I go through this area, which is a pretty short area overall. Oh, and the residence definitely has a theme of wildlife and plants in it, like we saw the spiders, but also the reason I'm pushing this crate is to block a hole in the ground that we can climb over. The reason being, if you try to walk over that hole in the floor, some vines will come out of that floorboard and attack you. So we're going to block that so that does not occur. So yeah, gee whiz, get ready to see a bunch of different bugs and some plants here as well. I'm pretty sure I've gotten through the entire residence in 20 minutes before. Now it takes me a bit longer this time around, but don't let that fool you, this is a really short area. I only make it longer because I stopped to watch cutscenes, speaking of which.
No, that wasn't part of our deal.
Like I said,
But it's not necessary to destroy stars. What about my family? If I play my cards right. Jill.
Barry, I heard someone talking.
Oh, you heard. I think age is starting to take its toll. Talking to myself is becoming a bad habit.
Talking to yourself? You all right? What's gotten into you?
I'm getting you worried, aren't I? But don't, I'm alright. I guess this creepy mansion has gotten to my nerves. Anyway, I think I'll go outside, get some fresh air for a change. Don't worry, I'm just going to get some fresh air. If I'm lucky, I'll get to waste some monsters along the way.
All right, we have Barry acting really weird, and we're just going to kind of keep that in the back of our minds for the short-term future. But yeah, on the other side of the door, we definitely heard him say something about it not being necessary to destroy stars and expressing some concern about his family. So it definitely seems like something is up. And we're also going to check out this little journal on the desk over here. It is titled Plant 42 Report, and it says that 4 days have passed since the accident. The plant at point 42 is growing at an amazing rate. Although there are many unknown aspects about this plant, we know that in comparison to the other group of plants, the T-virus has had a substantially stronger effect on this one. The T-virus has drastically morphed its host's anatomy as well as its size. Looking at its current state, it is difficult to imagine its original appearance. Nowhere on Earth will you find anything like it. We have also found that Plant 42 has 2 main sources of acquiring its necessary nutrients. One source is through its root. Somehow it has rooted itself down into the basement. Immediately after the accident, a scientist went mad and destroyed the aqua ring. Ever since, the basement has been like a pool. There is a high possibility that it's one of the chemicals in the water that's promoting the Plant 42's rapid growth. However, we have yet to determine the specific chemical. A bulb-like body of the Plant 42 has been sighted hanging from the ceiling in the first floor. We are sure that it used the air ducts to reach the first floor. Numerous long, tentacle-like vines are protruding from the bulb. We believe the vines are the second means of acquiring its nutrients. When the Plant 42 senses prey, it uses the tentacle-like vines to capture its prey. After doing so, suckers on the vine drain the prey of its blood. We've also noticed that it has some intelligence. When it captures its prey, or when it's inactive, the vines twine around the door to stop possible intruders. Unfortunately, several of our scientists have already fallen victim to this Plant 42. When we heard the stories from the survivors, they all observed one thing in common. When the uniform petal-like flaps open and reveal its vital internals, it has a tendency to become more aggressive. One witness reported that it was as if it was trying to protect itself. Why it behaves the way it does is still unknown. And this report was dated May 21st, 1998. And it was signed Henry Sarton. So this report was from just 2 months prior to the STARS team arriving at the Spencer Mansion, so really not that long ago, all things considered, especially when you look at the Trevor diaries from the 60s. But anyway, this report is all about Plant 42, which seems like it's going to be a really big threat at some point here in the Residence, and gee whiz, it definitely will be. Anyway, while I was narrating the journal, I was definitely doing a bunch of things in the background, so I'll catch you up on what exactly I did. After talking with Barry, I went ahead and moved those bookcases out of the way to reveal a ladder, although I did not use it yet. I then ducked into the bathroom of the same room where we were talking to Barry. Once I was inside there, I found the key to room 002. And also while I was in the bathroom, you could hear the door being opened and closed on the other side of the bedroom. And that was the sound of a zombie walking into the bedroom and going to the desk area where we read the report. Since he was over there and not in our way, we ignored him and we ran through the door and just left him in there. We then proceeded to room 002, and after that door was unlocked, we went inside and found that somebody had hung themselves. We picked up the magazine of handgun ammo next to him, went into the bathroom, and when we went into the bathroom, we heard the rope snap. So we ran back out and went ahead and took out that zombie so it would not be a problem for us later. With him dispatched, we went back into that bathroom, drained the tub, and then found another key. And that key opens a door to a laboratory here down in the basement. Why all these keys were in bathrooms, I have no idea. But anyway, we pick up that key and we leave, and as we leave, the zombie that was on the ground in the bathroom decides he's ready to wake up. But we ignore him since it's not essential for us to defeat him. And then we went all the way back to the room where we talked to Barry, and finally it was time to address that zombie that snuck in behind us, and then go down the ladder to the basement that we were reading about in the report. That way we would get to see the pool of water that was left behind by the scientist who went mad after the accident. And the accident in this case, I believe, is the outbreak of the T-virus, so whenever he went mad, he was probably suffering from infection from the T-virus, but that's just my assumption. Now I'm going to quickly pick up this herb just in case I need a healing item for what comes next, and we're going to go ahead and unlock the laboratory door and check out the watery accident from the aqua ring. Why does this area need an aqua ring? Well, let's find out. Okay, sharks. The answer to why we need an aqua ring in this little area is because sharks. Because of course there are sharks. Why wouldn't there be zombie sharks? It wouldn't make sense not to have zombie sharks. But yeah, the sharks are part of the old original game as well as this remaster. Only I will say the aqua ring here is much more elaborate than it was back in the original. I mean, the original was basically just a flooded hallway. Here you have a multi-level drowned facility. It's like whoever was designing this part of the remaster for Resident Evil just got done watching Deep Blue Sea and just basically said, you know what would be better about that movie? If the sharks were zombies. And then they just put it in the game Resident Evil. Anyway, we just ran away from the sharks as quickly as we could. I ended up having a little bit of a problem with my controls that caused me to run back into the sharks and get bit once, but other than that, we didn't really take any major damage. And then we got to the door at the very end of the walkway. We used the control room key. And now we're in the room that we need to be in order to drain the water and then safely traverse the area without the sharks.
Emergency. Unknown source of pressure detected. Locking all doors to achieve maximum safety.
Oh god, it really is Deep Blue Sea. The sharks are super smart and know that I'm trying to drain the water and kill them. So they're trying to break the window to kill me instead. I could really use LL Cool J and Thomas Jane showing up and saving me right now, but I imagine that's not going to happen. So at this point we need to close the metal shutters to block off the glass windows so that if they break, this entire area that I am in does not flood and I end up drowning or being eaten. And to do that, you have to go ahead and release the safety switch. You then have to go to the other switch to initiate the closing of the shutters, but then it is going to tell you that due to the oil pressure, it's unable to close the shutters. So you then have to go to the oil tanks and flip the correct valve. Now they are numbered 1 through 3, and to know which one that you need to flip, you have to go to that little piece of paper on the table that I went to when I first entered this area. When I went there and read it, it told me that it was going to be valve number 2. And gee whiz, the valve number can change depending on your playthrough even with the same character. So always check that paper. So yeah, I flip the proper oil switch, then I go back to the safety switch, and then I go back to the shutter switch. Then the shutters will close. And then I can finally drain the water so that we can deal with those pesky sharks. Alright, the water draining process has been completed, so we're going to go ahead and go over here, pick up this healing item, and then head out to the walkway area to see what the area is like without any water in it. And also address any of the sharks that remain alive, just, floundering around on the ground. That might seem unnecessary since there isn't any water for them to do any damage anymore, but they are undead sharks, so being out of water should not kill them, and we're not taking any chances here. We also have some extra shotgun shells just laying around over here, and they are always nice to see and include in the inventory. So yeah, we're just going to go ahead and grab those, and then we're going to continue our investigation down here. Also going to shoot that shark right there, because again, we are not taking any chances. That's 1 shark down, there should be 3. Speaking of which, here is the big one. This one's name is Neptune, and he doesn't really show up whenever you're being chased on that walkway like the other 2 small ones, although he will occasionally lunge up at you and try to get you if you waste too much time up there. Okay, it turns out Neptune isn't quite dead yet, and whenever we went to grab the key, he floundered and knocked the key box into the water with him. Now, we're not going to attempt to go into the shallow water with a shark, so what we're going to do instead is push this electrical equipment into the water with him, and then flip the switch, and then we're going to electrocute and fry him until he turns into a fish stick. Eventually, the equipment just burns out, and it'll be safe for us to walk around in the water again, minus 1 giant killer zombie shark. So yeah, then we get to go retrieve the key, and it turns out we have the key to room 003. Or is it the gallery? Actually, it's the gallery key. We haven't got 003 yet. So yeah, yay, we have the gallery key. And that ends the boss battle with Neptune. Or at least I think you would consider that a boss battle. It does require you to complete some unique conditions that you don't see anywhere else in the game in order to win, so I would consider that a boss battle. Now that I think about it, I'm not even sure if the big one is just Neptune. Like, what if they are all just Neptunes? That still sounds like too big of a name to just give any random zombie shark, though. I think it needs to be the biggest zombie shark that's, Neptune. Actually, we only ran into 2 sharks, I'm now realizing. I'm not 100% sure where the third one is hiding out, but I guess whenever we drained the water, maybe it drained and he got stuck on the walkway above. So maybe if we went back to that walkway, that's where he's floundering around, but we're not going to go waste time and look. I mean, we are way too far away from that point now. Like, we're nearly out of the basement. We took care of 2 out of the 3 sharks. I'm sure someone else can deal with the third one. But little did we know that zombie shark would continue its unlife, and it would eventually escape and manage to make its way back to the ocean and infect other sharks. And that's exactly how we ended up with the horrible movie Jaws: The Revenge. And for anyone not familiar with that movie, which I definitely do not blame you if you're not familiar with that movie, you're not missing anything, but that's the one where Sheriff Brody's wife has a psychic link to the shark somehow, and that same shark also somehow manages to go from Amity Island, New England to like the Bahamas in a few hours. Like, that thing is supernatural. And a zombie-inducing T-virus is the best explanation for how that thing is somehow psychic and able to teleport. So yeah, there you go. That's my new headcanon. The world of Jaws and Resident Evil are in the same universe. But that's going to be enough references to sharks. We have some zombie bees to take care of now, because why not? Zombie hornets, zombie bees, zombie wasps, whatever. We're going to go kill the hive. Which I went ahead and picked up the insecticide from the dead body in that hallway. If you continue down that hallway, you would see the hive, but you would also risk running into a bunch of bees. It turns out that there is a map of the residents over here on this wall, and if you take it down, there's a hole in the wall. And once the hole in the wall is exposed, you can put the insecticide through that, and then start pumping it out and killing all the bees. Problem solved. Unlike with the sharks, I don't really have any amazing zombie bee movies that I can think of off the top of my head, although in the world of Dead Rising, there are wasps that are zombie-related that can act as a way of pumping out the Zombrex, the zombie suppressant drug in that universe, so yeah, sure, why not? Resident Evil is already in the Jaws universe, and now it's also somehow coinciding with the Dead Rising universe, which makes absolutely no sense chronologically, but you know what? It doesn't have to make sense. We're having some fun here. And that would be a pretty fun little crossover, especially considering that Capcom owns both properties. And that is exactly where the zombie bees and Dead Rising come from. It actually all started here at the Spencer Mansion. A few of those guys survived too, apparently. Anyway, random rant over, we went over to the hive. There was a key on the desk right next to the hive, and then we used it to enter room 003, and we picked up a book off the bookcase, which breaks down a chemical experiment that produced a chemical that is capable of destroying Plant 42, which, depending on how you play the game, you may have to create that chemical in order to defeat the plants, but that's not going to be the case here today with Jill, and actually it's not going to be the case for the Chris playthrough either, now that I think about it. But yeah, just know that this document could be useful in that scenario when you have to create the, I think it's called J-Volt, the chemical needed to kill the plant. But instead we're going to go with the other option, which is shooting the crap out of it. Speaking of which, here is Plant 42, and now we're going to shoot the crap out of it. And to get here, we just went ahead and replaced the document that we took off the bookcase with the Bondage with Blood book that we picked up earlier. And then we rearranged the books in order to create an image based on what was on the spine of those books. Once the image was complete, the bookcase moved, a door was available, and now we're in here with the murder plant. And we just got a glimpse at the plant with its outer shell open and its fleshy bulb underneath exposed. That is the key to defeating this plant. Whenever the shell is covering up the bulb, you're really not going to be doing a whole lot to it if you start shooting at it. But periodically that shell will open up, and even if you cannot see it, there is an audible cue whenever this happens. There's a noise it makes whenever it opens and closes that bulb, so as long as you keep track of that cycle, you don't really have to get close to the plant in order to shoot at it and do damage to it. You do that enough times, and eventually, you will be able to kill Plant 42. Which, like you just saw, whenever you do defeat Plant 42, you get a cutscene where it just shrivels up and dies. And I didn't mention this earlier, but one of the key reasons to keep your distance, even if it means not being able to see the plant, is because the closer you are to it, the more likely it is you're going to get the crap kicked out of you by its vines. But yeah, with the plant now deceased, we go back to the first floor, we go over to this little fireplace area, and we pick up a key, which is going to be the helmet key, which I may not have clicked on any of the doors for it earlier, but the helmet key was required to open up various doors back at the Spencer Mansion, so we already know where we're going to after this. And we can't go back the way we came, but the double doors, we can unlock those from this side, and then we're going to re-enter the gallery, and then we're going to make our way back to the Spencer Mansion. But before we say goodbye to the residents entirely, because we have zero reason to return here at any other point in the game, we are going to have one final cutscene to send us off.
Wesker,
Jill, so you're safe.
That's what I was going to say.
I apologize. It was all I could do to protect myself against those strange creatures.
I understand. Anyway, it's good that you're safe.
Did you notice? Barry, he sounded a little flaky.
Now that you mention it, yeah. I'll keep a close eye.
Maybe it's quite natural under these circumstances. It's not really our standard operation. Jill, our first priority is to get out of here.
I agree.
There are still rooms in that mansion we can't get into because they're locked up. I've been looking for ways to...
Okay, if there's anything, I'll go back to the other mansion.
I'm counting on you.
And all right, turns out Wesker is alive and well after all. I mean, we haven't really seen him since the very beginning of the game when he disappeared in the main entrance hall of the mansion, but yeah, he seems to be doing pretty good. And he pretty much only pops up here to remind the player that they should probably go back to the Spencer mansion and use that key that they just found, and also to reaffirm our suspicions that Barry was acting weird. So yeah, I guess this scene pretty much only exists just to let us know that Wesker's still around and then just tell us some things that we probably already knew. But still, hey, Wesker, he's alive. I'm just really happy that we did not lose our buddy who likes to wear his sunglasses at night and indoors. There are far too few people who still do that, so thank you, Wesker. Anyway, moving on. So we are back at the passageway where earlier it was raining snakes, but those snakes are now going to be absent from this area, although they do pop up somewhere else here in a moment.
This is Brad. Come in, Stars Alpha Team. Come in.
This is Jill.
Does anybody hear me?
I hear you, Brad. Over.
Stars Alpha Team. Bravo Team. It doesn't matter. Respond. I repeat, this is Brad.
Brad? Brad!
This is Brad. If you can't answer me, somehow give me a sign.
Jill to Brad. Can you hear me? Brad! Brad! Shit. It's broken.
And overall, we made really good time getting out of this area. Like having removed all the loading screens where the doors open and close, we should be done with this in 20 minutes, which in real time I think was about 30, which not great, but not terrible. Like I said, you can get through this in about 20 minutes if you just cut out all the cutscenes. Oh, and that area that I just ran through, there used to be birds there, but they have been replaced by dogs. Oh, and up here where we used the crank earlier where there are no enemies, well, those no enemies have been replaced with the raining snakes from earlier. And those raining snakes, they can now just jump out at you here, and they can poison you, which is annoying. So probably a good idea to have at least one of those blue herbs from the residents just chilling in one of your storage boxes, just in case. Which we should only have 2 other areas in the game with enemies that can poison us, so hopefully we don't end up needing it and we can just get through those without any issue, but yeah. And Resident Evil, I'm a little bit disappointed in you. Snakes do not poison you, they're not poisonous, they're venomous. I expected more. Oh, right, and the area where there were 3 dogs that we just ran past earlier to get to the water area to use the crank in the first place, those enemies remain the same the entire time. Those 3 dogs never go away. And speaking of new enemies in old places... The hunter enemies have arrived, and that is going to be a problem for future Jill. So hunters are like these reptilian zombie creatures that have these amazing claws that can technically one-shot you with certain attacks. So going after them with anything less than maybe the shotgun or the magnum revolver or the grenade launcher, yeah, if you don't have like one of those 3 weapons, trying to face off against them is a very bad idea. And that was not just a one-off either. There are several hunters now all around the mansion in some old familiar places. But like I mentioned earlier, the stained glass painting hallway has birds in it that will not attack you unless you bother them. In the cemetery grave area of the mansion, there are no more enemies there and there won't be for the rest of the game. So utilizing those 2 areas will give you safe passage back to the entrance hall of the mansion where there also are no zombies. And you can just cut out a bunch of different enemies by using that passage to include these new very powerful hunters. And as you can tell, I'm taking the path of least resistance, even if it may not necessarily be the fastest path to certain areas. I would much rather not waste the ammo or try to fight the hunters and possibly lose, and just go the slower route. Even if it does cost me a little bit of time, it still should not cost me so much time that I end up over 3 hours. But the first thing I did in the entrance hall was unlock one of the rooms there with a helmet key, although I did not go inside it yet because I will get to that one later. Now I'm making my way back to where we got the armor key earlier, back in that death trap where you had to replace one key with a fake key. At the very back of that death trap is another door that is locked and you require the helmet key in order to open it. That is our next destination where we're going to face off against yet another boss battle. That's like 3 boss battles in less than 30 minutes. That's awesome. And I stopped talking for just a moment so you can actually hear the boss crawling around in the background even though they have not popped out yet. And it is finally time. Round 2 against Yawn the Snake. It's time to get revenge for Richard. Unlike the first time, we can actually kill the boss. So finally, the fight counts. And the entire battle will take place here in this library, which, I have to admit, makes fighting Yawn the Snake pretty easy. Now, I may screw up in this fight and get bit, but it's really hard to lose this fight. All you have to do is just run around the bookcase and keep your distance, and Yawn will never be able to catch up to you, and you can just shoot him as he rounds the corner. And then you just run again, shoot him as he comes around the corner, run again, shoot him as he runs around the corner. And inevitably, you'll eventually win. Basically, the only way you can lose this is if you don't have enough ammo. Which I have beat this game with only a knife before because that is a trophy requirement, and yeah, needless to say, even that's not too hard because you can just run up behind Yawn and stab him, and then, run up behind Yawn and stab him, then run up behind him and stab him. Like, I really like the design of Yawn the Snake. I think it's really cool, but I have to admit, the boss battle is a lot easier than you would think for something that intimidating. And since there's not really going to be too much of a challenge or a threat of death here, I just went ahead and switched over to the handgun to conserve some shotgun shells because I'd much rather waste my handgun ammo on this than ammo that actually matters. Which, don't get me wrong, handgun ammo is useful, but I can beat the game without handgun ammo. I don't think I'm going to be able to beat this game without, say, shotgun shells, or at least not under 3 hours. Anyway, we'll just continue to do laps and walk Yawn the Snake, and remember, it is very important to walk your snake. Otherwise, they get angry and they eat Richards. Geez, we shot Yawn the Snake so many times he changed sides of the bookcase instantaneously. Anyway, he's finally dead now. This time it actually matters, it actually counts, and he's not going to pop back to life and eat anybody else this time. We weren't able to save Richard from, dying, but at least we saved him from getting fully digested, considering how slowly that happens for snakes. And during Yawn's dying tantrum, he managed to hit the bookcase and knock out a book that's actually useful to us. We went ahead and grabbed that. That book is titled Eagle of the South, Wolf of the North. And despite getting it now, this book is actually not going to come in handy for us until basically the very end of the game, so first opportunity we get, we're just going to stash that away and leave it in a storage bucket until we get to the very end of the game. And once we are closer to its relevancy, at that point I'll explain what that book is for. Alright, time to dodge that Crimson Head one more time. Although that book is one of 2 that we have to find while we're just rummaging around the rest of the Spencer Mansion, so I guess now we're off to go find the second book. And actually one other item for that matter that's also going to be really handy for the very end of the game. Which basically means that we're just going to be stashing away 3 items that we find right now until there's almost nothing else left to do in the game. Kind of an odd design, especially if you don't know that, because then you're just carrying around these 2 books and this other item for way longer than you need to and just taking up inventory space thinking you're about to need them, and then turns out you had plenty of time to kill before those things actually became useful. Anyway, say goodbye to the last book, Volume 2, which on the cover again it said Eagle of the North, Wolf of the South. That is a context clue for what it's actually used for later on, even though the inventory labels it as Last Book Volume 2, which means we still need Last Book Volume 1. But first we have to go ahead and go back upstairs and go back into that room I was briefly in where I got the grenades, and we have to do a little puzzle to collect some gems out of some taxidermy animal heads. If you turn off the light, you'll see the gems in the trophy head eyes. There is a journal on the table, and I'll narrate what exactly it says here in a moment. But to solve this puzzle, you're going to have to push the two tables up against the taxidermy heads, like right beneath them. That way you can climb up on top of them and reach those taxidermy heads. Now, once those are in place, you need to check where exactly that bird is looking. It should be staring right at you. And the thing is, that bird is going to follow you regardless of what side of the room you're on. And if it's looking at you while you are trying to get one of those gems, you're not going to be able to do it. It's like a security measure. So what you need to do is have the bird look at you and then get right up against the wall just beneath the bird. That way it can't track where you're going. Go to the other side of the room, climb up on top of the table, and then get the gem. Whenever you climb up onto the table, it's going to notice you and start turning towards you to prevent you from getting the gem, but it should not have enough time to do so as long as you make sure that it's looking on the opposite side of the room first and then you go underneath it. And then you just do the exact same thing and you should be able to get the other gem. Anyway, that's the puzzle. So now, the narrating of that journal. The journal is titled Mail to the Chief of Security. It is also labeled as confidential. Attention, Chief of Security. Date, July 22nd, 1998 at 2:13. Doesn't really specify AM or PM. And from there it says, X day is drawing up upon us. Execute the following procedures within 1 week. Prompt actions are demanded. Action number 1. Lure stars to the estate and obtain BOW's raw combat data against stars. Action number 2. Collect 2 embryos from each mutated specimens as samples, excluding the Tyrant. Dispose of the Tyrant. Ensure complete disposal of the Arclay laboratory, including all personnel and test animals. Disguise their deaths as an accident. When the above procedures are executed, report to headquarters for further instructions. If for some reason you are unable to execute the procedure by the deadline, report immediately. In case of emergency situations, report directly to the extension number 5691. Good luck. From Umbrella Headquarters, Umbrella Incorporated. So yeah, keeping in mind that we are currently in July of 1998, and that journal is from July 22nd, it's assumed that these procedures took place just maybe days prior to now, and that means the accident, the outbreak that took place here was all intentional. And also, the presence of stars being here and being taken out one by one, also intentional. So the plot is thickening. None of this was accidental, to include our presence here in the mansion. And I just found another journal, and I'll narrate that too here in a moment, but I'll go ahead and complete my first thought. And it is also at this point that we finally get confirmation that not only are Umbrella involved in this, they were the ones calling the shots and making all of this happen. The zombies, us being here, all of it. And yeah, they were basically just using stars to get that combat data that they were talking about, but the journal also mentioned 2 other things. The first big thing that it references is collecting embryos from each of the mutated specimens. Despite them making that a major order, it really does not come up again throughout the entirety of this playthrough, and it won't in Chris's either. Whenever this does come up again, this whole embryo plot will actually be in Resident Evil 2, because this is the first time you really get to see what they were talking about. Now, the other thing that they mentioned in this journal was to exclude doing that for the Tyrant and to dispose of the Tyrant. Now, what is the Tyrant? Well, they actually do cover that in this game, and we'll go ahead and check that out whenever the time comes, so just look forward to seeing what the Tyrant is if you don't already know. And in the background, I went ahead and combined the red gem that we had with this little decorative box, and I'm solving a little puzzle piece puzzle, and it never really feels like the board that I have to put these puzzle pieces on is big enough, even though I know exactly where each of the pieces goes. I feel like I'm just pushing X over and over and over again until it finally clicks into place, so this is kind of one of the more annoying puzzles because you know where everything goes, but for some reason it just refuses to go there. Anyway, there was another journal that we got a moment ago. I'll go ahead and narrate that one. So that journal did not have a title, it just said there's something handwritten, and it's not dated. And it says nothing's changed. I never thought this room I designed as an experiment would pay off like this. I can hide here safely for a while because nobody knows about the secret behind this painting, not even Sir Spencer. And at the very bottom of the page it says, painting of a mansion, in the back of an art room. So that kind of foreshadows where we need to go. There's going to be some hidden room behind a painting. And it is safe to assume that was another letter from Mr. Trevor, who was kind of hiding and trying to get away from the mansion to save his family because they were after him because he knew the secrets of the mansion and he architected a lot of the puzzles. And speaking of puzzles, I went ahead and finished the pieces on that really annoying puzzle box and finally got them to actually fit in place. Like, I kept having to adjust them and just move them slightly more to the right so that they would make room for the additional pieces, which could not fit in the places they needed to go because I was off by like a fraction of a centimeter or something. But yeah, we went ahead and got that one out of the way, and inside the box was an emblem, which when we examined it, we hit a button and then it opened up to become a key. And the emblem was of the Spencer family. So yeah, we have the Spencer office key, which the Spencer office is right next to the external door, which took us to the outside where we got the option of going to, like, say, the residence or to Lisa Trevor's cabin, that little area. So we'll be making our way back over there in a moment to pick up something that's going to be kind of important. Also, I just watched a hunter run out of a bathroom, and now I'm kind of having this weird mental image of them having the kind of intelligence necessary to actually use the bathroom, like using a toilet. So now in my head, I'm just picturing that Jill ran through here and just completely disrupted his bathroom break, something that he's been needing for a long time. So yeah, my bad, man. I didn't mean to ruin that moment for you after you've been holding it in for a while. Oh, and that was the hallway I was talking about where I could use the Spencer Mansion key to get into the Spencer office. I don't do that there, which I probably should have just to get the key out of my inventory, but instead I'm actually going to follow up on what we read in that note. I'm going to be making my way to the art room, the painting room, where there should be a hidden room behind one of the paintings. I am just taking out some of the hunters along the way because we're going to be using these paths, this hallway, the stair area. We're going to be using those a few different times. And in both the cases for that previous hallway and the staircase area, they are kind of congested to the point to where I could not realistically get around the hunters. Like, I can't just run away from them. Like, the one in the previous hallway was directly in my path of trying to get back to that external area, which eventually I'm going to have to. And there are multiple that were in the staircase area, and there's just no way I was going to be able to dodge all of them, at least not realistically. So it was better just to take them out while I had the opportunity. So yeah, traveling through both of those areas should be a lot easier now. And as you can tell, I made a quick run to the storage box to drop off a few things and just clear up my inventory, and also I managed to find some items that were left behind by Barry, which I will happily take some first aid spray and some more grenades for the grenade launcher, all of which are going to be really useful items later on. Well, hopefully the healing spray isn't going to be too important. I'd rather just not take any hits in key areas, but realistically I'm probably going to get hit and probably going to need to heal, so I'll be more than happy to take that off the floor. And it is around this part that I had a bit of a change of heart, and I decided that I was going to go instead to the Spencer office first, and then I would progress to the art room. Initially, I was thinking I was going to go to the art room first, but like I said, I just changed my mind. Which, from a routing standpoint, if you do pass the Spencer office first, it makes the most sense to go ahead and go inside, because you're going to immediately get rid of that key in your inventory, and there's only one item in that office anyway, so you're just replacing the key with the item that you need from that office. And then if you went to the office before the art room, then you're going to pass by that stairwell again and be able to just drop everything off in that storage box if you need to. So there's a lot less backtracking if you were to do it this way. But still, because of my indecisiveness, I ended up incorporating plenty of backtracking anyway, so it really did not matter in the end. Oh, and the door that I just went to get back to the staircase room, earlier in the playthrough, that doorknob is actually damaged. So anytime you go from the staircase room to the hallway with the Spencer office, it's actually a limited number of uses before it breaks and that route is no longer available to you. Now, it did not come up in this playthrough at all, but that is a thing. But, and you may have seen this already, there was a text that said at one point that the doorknob was repaired. So yeah, whenever you return to the Spencer mansion from the residence after killing Plant 42, it turns out Barry repaired the doorknob for some reason. Or if you're playing as Chris instead of Jill, I believe it's Wesker that fixes it. But yeah, in any case, that doorknob is no longer a limited use, and you can go through there as many times as you need to, which since I had to backtrack, that's probably a good thing. Alright, we made it to the art room that Trevor was describing in his note, and this one takes a little bit of explaining. You're going to need to push the statue into the art room. Whenever you go into the main art area, the walls start to close in on you. If you are not pushing that statue and you're not standing in the direction of the door that you entered from, the walls will crush you. You want to push the statue all the way to the very end of the room, and then once you're there and it's keeping the walls from completely closing in on you, you want to backtrack back to the door. And then there should be a new pathway that you can walk through, and at the very end of it's going to be a button. But you need to be ready before you push that button, because whenever you do push the button, the walls are going to start to go back to where they originally were, which is now where you're standing. so you have the opportunity of being crushed by the walls again. So whenever you hit the button, you need to backtrack all the way back to the beginning of the room and then all the way back through that door where you pushed the statue through. And then you're racing all the way to where you left the statue, and then you want to push the statue to the left side of the screen where there should be a button platform, and once you get on there, the walls will stop trying to kill you. And then suddenly a wall moves, reveals the hidden room that we were talking about in that note. We go in there's a hole in the floor, we jump down the hole, we find another copy of the Eagle of the South, Wolf of the North, which will contain something that we need here in a moment. And we also find a note from Trevor, and we'll go ahead and narrate that here in a moment as well. But this is the hidden room he managed to hide out in and maybe escaped from, although I'm guessing it did not go well for him. And I love how rather than attacking that spider was just backpedaling the entire time, just scared out of his mind, like, no, Jill, no, please don't hurt me. Just completely forgetting the entire time that I am a giant spider and I can just eat you. I have no idea what it is exactly with the AI for the monsters in this game at times, but for the spiders especially, they can behave kind of weird, kind of like that guy did. Anyway, back to the journal entry that we kind of picked up there back at the grave marker. Anyway, the note from Trevor that we found in the hole is going to be dated November 29, 1967. I can't get out. I tried every possible way to escape, but only to be faced with the reality that I am trapped. I've been everywhere. Laboratory with the large glass tubes filled with the formaldehyde, and then those dark, wet, and eerie caves. What can I do? At first I didn't want to believe my eyes, but that familiar high-heeled shoe in the corridor, it was like reflex. One name came to mind. Jessica. I don't want to believe they share the same fate as me. No, I can't give up. I have to hope that they are alive. And then the next date is going to be November 30, 1967. I haven't had anything to eat or drink for the past few days. I feel like I'm going crazy. Why is this happening to me? Why do I have to die like this? I was too obsessed with designing this ghastly mansion. I should have known better. And the next date is November 31st, 1967. It was a dark and damp underground tunnel. And another dead end. But even in the darkness, something caught my eye. Carefully, I lit the match, and I had to see what it was. A grave. But deeply engraved into the stone was my name. George Trevor. At that instant, it became clear to me. Those bastards knew from the beginning that I'd die here, and I fell right into their trap. But it's too late now. I'm losing it. Everything is becoming so far away. Jessica, Lisa, forgive me. Because of my ego, I got both of you involved in this whole damn conspiracy. Forgive me. May God justify my death in exchange for your safety. Signed, George Trevor. So yeah, things did not work out too well for Trevor after all. Mr. George Trevor ultimately ended up dying in that hole from the sound of it. And yeah, he tried hiding out here thinking that no one knew about what his experiment really was with the room, but apparently they did and they just left him to die. Pretty crappy way to go, starving to death and all, but, well, Umbrella does not have a very good track record of treating people well. Anyway, while I was narrating that in the background, you got to see me navigating the tunnels that Trevor dug a hole into. Those led me all the way back to the kitchen area where I took an elevator up to an area of the mansion we had not seen yet. And in one of the rooms was a battery, which is going to be coming in handy very shortly. And then eventually I made my way all the way back to the dining hall where I saved for the second time in this playthrough. And I took a little bit of a break, and now I am back. I loaded up that save, and we're ready to briskly head to the very end of the game. We're heading into the third portion of the game, in my opinion, and that's going to be the final one. That's mostly going to include the caves and one final area. The caves being something that George Trevor even references in that last diary entry. But before we go there, I went ahead and made a quick pit stop on the balcony above us in the second floor of the mansion. This is an area that's been available to us for a very long time, but I avoided coming up here because, well, while there is a powerful weapon up here, the grenade launcher, I really didn't want to have to juggle it around in my inventory until I absolutely needed it, and the time has finally come. In order to get the grenade launcher, we go up onto the balcony and we find the deceased STARS member Forrest. I believe he's part of Bravo team, but even so, these STARS members tend to know each other even if they were not on the same team, so Jill has a little freak out moment. And when it comes to Forrest, it's very important that when you pick up the grenade launcher, you immediately leave the way you came. Do not proceed forward into the balcony and investigate any further, or Forrest is going to get up and become a zombie. And he acts a lot like the Crimson Head zombies, where he's very fast and pretty strong. So getting away from him is kind of difficult, and it's going to take a good amount of bullets to take him down. Granted, you just picked up a grenade launcher, so it wouldn't be the hardest thing in the world, but it's probably better to go ahead and save those explosive rounds for more important enemies that you do actually have to fight, when instead you could just avoid Forrest entirely. But yeah, Forrest ended up getting killed by zombie crows, which I think is one of the only times I've ever seen anyone actually being killed by the crows in Resident Evil. They are an enemy in multiple Resident Evil games, but I don't think I've actually seen anyone ever fall victim to them before, with the exception of our friend Forrest. I'm not sure if that's really a distinction that you want to have, but he has it. And I am just making note of some supplies that were left behind by Barry. I considered taking them at the moment, but then I decided not to because I'm going to be backtracking through this area eventually anyway. And I'd rather not waste the inventory space because I might be cutting it a bit close once we actually reach the caves. Also, it is interesting that whenever you play as Chris, going to see Forrest really is not worth it. Like, Chris does not have access to the grenade launcher like Jill does. So since there is not a very strong weapon to pick up from Forrest, there's really not a reason to go see him whenever you play as Chris. So during this playthrough with Jill, that's going to be the only time that we go to visit Forrest. In my next playthrough with Chris, I'm definitely going to be leaving that out because, well, Chris is overall a more challenging playthrough for a few different reasons, and that tends to make getting the under 3 hour time frame a little bit more difficult. So I'm going to be cutting him out and anything else I can in order to make that 3 hours. But we'll get to that whenever we actually play as Chris. We are still playing as Jill, and we have everything we need to progress on to the caves. We just have to navigate back through the dogs, back to that little pool of water area where we used the crank to raise and lower the water. And then we have to go back to that little intersection where we could go to the residence and then put in that battery, use the elevator, go back to that crank area, use the crank to refill the water, go back the way we came, go back down the elevator, and suddenly the waterfall we created from manipulating the water is no longer there. And then we can proceed into the caves. Oh, and pretty much every step of the way we're avoiding dogs and snakes, so good luck with that. Although I feel like dodging the dogs and the snakes isn't the worst thing in the world. There are a couple of snakes that lunge out at you and are kind of really annoying. But after a couple of playthroughs, you tend to remember where they are, and that's the hardest thing in the world to dodge, even though I still screw it up from time to time. Like, I did get bit by one snake, and then I also got attacked by one dog on the way here, so obviously not perfect by any means. They can definitely still get you, although overall, for as many times as I had to pass through those areas, I think I did pretty good avoiding them. And after my efforts to avoid them, I now find myself finally in the caves. And it's time to go visit another STARS member.
Is that you, Jill?
Is that voice Enrico's?
Yeah?
You're alive!
Stop! Are you with anybody, Jill?
No, but why?
The stars are finished. Someone is a traitor. Umbrella set us up.
Enrico! Traitor? Who?
Alright, I hope everyone had the opportunity to grow very attached to Enrico and then suddenly have him ripped away from us before he really had any moment to impact the plot, other than letting us know that there is a traitor. Which, considering pretty much every ally character that we have in this game is acting really weird, yeah, I think they kind of gave that one away already. But we'll see exactly how that unfolds as we progress. Enrico happens to be holding a different kind of crank. I think his is the octagon crank and the other one is the hexagon crank, although I could be wrong about that. In any case, they are different, and you need the one that he has in order to progress through the caves. And I went ahead and equipped my grenade launcher because things are about to get a lot more hazardous in these caves. We're talking a bunch of hunters and something else as well. And man, I am starting to not be very good at this playthrough. got bit by a snake, got bit by a dog, got slapped by a hunter. Yeah, we need to start reducing some of that because I'm going to start burning through my healing items here soon. And yeah, this is a resource management game before anything else, so that's not a very good position to be in. So yeah, Jill, knock it off and stop getting hit. Alright, inventory management time. We don't need the old crank anymore. We only need the one from Enrico, and we're not going to be needing the shotgun for anything for the foreseeable future, especially in this cave. The grenade launcher should get us through pretty much everything that we can possibly encounter. So yeah, we're going to get all of that out of the inventory, give us plenty of space to pick up anything that we may need along the way, to include some more healing items after getting slapped, and some key items just to progress through the plot. And yeah, we're going to end up using the crank from Enrico to turn ourselves into an earthbender because we're going to be literally reshaping the walls of this cave in order to get through it. Like, there's a lot of weird design for the Spencer Mansion and its surrounding area, but this is some crazy shit. I really want to know how George Trevor went in here and manufactured rotating cave walls. Like, please show me the plans for that. Oh, and now we have the very next hazard in this cave that I kind of forgot about, and that's going to be the Indiana Jones boulders. So on more than one occasion, we're going to have to go ahead and harness all the energy we had when we were playing through Crash Bandicoot and find ourselves running from the boulder and just trying to survive. Which, fortunately, I do. It feels like avoiding these is not too bad in the remake. Alright, so this even more massive spider than usual is named Black Tiger, which naming a spider Tiger seems like it's going to be giving it all kinds of an identity crisis, especially when it's a giant zombie spider on top of just being a spider that's named Tiger. So due to all the emotional and mental turmoil of having that identity crisis, we're going to go ahead and put down the zombie spider with Jill. It seems like the merciful thing to do while it's having a psychological zombie spider breakdown. An interesting thing about Black Tiger is that you can completely avoid this boss battle. Now, I believe it's designed that you are intended to defeat the spider, and then once the spider is defeated, then you go to the webbed up door, and then you use a knife or fire if you're, a person with a fire weapon, which will come up whenever we're playing as Chris, but for right now we're playing as Jill, so she has to use a knife. She can cut through the webs on that door, and then go through it after defeating the spider. The thing is, you don't actually have to defeat Black Tiger before you start breaking up those webs on the door and escape. You could leave Black Tiger alive the entire time and go through that door so long as you manage to get the webs taken out before, the spider takes you out. Which, due to the odd behavior of the spider enemies, is actually easier than it sounds. So yeah, this is a very easily avoidable boss battle, but I intend to do every single boss battle at least once. So I'm going to go ahead and defeat Black Tiger with Jill, and then I'm going to skip him with Chris. Or her with Chris. I actually don't know if Black Tiger is a male or female. It really doesn't matter. The giant zombie spider. We're going to avoid the giant zombie spider with Chris because he's going to be struggling to get the under 3-hour time frame. With Jill, we have a lot more leniency, and that's why she is going to be the one to take down the giant zombie spider. And now we find ourselves in a puzzle room after defeating Black Tiger and also after dodging another boulder. Which I'd say the second boulder is easier to dodge than the first one if you know it's coming, because you just have to run a few feet forward, rather than having to run all the way down a corridor. So yeah, overall the boulders went really, really well. Although I seem to remember that back in the original Resident Evil, maybe it was the fixed camera angles, I'm not sure, but for some reason this area caused a lot of resets for me. Although in the remake it really has not been an issue whatsoever, so something about it's definitely easier for me. Anyway, I should probably explain what exactly is happening with this puzzle. The idea here is to get this statue on that circular pad in the floor and then use that to rotate its direction. Using the other statue in the wall at the other end of the room as a frame of reference, we know that we have to have the statue facing a specific direction to match that. And then once we have the statue facing that direction, we push it all the way to that wall, but opposite the statue that's already there. And then once both of those statues are in place inside the wall, we'll have access to a hidden item. And that hidden item is going to be related to the elevator that we saw just before we found Enrico and before he died. And yeah, once we have the statue in place, that little container in the wall is going to open up, and it's going to be a shaft ring or something like that. We need that in order to get the elevator working and to find our way out of this cave. So with that being said, we have to backtrack our way through all the chambers in this cave that we previously traveled through, which I'm on very low health, so that's mildly concerning. And that's because even though I'm low on health, there are still hazards along the way. Similar to what happened with Enrico dying, there should be a hunter popping up in this room where they weren't previously. Actually, where's the hunter at? Okay, maybe I'm mistaken about that. I thought there was a hunter that popped up in this room after you got the hidden item and started backtracking, but apparently not. So, okay, easy enough. Back to the typewriter room. We can go ahead and re-inventory everything and then find our way back to the elevator and progress on to the next part of the cave. All that worrying about my critical health for nothing. So, okay, up here is a really small puzzle, and you're going to go to the elevator power source and pull out the elevator shaft parts, and then you're going to combine it with the ring that you found earlier in the statue puzzle room. Once those are combined, go ahead and examine the parts. Once it's combined, you'll see that there are Roman numerals on the gold shaft part and the silver ring part. We're going to want to focus on the Roman numerals on the silver ring because those are going to indicate the order of the buttons that we need to hit in order to restore power to the elevator. So yeah, after quickly combining and examining that, you know exactly what order you need to go in, you hit the buttons, and then you're able to ride to the next area.
Jill!
Barry? Thank God you're safe.
You too, Jill. A noise I heard brought me down here, but I didn't expect to find a place like this. Have any idea as to what might be at the bottom?
There's only one way to find out.
What the hell is that sound? It could be a person.
Jill, go check it out. We had enough surprises for one day. I'll stay here and secure our escape route in case something happens.
Okay.
Okay, and while Barry decides to bravely stay behind and leave us alone to go investigate a strangely familiar moaning and groaning, we will find that the moaning and groaning belongs to Lisa Trevor, the individual from the cabin that knocked us the fuck out earlier in our playthrough, and we haven't really seen since then. I have no idea what she's been doing to kill the time, but she's here now and that's all that matters. While we were separated, we've seen plenty of letters, notes, journals, whatever, from her father, George Trevor, and his little crazy experience trying to escape the Spencer mansion after they decided that he was disposable, and they elected to just kill him. In the end, we found out that he did not survive his attempts to escape, ultimately being trapped and assuming that he starved to death, but who knows. Now, one thing that those journals did not elaborate on too much is what exactly became of Jessica and Lisa. Jessica being George's wife, Lisa being his daughter. Now, we know that they got captured at some point whenever they returned to the mansion from the aunt's funeral because somehow George recognized her heels, his wife's heels sound. It's kind of a loose reach, but whatever. In any case, the daughter and the wife were captured, and we see what became of Lisa, even though I don't know if the game has actually revealed that this is Lisa yet, so I guess maybe spoiler for this ancient game.
Barry!
And alright, we now see that Barry is back to acting sketchy as hell, nothing out of the ordinary there. At least he is being very, very consistent. And we'll get more information on that in the very near future. But we are going to be finally getting our answers about what exactly occurred to Lisa after her father was forced into hiding and died, and her mother were captured. Before we get the answers about Lisa and the answers about Barry, though, we have a little bit of another puzzle to solve. We have to get out of here. So Barry took the elevator out of here, so that route is no longer available to us, and whenever we ran around the whole little Lisa circle in the cave, we saw that there was one dead-end area where we pushed a crate onto an elevator, and, well, here it is now, getting crushed and giving us a new item. That item being a flamethrower, a broken one. But also while we're running around the Lisa Trevor circle, we may have seen a platform that could hold what looks like a weapon about this size. So what we are going to do is return to the Lisa Trevor circle after we get the broken flamethrower, and we're going to find our way to that platform in order to get out of here. Now, two things need to occur in order for that to work. First thing we need to do is run to a lever on the wall in the Lisa circle, and whenever you pull that lever, that rack that is about the size of this weapon will come down and allow us to put the weapon on there to support the, I guess you would call it a gun rack lever. And after we do that, that should unlock the door directly beside it, and we should be able to get out of there. Now, one thing that's worth noting whenever it comes to the Lisa Trevor circle is that whichever direction you decide to go in first is always going to be wrong. And what I mean by that is, regardless of the direction you decide to go, whether it is right or left, the first direction you decide to go in is where Lisa is going to pop up every single time, at least in my experience. So you want to go the direction that you don't actually need to go first, get Lisa to appear there, and then run backwards in the opposite direction, the direction you actually want to go. That way she does not block the path you really want to travel. So I'll have her pop up in the opposite direction of where the lever is, then I'll run backwards and then go back to the lever after she appears, and then I'll take the long way around the entire circle to get to the door, put down the flamethrower, and then once the door is unlocked, just get out of there. Because Lisa is not going to follow you outside of that circular room. And then we can finally start getting some answers about Lisa. And the remaining answers about Lisa mostly come in two different locations, one of which is in the decorative box that we just picked up in that little, I guess, living area for Lisa that's kind of in the sewers or the bottom portion of the cabin. And the last piece of information on Lisa is going to come a little bit later. Like, not a lot, though. We're probably going to be there in like 5 minutes or less. Which, that being said, there's really not much left of this game. We just got out of the cave area, which means there's really only one new area left in the entire game. And to get there, it's just going to require us to backtrack to the Spencer mansion, but not very far into it at that. We're going to be going back to the Grand Hall, and we're going to be going behind the staircase. Because behind the staircase, well, it turns out there's another passageway that we have not explored yet. We just needed 2 stone and metal objects in order to open it, and finally we have, well, parts of one that we can combine together to make one whole one, and on our way back to the Spencer mansion we can pull the one that we used to open up the outside area from that little mechanism. Yeah, we have the metal object portion of the other, but we're missing the ring for that metal object, and it is inside the decorative box that we picked up in Lisa's little dwelling area. But yeah, we can take that ring and we can combine it with the metal object to make the stone and metal object. But not only is there a ring in the box, there's also a picture and a note. So we will finally get a little bit more story on Lisa Trevor. I eventually open the box and then fly through the note left behind on the photograph of the family, but here's what it says. So it was titled A Family Picture and Notes. There's something written on the back in reference to the picture. There is a date, November 10, 1967, and it states progenitor virus administered. The test subject is named Jessica, and they were administered type A. And there's an additional note saying, plasmalizing of tissue during cell activation. Virus fusion, negative. Action, disposed. And then it references another test subject, this one named Lisa, administered virus type B. Plasmalizing of tissue during cell activation. Virus fusion, positive, but delayed fusion. And under body modification, they noted that they observed constant results. And there is a status listed as well, and it states continue protective observation. Now they also reference George here, and specifically there's an action in reference to him, and it is terminated. November 30, 1967, so we now know the day that George died. Now in addition to all the virus test notes, there's also a journal left behind by Lisa. Here's what it says. November 14, 1967, I feel dizzy after the shot they gave me. I don't see Mom. Where did they take her? She promised we would escape together. Did she escape alone and leave me behind? And then the next day, November 15, 1967, I found Mom. We ate together. I was very happy. But she was a fake, not my real mom. Same face, but different inside. Have to find Mom. Have to give face back to Mother. I got Mom's face back. Nobody can have my mom except me. I attach her face to me so she doesn't go away. Because Mom's sad when I meet her without her face. And then a couple of days later, November 17, 1967, but the 6 is left out. So things are starting to get a little bit illegible. From inside box. Scent of mommy. Maybe true mother there. Stone box hard. It hurt. Steel rope in the way. Can't see mother because 4 stones. And that's where the note ends. So we confirmed Jessica was disposed of after she failed the tests, so she's dead. Lisa was kept alive because her tests were somewhat successful, and she's been on a journey to find her mom ever since.
Jill, you're alive. I was worried, because I thought you were...
Start talking.
Calm down. I didn't want to do it. Believe me, I can explain.
Don't lie to me!
No time to talk. Jill, hand me my gun! Thanks, Jill.
Alright, we'll just go ahead and have a complete change of heart with Barry, despite the fact he was just holding us at gunpoint. Sure, you can have that gun back. Anyway, this is our final boss encounter with Lisa Trevor. And after having just narrated her note, this area should sound familiar. There is a big stone case in the middle of the room, and there are 4 stones being held by metal chains. Sounds a lot like what she was describing in that note, so keeping that in mind, we're going to go ahead and push these stones off the ledge until all 4 of them are gone. And if we investigate the stone casket, we will find one final note in relation to Lisa Trevor and her mother. I'll narrate that in a moment. I'll just go ahead and chat with Barry one final time before we leave this area.
I don't believe that thing's really dead. Leave this place up to me and go on ahead.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, sure. Why not, Barry? We just won't acknowledge whatsoever the fact that you were holding me at gunpoint like maybe a minute and a half ago. I guess that's not important. But what is important is the conclusion of the Lisa Trevor story, so let's go ahead and get back to that journal. It was titled A Family Picture, but it also had a letter. To my Lisa. Day by day, I can feel my consciousness drifting further away. The shots given to me by the men in white clothes made some of Mommy's itching go away. Today, they gave me another shot saying it was nutrition. When they give me the shots, Mommies can think straight, but Mommy's shocked and sad because Mommy's unable to think of you all the time. Mommy's afraid of forgetting everything, especially the memories of you and Daddy, what your faces look like, how we used to be together. They're all starting to disappear into somewhere dark in my mind. Oh, Lisa, I wish I could touch your face and hold you in my arms right now, so that I can hold on to our wonderful memories of you and Daddy. Lisa, we can't stay here any longer. We have to escape. Listen to me, Lisa. Our chance to escape is the next time when we go to the lab together. We'll both pretend that we are both unconscious, and when the man in white clothes is off guard, that is our chance. When we're on the outside, let's look for Daddy together. Okay, sweetie? Be strong, Lisa. And it is dated November 13, 1967. Signed, Jessica Trevor. Now, I'm not sure why, like, that middle portion of it starts to get a little bit illegible, but then the rest of it is written super clearly, but yeah, that was probably one of the very last things Jessica wrote before she died. And with that dialogue, we have kind of a completed story for Lisa Trevor. Her father died while trying to evade and escape the mansion. In the meantime, her mother and her were experimented on with different versions of the virus. The version her mother was given did not yield the results that Umbrella wanted, so she was disposed of. And, well, we found her remains. But Lisa was not as fortunate, at least not for a very long time. She was given the virus, she yielded results that interested Umbrella, so they kept her alive. To keep her compliant, they gave her people who looked like her mother to convince her that her mom was still there and wanting her to comply with what Umbrella wanted her to do. She didn't fall for it and started ripping off their faces because she was losing her sanity and believed that they had stolen her mom's face and she needed to hold on to it so that she could give it back eventually, and she wore it so she wouldn't lose it. She did eventually find her mother, but her mind was so far gone that when she found the stone casket that held her, she could not grasp the concept of her mother being dead. And on top of that, she could never move the stones by herself, so the casket remained closed for decades. It wasn't until our boss battle, where it was a lot less about fighting Lisa and a lot more about helping her, showing her the truth and giving her that closure, that the stones got pushed aside, the casket opened, and she saw the remains of her mother. And seeing her in that skeleton form, she finally understood and could wrap her head around the concept that her family was deceased. And at that point, Lisa just gives up and jumps off the ledge, presumably to her end. So yeah, that is the story of Lisa Trevor, and it's a really good subplot for this game. There are a couple of them, like Rebecca's subplot with Chris, and Barry's subplot with Jill, stuff like that, but I'd say the Lisa Trevor one is by far the best in the game, and is a very welcome addition since it was not part of the original game. Just overall a very tragic character and a welcome addition to the story. Anyway, I went on a little bit of a tangent there with Lisa Trevor, so I kind of need to catch up to where we are in the game and what I'm doing. So immediately after the boss battle, I went outside and found a fountain where I put the 2 medals I found in the Wolf of the North, Eagle of the South books, and I put those in the appropriate statues. Whenever I did that, it opened up the pool and I found an elevator that took us down to this basement lab. Presumably this is the same lab that Jessica was referencing in her little note. After evading some zombies and going deeper into the lab, I went into an X-ray room. And this is a puzzle where if you pick up the X-ray results and put them all on the board and flip the switch to where there's red light, you can see parts of the X-rays are illuminated red. And then there's also a body chart on the wall that breaks down what each of the organs are. And the puzzle here is figuring out which ones are illuminated red, taking the first initial for that organ, and then seeing what word they can form. And that's going to be important for determining a password for the computer later on. Also, I end up picking up a note. The note is regarding an individual named John and an individual named Ada, 2 people who are apparently in a relationship, John being a researcher here in the lab, and Ada being his girlfriend. Now, the name Ada is going to be very important in the next game, but for right now, it's just a random person in a note. So, keeping that in mind, we know there's going to be a password related to the organ pictures. And whenever it comes to the username, we can assume John or Ada might be one of those usernames, and the other name might be the password. And if you did assume that, well, you assumed correctly. So after putting all that information together, we ran to another room, hopped on a computer, put it in that information, used John as the username, used Ada as the password, logged in. One door has an additional password protection, so we go ahead and type that in. That's going to be the one that we deciphered using the organs, and that password is going to be the word cell, C-E-L-L. And then suddenly we have all the doors unlocked that we need to in order to progress through the lab. The first of the unlocked doors that we go to is going to be one that contains a machine that disperses nitroglycerin, or something of the sort. And while we were in that room, we picked up a film reel, and we also dropped off the MO disc. It's going to be one of 3 that we drop off and some specific disc readers. The reason for that will become clear a little bit later. And after we had the film roll, we navigated back up 1 floor, and then we went into a room with a projector. Well, actually, before that, we picked up an MO disc that was on a desk, but then we went into the projector room. Once we were in the projector room, we picked up 1 more MO disc, and then we put the film reel into the projector and took a look at the slideshow. The slideshow was of all the various different infected creatures, to include the dogs named Cerberus, the shark named Neptune, and also a diagram of the Tyrant that was referenced in one of the notes we found earlier. Oh, and at the very end of the slideshow, we have a picture, typical workplace stuff, but one of the people in that workplace photograph should look very familiar. And they should be looking familiar because he's kind of the only person that we know that likes to wear his sunglasses at night or indoors and pretty much at all times. In the organic bioweapon team picture, we saw Albert Wesker, our team leader, on the far right of the photo. Oh, and at the very end, there's a barcode with a number on it. That number is going to be used on the keypad to unlock a secret area in the projector room. But yeah, this picture reveals a lot. Mostly that Albert Wesker is involved with Umbrella, so we're going to have to deal with that at some point in the near future. But yeah, after using the keypad and unlocking the hidden room, we go ahead and pick up another laboratory key that's going to be useful for unlocking 2 more doors in the lab. Oh, and we also played the video that we found earlier in the game. It was the one that we found on the body of Kenneth. Now, there's nothing really too spectacular on there. Unfortunately, the only thing that we see on the video is him being eaten. So we get to see the moment that he died. After holding on to that video for basically the entire game, I was kind of expecting more. But I guess we got to witness the most horrendous moment of that man's life, so I suppose that's something. So yeah, we used the key to unlock 2 different doors in the lab. One of which was a morgue where we had to climb through the vents so that we could put 1 more MO disc in a disc reader, which just leaves 1 more disc reader and MO disc to go. After that, we ventured through the other unlocked door, which seems to be some kind of a generator room area, and there we found a bunch of spider monkey related enemies that we went ahead and took out. Now, normally I've been dodging a lot of the enemies rather than taking them out, but in this case, you want a clear path because we found a little generator of some sort that requires a unique type of fuel, which is where that whole nitroglycerin, well, it's not really nitroglycerin because it's a fuel, but the whole nitro component room comes into play. So we're going all the way back there to pick up some sort of a nitro compound fuel that we're going to walk all the way back to that generator. I do mean walk because it is very volatile. If you run, it can explode and kill you. And that's why you want to clear a path, because the enemies can also hit you and make it be very volatile and, explode and kill you. Well, actually, that's not entirely true. You can take some hits from some enemies. The key thing is that you don't run away from them, and I'm not really sure what firing a weapon will do whenever you're carrying that fuel, so it is just better to have a clear path. However, I've definitely screwed up and forgotten an enemy or thought they were deceased when they weren't, and then found myself in kind of a tough situation where I had to take some hits returning that fuel. So don't be like me, make sure it's clear, and then enjoy your walk all the way back unimpeded. And alright, this slow walk is almost over, we're almost there. Actually, now that I think about it, I was referencing the fact that you might have to take some hits if you forget an enemy. I forgot that this is a playthrough where that exact thing happened. So yeah, you're going to see me fire a weapon at least once, so it's not going to blow up on you immediately. And I also end up taking some hits from the spider monkey creature. But fortunately, I have plenty of health, and I managed to creep my way, just taking the hits all the way back to the generator. And then I immediately got rid of that fuel as quickly as I could, and then progressed on throughout the generator room. But yeah, that easily could have gone wrong a few different ways, so it's very fortunate that it worked out well, because it definitely could have been a run-ender, or at the very least I would have had to have reloaded back to that second save point and having to do everything in the cave, the whole Lisa Trevor thing, just all that all over again, which I really thought was going to happen, especially when the creature grabbed me by the neck and was just holding me off the ground as it was holding onto the ceiling. But yeah, having to reset due to something like that, when you're this close to the end of the game, sounds awful. And alright, we'll go ahead and drop off the very last of the MO discs here, and that means a room somewhere in the facility just unlocks. Now we just need to restore some more power for the elevator, and then we're heading on to the very end of the game. But yeah, that reset back there, if it were to have occurred, would have really sucked. Now I have attempted to beat the entire game in one run without saving whatsoever before. I have done it successfully, and I've also failed at it really close to the end of the game. So I can definitely say dying and having to start all the way back towards the beginning, it's kind of one of the worst video game feelings in the world. And even though this scenario would not be nearly as bad, it's still kind of frustrating. So yay, that did not happen. And alright, the elevator now has power, so we're going to go ahead and get out of this generator room and just dodge our way around all the spider monkeys. Which I have to say, looking back on this footage, this is probably one of the very worst attempts I have had at going through the generator room. Like, normally the spider monkey enemies are really easy to dodge. More often than not, they just run right by you. But I was just making a bunch of mistakes and giving them the opportunity to actually, figure out what they were doing and hit me, and I took a lot of hits from these guys. Which is kind of crazy, because I can't even really remember any issues with this previously. In fact, in the remake alone, I don't even know if they have hit me any other time. So it's kind of funny that one of my worst times going through the generator room happens to be a playthrough that I'm recording and putting on the internet. Oh well though, that's fine. Hopefully Chris does a little bit better than Jill in that regard. But yeah, we have a few cutscenes coming up here in just a moment, so I'm going to be going silent for the immediate future. Once we get to the elevator, the cutscenes will start, and this will really begin the conclusion of the game.
Jill!
Barry,
You could have at least waited up for me,
let's go. Wesker!
Thank you, Barry.
Well, what do you know?
Oh, don't blame Barry for everything. I hear that his better half and 2 lovely daughters will be in danger if he doesn't do everything I tell him to.
Wesker, you're pathetic.
Well, you shouldn't worry too much, dear. You'll be free of all this anyway.
Why eliminate stars?
Believe it or not, that's Umbrella's intention.
You're just a slave of Umbrella.
Smart girl, but I think you misunderstand me. The things you mention are nothing. I'll burn all of them along with this entire laboratory. Barry, go up on the ground and wait there.
Barry.
You gotta love Barry. He must really be afraid of Umbrella.
You and Umbrella took his family, you bastard. Oh!
Umbrella? Well, I used some carrots and sticks to cow him, but it had nothing to do with Umbrella. I just used Barry for my personal interests. Though both you and Barry seem to think I was following Umbrella's orders.
What? What are you planning?
I guess it's time for show and tell. It's magnificent.
For the sake of this thing.
You know, I hate goodbyes.
Barry!
Forgive me.
No, you're not to blame. It's Umbrella and Wesker.
Even if it meant my family, I couldn't bear turning my back on my friends again. Shit! Damn it!
Jill and Barry together. In hell.
You want a piece of me?
What? Premature.
No, Barry! You viral cultured freak!
Viral cultured freak might be the oddest insult I have heard in a really long time. In any case, we are now facing off against the Tyrant, who managed to give Wesker the backhand of doom, and this is a pretty easy boss fight. It honestly kind of reminds me a lot of Yawn the Snake. All you have to do is just run around a circular arena, and every time the Tyrant comes around a corner, you pop a few shots off, then you continue to run around the ring until he's back in your view, shoot again, and just never let him get close to you. And yeah, you just run in circles and shoot until eventually he falls down and you win.
Barry! Barry! You're okay.
Jill, sorry. That was careless of me. Wesker.
He's gone.
First, let's just get out of here.
So yeah, we ran around in circles just enough times to defeat the Tyrant, and now Wesker is also missing. I guess that means we still have a little bit more to do before the end of the game. But that only really includes escaping and then facing the final boss battle of the game. Fortunately, this is not truly the final battle of the game, so we don't get stuck with a really crappy final boss battle like that.
Self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel have to evacuate immediately. Deactivating and releasing.
Wesker must have sent it off. Let's hurry.
All personnel must evacuate immediately. Deactivating. Self-destruct system has been
as we make our escape, we are going to have rapid-fire cutscenes, so I'm going to be cutting in and out as those end up showing. But we do have a little bit of time here, so I'm going to go ahead and communicate the next objective. If you recall, we ended up with 3 MO discs that we put into 3 different disc readers, and something unlocked somewhere in the lab. Before we evacuate and save ourselves, we're going to check out what that locked door was and what is behind it. And I have to admit, around this point in the game was when things started to feel really tense for me. Because my goal was to complete the game in under 3 hours, and while I did not have an exact measurement of time that had already elapsed, I knew it was very close, like within a couple of minutes. Which made unlocking this door especially frustrating because instead of just pulling down all 3 levers since you unlocked all 3 of them, we have to go one at a time, just chewing up all the remaining time that we have, so I was not confident that I was going to be able to complete this under 3 hours, and I was starting to worry I might have to do the run over again.
Jill!
Chris, you're okay.
Glad to see you are too. Anything on Wesker?
We'll talk later. First, let's get going.
And yeah, there was really no hinting at it throughout the entire time we have been playing this game, but it turns out Chris was alive. And not only was he alive, at some point Albert Wesker found him in the mansion, I assume, and then somehow took him captive and locked him away in here. I guess that could have happened almost instantaneously after Barry and Jill ended up leaving the room at the very beginning of the game, and that's why Wesker ended up disappearing. That kind of makes sense, so I'm just going to run with that, but there really was nothing hinting at this throughout the entire time we were playing the game. In fact, there was really nothing that even indicated why the MO disc was so special to begin with. So if you weren't just going out of your way to try and find what that went to and then just kind of messing around and also finding the remaining discs and doing the same thing, you could easily just miss this. Like, it's a pleasant surprise to find out that the other member of our team is still alive and we can save him, but we had no way of knowing that's what we were trying to build up to with the MO discs. Like, we had no idea the stakes were even that high. But yeah, fortunately for Chris, I am trying to save every single member of the STARS team that I possibly can, so congratulations, you get to live through this game. Well, assuming Brad has not crashed the helicopter or something like that.
This is Brad. I'm running out of fuel. If there's anyone alive, contact me now or just give me a sign. I repeat, this is your last chance.
And if I do everything correctly from here, we should end up finishing the game with Chris, Jill, Barry, and Brad as the 4 survivors of this incident. Speaking of Brad, it is fortunate that he has not flown away yet, but I can't help but wonder why he has not radioed in for more help, considering that he saw us getting attacked at the very beginning of the game and has just lingered around, not knowing the whereabouts of everybody else. Like, Brad, did you not think we could use a little bit of help here?
3 minutes to detonation.
Damn it! We're almost there! Jill, you just get in contact with Brad.
No!
We can make it. Jill, ladies first.
Chris!
Would you let me have my moments too?
All right. We'll rendezvous at the heliport.
Alright, we're almost done with the rapid fire cutscenes. All we have to do is get to the very top, reach the helipad, find some flares, shoot up the flares so that Brad can see them, and then, signal to him that we are done with all the undead crap in this mansion and we want to go. Then again, I did mention that we do have one final boss battle to go, so
Jill!
You made it!
So, gee whiz, if you do not interfere, the Tyrant will pick up Barry and kill him. So yeah, you can actually let Barry die here, or, I mean, if you fail to do enough damage, not necessarily let him die, but fail to save him. Yeah, I did not know that for a long time, but apparently that is a thing that can happen. Which, on top of that being really bad for your ending, it also kind of sucks for this fight, considering that Barry does help to provide some pretty good damage on the Tyrant. So, oh hi Chris, didn't see you there. So let's not let that go to waste. Anyway, yeah, we get Tyrant round 2. Unlike the first time around, the Tyrant actually does a pretty good job of chasing after you from time to time. Yeah, he still does his leisurely stroll throughout most of the fight, but eventually he gets tired of that crap and sprints at you and also tries to give you the backhand of doom just like Chris over there. So yeah, being in a position where he can kill the person helping you, he actually chases after you and does good damage to you. We also have a timer that we're trying to beat. And knowing how epically we end up winning this fight if you are successful, this is a much better boss fight than the previous time that we saw the Tyrant. Like, this one is truly deserving of being the final boss. Could it still be more challenging? Sure, but I think this is pretty good, especially when compared to what came before it.
Jill, use it! Kill it, whatever it is!
Well, thanks, Brad. It's about time you did something useful in this game. And don't worry too much about Chris over there, he is still alive, he's just probably a little bit concussed after taking that backhand. Come to think of it, the head trauma from that might be how Chris rationalizes punching boulders in Resident Evil 5.
Jill, you did a fine job.
Thank you, Wesker. And the game comes to its conclusion after Jill uses the rocket launcher to shoot and blow up the Tyrant. And then not long after that, the entire mansion explodes as well. And yeah, I knew I was cutting it close whenever it came to getting under 3 hours for this game, and I was definitely right. In the end, we managed to finish the game with just about a minute and a half to spare, clocking in at 2 hours, 58 minutes, and 28 seconds. That would be a time good enough to unlock any of the items in the game that have a time requirement to them. Most notably, that would mean getting the infinite ammo rocket launcher. This kind of a playthrough also unlocks a few other things, you probably saw those pop up in the background. But yeah, that is the Resident Evil remake whenever you start playing through it as Jill. Next up, I'll be playing through the entire game again, but this time as Chris. And also, I'll be putting it on the hardest difficulty since that's now available to us. Which is definitely going to be interesting considering that Chris is the harder of the two characters to play through the game with. I mean, that's just my opinion, but I feel like there are probably a lot of people that agree with me out there, and I'll be sure to explain why whenever we start the game with Chris. But even though I know it's going to be pretty challenging, I'm very confident that I can do it considering that I have done it before. It was one of the requirements for Platinum trophying this game. But alright, I'm going to go ahead and finish up saving this cleared data, then we'll go ahead and start the game over again and select Chris. I'm going to be returning while playing through the remake of Resident Evil one more time. Previously, I played through the game as Jill. This time, there are a few different events that happen to... So first things first, I'm going to go ahead and load up the cleared data that I had from whenever I did play through the game as Jill. Even though we ended up unlocking a bunch of different modes and even some unlimited ammo weapons, none of that's really going to come into play here. I'm mostly just loading up this save so that I can select the hardest difficulty, which is something that you cannot do apparently from a brand new save. I ended up finding that out with Jill. And with Chris selected, we'll go ahead and kick off the opening cutscene of the game again. Now I'm going to show it one more time just in case anybody watching this video decided to skip the Jill playthrough and jump all the way to the Chris playthrough instead.
Alpha Team is flying around the Forest Zone, situated in northwest Raccoon City, where we are searching for the helicopter of our compatriots, Bravo Team, who disappeared during the middle of their mission.
Haven't found it yet?
No, not yet, Brad. Bizarre murder cases have recently occurred in Raccoon City. There are outlandish reports of families being attacked by a group of about 10 people. Victims were apparently eaten. The Bravo team was sent in to investigate, but we lost contact.
Look, Chris.
Bravo team's helicopter was a derelict. Save for the remaining body of Kevin. We continued our search for the other members, and it turned into a nightmare.
This way. Damn it! Make for that mansion!
Alright, and just like with the Jill playthrough, I'm going to go ahead and let this next cutscene roll, and I'm not going to talk during any of the cutscenes, but fortunately this should be the last one for a little while, so I have some uninterrupted gameplay.
There are only 3 STARS members left now. Captain Wesker, Jill, and myself. We don't know where Barry is.
Is everyone all right?
Barry. Where's Barry?
He's...
No. What was that?
I'll go and check it out.
All right. Jill and I will stay and secure this area.
Chris? Take care.
Yeah.
Alright, and obviously the first real difference is... I completely forgot that this game gives you the infinite ammo rocket launcher by default if you manage to unlock it in a previous run, so we're just going to have to not use that and then drop it off immediately at the first storage box we find. But yeah, I have no intention of using infinite ammo weapons since I make the run a little bit too easy, even on the hardest difficulty, so I will be getting rid of this the first opportunity I can and not using it at all. Otherwise, just infinitely blowing up enemies with no stakes whatsoever might be kind of boring to watch.
Wesker? Jill? Where did they go?
Okay, the rapid-fire cutscenes are now over, so we can talk freely and just continue on with uninterrupted gameplay. So what I was initially going to say before the rocket launcher completely distracted me was the first obvious change between Jill's playthrough and Chris's playthrough is the absence of Barry. So Chris and Jill both have their own respective companion characters. For Jill it was Barry, for Chris it's going to be somebody completely different that we're going to be seeing here momentarily. Well, actually it's going to be a little bit, but we'll see them eventually. And also speaking of the rapid-fire cutscenes, Chris does kind of have an advantage in his playthrough in that he has a couple less cutscenes than Jill does in the early game, so he can get through this a little bit faster since I'm not skipping the cutscenes. And on that note, not skipping the cutscenes is kind of detrimental to trying to get a low time since they still count against your in-game time. So I am putting myself at something of a disadvantage by just watching the cutscenes every opportunity I can. And speaking of why that is a disadvantage, it is one of my goals, just like whenever I was playing through the game as Jill, to finish the game in less than 3 hours. Now I said Chris had the advantage when it came to the early game cutscenes, but that is going to be one of the very few advantages that Chris has compared to Jill whenever, trying to clock in a low time. You may have already seen it since I've opened my inventory a couple of times now, but Chris has less inventory space than Jill does, which makes the resource management even more difficult for him than it was for her. You may have also noticed in the cutscene whenever Chris returns to the entrance hall that unlike Jill, who received a lockpick from Barry, the only thing that Chris got was the gun on the ground. So Chris does not have the advantage of having the lockpick to, pick simple locks. Instead, he has to collect these old small keys in order to open those locks, and they're one-time use items. So on top of having less inventory space, he has to also frequently be on the lookout for these one-use items that are going to take up even more inventory space than Jill had to take up. So yeah, even more resource management for Chris, and also you have to constantly be going out of your way for these small old keys. Just one more thing to distract you whenever you're trying to clock in that low time. And the trade-off for not getting a lockpick is that Chris has an infinite use lighter that is permanently part of his inventory and doesn't take up a standard inventory slot. Whereas with Jill, she had to pick up a lighter somewhere along the way on her playthrough that did take up an inventory slot. Now, that's not in any way an advantage for Chris because the lighter really doesn't come up all that often. I can only really think of 3 scenarios when you actually can use that lighter, and only one of them is truly useful. The lighter can be used to light the candles in the attic room where you push aside the bookshelf and you find the first half of the Moonlight Sonata. Besides that, there's also a fireplace somewhere in the mansion that you can light, and then it gives you a map. The thing is, you really don't need a map after you play through the game several times like I have. You kind of already have it memorized. And the third scenario, which I would consider the most useful unless you're trying to conserve time, is that you can light the dead bodies of the zombies on fire. The thing is, you need more than just the lighter to do that. You also need a canteen full of kerosene that, just like with your weapons, has a limited amount of uses. And then you have to go refill it. So as useful as it would be to burn the bodies of the zombies after you take them down, that way that later on in the game they don't return as Crimson Heads, well, it just takes up a lot of time and even more inventory management when Chris has less inventory room for him to manage. So not getting the lockpick and getting the lighter instead is actually a really big disadvantage because it just kills more time, and in exchange gives you an item that's kind of useless except for a couple of scenarios here and there that you're typically just going to avoid. And yeah, as bad as it is that Chris has less inventory, causing you to have to really be restricted in the amount of items that you can have and causing you to have to backtrack and go out of your way to do things more, and also having a much worse permanent item in his inventory, that's not even where the disadvantages end for Chris. There's even more stuff that kind of puts you at a disadvantage if you choose him, but we'll get to those later. And now for our first detour as Chris that we did not have to do as Jill. Alright, a fully clothed zombie was taking a bath for some reason. I'm just going to go ahead and grab the old key and then nope the hell out of here. So yeah, we did not have to do that whenever we played as Jill because Jill had the lockpick. But as Chris, like I mentioned earlier, we need those old keys in order to access certain areas. So that forced us to have to drain that water in the tub and encounter the bathing zombie. Which I now realize I haven't really been narrating what I've been doing in the background a whole lot, mostly just explaining the differences between Chris and Jill. And that's going to be probably a consistent thing throughout this playthrough because most of the puzzles in this game are not different between Chris and Jill. The only reason I went out of my way to narrate this aspect of it was because we're trying to go after an item that Jill did not need, being the old key. So unless there is actually a key difference between Jill and Chris like that, I'm probably not going to go out of my way to point out certain things because we've already covered it in Jill's playthrough. Like finding the green arrow, going down and reading the Book of Curses, picking up the sword key. All those are things that I did with Jill already, so I really didn't feel the need to go over them again. Nothing different really happens there. So yeah, unless it's something new as Chris, I'm probably not going to point it out. Plus, you can see the footage, and you'll probably get a pretty good understanding of what's going on. Alright, here is something that is different between Chris and Jill's playthroughs for me. I imagine that the staircase hallway is going to be a frequently trafficked area for Chris, so I'm going to go ahead and take out these zombies, and on top of that, I'm going to use an item that I did not use when I was playing as Jill, that being the canteen and the kerosene. In combination with the lighter, Chris, like I mentioned earlier, can set these dead bodies on fire so they do not resurrect later as Crimson Heads. So that makes it a lot safer for me running through this area several different times. Also, whenever you light that fire, make sure to run away from the body or else you're just going to hurt yourself. I believe that's going to be the only time that I burn the zombies in this playthrough though, because, well, it just takes a lot of time hunting down kerosene and then keeping that canteen in your inventory, taking up a much needed inventory slot. But it is one difference, so why not? We're going to go ahead and point that out. And gee whiz, the reason I am not setting that other zombie on fire is because when I was shooting at it, its head exploded. And without them having a head, they cannot become Crimson Heads later. So there's no reason to waste time trying to burn that body. Also, I managed to find another old key by the typewriter in that storage room, so we have 2 old keys at this point. I believe in total I only needed 4 of them to beat the game as Chris. You may actually need less than that, but I ended up needing 4 of them to do everything that I wanted to do in this playthrough. And man, I've been on a dangerous level of health for an uncomfortably long amount of time for as many zombies as I've had to fight or run by. But I'm just going to have to make that work for the foreseeable future because I don't have any healing items and I'm not going out of my way for any of them. So yeah, we're going to go ahead and pick up the dog whistle again, nothing different here. Although in that office area, since Chris has a lighter by default, there's no reason to go over to the desk because I don't believe the lighter is even there for him like it was for Jill. So instead we just pick up the dog whistle in the magazine and then we head on out. And I don't know why I went out that door because there's a zombie in my way that way and it's much easier to dodge him if we take this other door. And the reason for that being, if we take that door, all we have to do is run away from the zombie rather than dodge him and potentially screw that up and then cost us our life. Although I don't recommend trying to dodge the second zombie unless you just get really lucky or you're a lot better than I am. Instead, I just start shooting at the moment I hit the corner, and then I'd recommend playing with your volume on so you can hear when the zombie hits the ground. Normally I play my games muted after I played them a few times, but in this case the volume being on definitely helps because then I know when he hits the ground and it's a lot easier to know when I can safely run forward. And now we are on our way to the dog balcony, something that I went out of my way with Jill to have the shotgun for, but since getting items is a lot more tricky with Chris than it was with Jill due to the inventory and also needing old keys, we're just going to have to make it work with a handgun. And also the door to the dog balcony is the first time we need an old key. So yeah, that's the first example of Chris needing one of those keys where Jill could just get by with the lockpick. And fortunately for me, the dog balcony also has these static green herbs that you can use a limited amount of times. So finally us running around with a dangerous level of health has come to a conclusion and now it's time to face off against the dogs. Now I end up standing in this corner of the balcony because in theory I wanted as much space between myself and the dog. Although going to this corner was probably a mistake because I believe if I just stood in the corner by the door, whenever the dog rounds the corner at the other end of the balcony, I actually have more distance there than over here. Even though the auto aim would be picking up the dog while he was still off screen. By the time he finally got to Chris, he probably would have been shot to death and then we could just pick up the collar and go. But instead I end up making the mistake of going to this corner instead, taking some damage, and I mean it all works out in the end, but things could have went a lot more smoothly. The end result was I got sandwiched between 2 different zombie dogs, ended up taking a bunch of damage. I ended up defeating the one with the collar, but I had already taken so much damage I didn't risk it. I went ahead and went to the herbs one more time and got one more healing session done. And then I decided just to pick up the collar and bolt my way through the door to try avoiding that other dog entirely. But that doesn't work, he ends up attacking me and even latching onto my arm at one point, causing me to take even more big damage. So yeah, what should have been a very simple operation led to me ending up taking a bunch of damage from the dogs and then using up all the green herbs on the balcony. Not my finest moment, but at least I'm still leaving the balcony with full health. Although it would have been nice to have those herbs available for me if I ended up needing more healing later, but we'll make it work. Oh, finally some good luck. That zombie's head ended up exploding, and now we don't have to worry about him coming back later as a crimson head. Still 2 more zombies in this area that I have to deal with, but I'll take any amount of luck that I can get. Speaking of which, the zombie that went up the stairs went down the hallway and away from me briefly for some reason, so I could just run past him. That doesn't happen very often, so yeah, the good luck is really coming in for Chris. And after all that damage earlier, it's about time. Alright, and here's where we use the second old key because I want the old broken shotgun so that I can get the actual shotgun. Similar to Jill, there is a way to end up with the assault shotgun from Richard later, but that's far enough away that I don't really want to try waiting for it. I want a shotgun now so I can get through a bigger threat later. And with Chris's limited inventory space and also to reset that zombie, I'm going to go ahead and enter the storage room and drop off the broken shotgun to be picked up later. That way I have a little bit more inventory space, the zombie gets reset, and once he is reset, he should be a little bit easier to dodge. And I guess now is a good time to point out that with all of this inventory management, I'm just going to go ahead and start cutting out the storage container scenes because I'm going to be going through those items quite a bit trying to figure out what items I want to try fitting into my inventory as I navigate the mansion. Looking back at the footage as I am voicing all this over, there's quite a bit of indecisiveness and that eats up a lot of time, so I don't want to make everyone just kind of sit around and watch me fiddling around with the inventory slots. So yeah, from this point forward, we're just going to try and remove all of these storage container scenes, just to kind of speed this thing up a little bit. And that's kind of weird. I thought there was another zombie in this hallway, but apparently there's not, so I mean, I'll take it. Keep the good luck coming. I'm definitely not going to be complaining about having to dodge one less zombie. Although speaking of zombies I'm going to have to dodge, it is at this point the Crimson Head zombie that was previously on the ground finally raises up, presenting us with one more obstacle in the hallway of the Death Trap hallway. Or is it a Death Trap room? It looks more like a hallway to me. Anyway, in the hall outside the Death Trap hallway, that Crimson Head is now going to reposition and be waiting for us to run by. Something that we may have to deal with at some point, but we'll see what happens. But yeah, the gimmick here with the Death Trap is exactly the same as it was for Jill. Just swap out the real key with the fake key that you found inside the dog collar. But even though this is consistently the same between Chris and Jill, I guess it's kind of worth mentioning that this Death Trap here did not exist in the original Resident Evil game. This was something they ended up adding just for the remake. And that also includes the dog whistle and dog collar portions of this puzzle as well. In fact, there are a lot of things they added for the remake that I really haven't touched on up to this point. And since I'm not talking about the puzzles that are mutually the same between Chris and Jill, I may take those times as an opportunity to go ahead and talk about the differences between the remake and the original Resident Evil. Now overall, I feel like all the additions to the remake, they are very welcome additions and kind of make the game a lot better. There are only a couple of them that come to mind that are actually what I would consider worse than the original, or at least not as fun as the original. And cool, I managed to dodge that Crimson Head zombie as he was waiting around the corner. But yeah, whenever it comes to those less positive changes to the game, I'll go ahead and talk about those whenever they come up. Oh, and I mentioned earlier that one of my goals is to complete this game in under 3 hours. I guess this is also a good time to go ahead and mention the other goals that I have for this playthrough, as well as just both of the playthroughs with Chris and Jill. So in addition to finishing the game in under 3 hours, we're also going to have the goal of saving no more than 3 times. Typically I only save 2 times, but in certain occasions I have been known to save a 3rd time. So yeah, the goal is to keep it at 2, but definitely do not go over 3. Oh, and here is something we also did not do as Jill. I skipped over one of the most funny and memorable journals in the entire game. So much so, in fact, it also got quoted in the Resident Evil movie, well, one of them, the Welcome to Raccoon City movie. Like, this one's pretty well known, so I'll go ahead and narrate this journal. I know I just said I was cutting some things out in order to speed up this playthrough, but I have to stop and read this one. It's just good enough for it. Like, it feels wrong to have a playthrough of this game and not read this journal. It is titled Keeper's Diary. On May 9th, 1998, played poker tonight with Scott and Elias from Security. And Steve from Research. Steve was the big winner, but I think he was cheating. Scumbag. May 10th, 1998. One of the higher-ups assigned me to take care of a new creature. It looks like a skinned gorilla. Feeding instructions were to give it live animals. When I threw in a pig, the creature seemed to play with it, tearing off the pig's legs and pulling out the guts before it actually started eating. May 11th, 1998. At around 5 a.m., Scott woke me up. Scared the shit out of me, too. He was wearing a protective suit. He handed me another one and told me to put it on. Said there had been an accident in the basement lab. I just knew something like this would happen. Those bastards in Research never sleep, even on holiday. May 12, 1998. I've been wearing the damn spacesuit since yesterday. My skin's getting grimy and feels itchy all over. The goddamn dogs have been looking at me funny. So I decided not to feed them today. Screw them. May 13, 1998. Went to the infirmary because my back is all swollen and feels itchy. They put a big bandage on it and told me I didn't need to wear the protective suit anymore. All I want to do is sleep. May 14, 1998. Found another big blister on my foot this morning. I ended up dragging my foot all the way to the dog's pen. They were quiet all day, which is weird. Then I realized some of them had escaped. Maybe this is their way of getting back at me for not feeding them for the last 3 days. If anyone finds out, I'll have my head handed to me. May 16, 1998. Rumors going around that a researcher who tried to escape the estate last night was shot. My entire body feels hot and itchy and I'm sweating all the time now. I scratched the swelling on my arm and a piece of rotten flesh just dropped off. What the hell is happening to me? May 19, 1998. Fever gone but itchy. Today hungry and eat doggy food. May 21, 1998. Itchy, itchy, Scott came, ugly face so killed him. Tasty. 4// being the date. Itchy. Tasty. So yeah, that is a pretty awesome little journal entry because it does describe this person as they're descending into becoming a zombie. But it's also kind of hilarious because this would imply that a person who's becoming a zombie, and even after they became a zombie and ate someone, sat down and started writing a journal. I mean, granted, some of the zombies do some things similar to what their day-to-day activities previously were in this game, but I don't know, something about the image of a zombie sitting down and writing down a journal, that's kind of hilarious. And now that that is out of the way, let's go ahead and get the old key that we came here for. Well, crap, I didn't mean to use the grenade this early, but I guess we don't really have much of a choice. So yeah, the old key is in the closet, and so was this zombie. Which then I guess leads to a question. After reading that journal, do you believe that the person that was in the closet or the person that was laying on the ground next to the bed was the individual who was the author of that journal? And which one of them would you consider the person that was being eaten? Because I can see it going either way. In my personal opinion, I think the person that was in the closet was the individual who wrote the journal and ate the other guy. I mostly just think that because, well, he is an active zombie and he was beating on the door and trying to get out. Which would lead me to believe that the guy on the ground was the person that he killed and it just took a really long time for the T-virus to activate and then bring him back to life. Well, unlife. Whatever you want to call a zombie. Then again, I could also see the other argument where it was actually the person on the floor that ate the guy in the closet, and maybe he stashed the body in the closet so he wouldn't get caught. Or at least to delay how long he had until he got caught or had the opportunity to get rid of the body. And then, I don't know, maybe he passed out due to hunger after not eating anybody for a while, and then the one in the closet became active. I don't know, like I said, I can see it going either way, but I think the one in the closet ate the guy who was on the ground by the bed. And alright, we are approaching another change that happened in the remake as opposed to the original Resident Evil. And it's this hallway with these windows, where we saw a window crack earlier in the playthrough. We also saw that in Jill's playthrough. Now, I can't remember at what point exactly, but in the original game, we had zombie dogs jumping through those windows and then chasing you down the hallway. And in this game, that does not seem to happen. Because I have returned to this hallway after already having gone to the residence, killed Plant 42, and then returned to the Spencer Mansion, and still nothing ever jumps through those windows, and nothing jumps through them here either. So maybe there is a way to trigger enemies jumping through those windows at some point in the game, but it never happened for me in either the Chris or the Jill playthrough. That is also the case here on the dog patio as well, because those dogs just outside the fence line used to jump over the fence and chase after you at some point, but for some reason that does not happen here. So that makes me think they removed that in the remake. Now I don't know if what happens next was in the original as well, but let's see what happens. So yeah, the zombies jumping out of the windows and also that one breaking out of the bathroom, I had no recollection of that happening in the original. So I don't think it occurred, but I don't really remember all that well. So if it was something that happened in the original Resident Evil, feel free to let me know. Alright, I did not go in here as Jill because I really didn't have a reason to, but as Chris, this is where I'm going to find the fourth and final key that I'm going to be using in this playthrough. Now there are other old keys in the Spencer Mansion, other things that can be unlocked. But this is going to give me access to everything that I need in my playthrough, so that's good enough for me. And I am about to make another routing mistake going through a door that I don't need to be going to, and it takes me a moment to realize that I don't need to be going in that direction just yet. So rather than showing you me going into that hallway and then going further than even that, and then eventually realizing I don't have what I need and turning back around, we're just going to go ahead and make a cut at that door and just make it seem like I went in and back out. Because I want to go get the shotgun, but in order to do that, I need the broken shotgun, which is not in my inventory, so I had to backtrack all the way back to the storage box and pick that thing up. And alright, after that inventory management hiccup, I am good to go get the shotgun now. But yeah, previously I was talking about my goals, and I went ahead and covered the fact that I want to beat the game in under 3 hours, and also I want to beat the game with no more than 3 saves. On top of that, there was also the boss-related goal. That being that between Chris and Jill, I wanted to fight every single boss at least once. And that came into play because there are some bosses that you can skip. Now, I believe with Jill, I actually defeated every single boss, so that frees up Chris to kind of pick and choose whoever he wants to fight. So yeah, that goal has kind of already been accomplished. And also, I didn't mention this in the Jill playthrough because I hadn't really decided if I wanted to add it or not, but I'll go ahead and add it here since it's already something that we are on pace to do. The final goal is to complete the game with both characters without dying. I did not end up dying as Jill at any point, and despite a bunch of close calls as both her and already with Chris, we have not had any deaths happen, so let's go ahead and try and keep it that way. And I didn't really mention it because I'd already mentioned it in Jill's playthrough, but I'll go ahead and reiterate it here since it's something that can potentially cause your character to die. You do want the broken shotgun when going to get the regular shotgun because whenever you take the regular shotgun off of the gun rack, which is also a lever, the lever will then activate, and if you just leave it that way and try to leave the room, the ceiling will start to close on you and the doors will lock, putting you in a situation where you're going to be crushed by the ceiling unless you retreat back into that same room and put something back on that gun rack. And the something that you need is the broken shotgun. And alright, we went ahead and finished the stained glass painting puzzle, and we also picked up the death mask, and it is in this area that we needed the old key, because that fence door is locked and you need it to unlock that door. We went ahead and knocked that out, and that is the very last old key that we're going to need, and we're going to be good to go through the rest of the game without having to worry about that in our inventory. Although our inventory space is still incredibly limited, so we're having to stop here and drop off that death mask just so we have a little bit more to work with. We already kind of breezed through it, but we solved the stained glass painting puzzle, and I guess it's mention worthy that that also was different in the original Resident Evil. In the original Resident Evil, the puzzle still had paintings related to it, and there were still buttons underneath those paintings that you had to hit in a specific order, but in that scenario, the puzzle was you had to look at each of the paintings and they would represent a different portion of somebody's life. Like there would be infancy, a little bit older toddler, a young child, a teenager, a young adult, like a middle-aged person, an elderly person, and then there's also a funeral. And the idea here was that you wanted to hit the buttons underneath all of the paintings in the order of early life to end of life. And if you hit them all in the correct order, you would end up getting a hidden item, and I can't remember if it was a key or an emblem, but it was something that you needed to progress in the game. So yeah, here the puzzle changed a bit, and it was more of a color matching puzzle, and it also unlocked a secret area that was not in the original game. But some concepts for this puzzle definitely carried over, to include the crows for that matter. If I remember correctly, here and in the original game, as long as you got the puzzle right in the first try, the crows never bother you. They never leave the top of the stage, and you can continue to just go through that area without ever worrying about the birds attacking you. And here I am making another pathing mistake, and this one's a bit more significant than just the going the wrong direction, going in a door and having to go back through it again. Here I really should be going to talk to Richard instead of going over here to the night puzzle. That way I could go ahead and get that part out of the way and then go do something else that's kind of a time-related task. And then I could go over here to the night puzzle and do this while that time requirement is elapsing. But for the time being, I am knocking out the night statue puzzle, which, since I'm going on the topic of things that changed from the original to the remake, this is also something that was updated in the remake. Now, if I remember correctly, in the original, there were only 2 statues that you had to push. And the idea was to have them face away from the center of the room while also being on 2 very specific points. And then there was a button in the middle of the room. Once those statues were in place and facing the walls, you would go ahead and hit that and then get the item that you were looking for. So yeah, we're still pushing statues, but the concept is a little bit different here. And finally, I realized I really needed to go ahead and initiate the Richard part of the story, so let's go ahead and get that going.
You.
Chris Redfield, Alpha Team. We're here to rescue you. Richard, what the hell happened to you? Chris, this place... Get your team out of here. Demons everywhere.
Don't talk. He seems to have been bitten by a poisonous snake, but the size of the bite mark is huge.
It's not just any ordinary snake. Take my word for it.
He needs serum. I left it in another room.
I'll go get it.
Please hurry.
Hold on. I'll be back.
Alright, and just like we did with Jill, we found Richard, and now we have to run across the mansion, go pick up some serum to save his life since venom is now running through his veins from his encounter with the snake. Good old Yawn the snake. But unlike Jill, there was something different about this encounter. We got to meet Rebecca, another member of the STARS Bravo team. Now, Rebecca is a character that is specific to Chris's playthrough of this game. She is in no way available whenever you play as Jill. And Rebecca is going to be the companion character for Chris throughout this playthrough. She is essentially Chris's barryburton. And I have to admit, Rebecca is one of the few advantages Chris has over Jill. Because Barry will give you items at certain points throughout your playthrough, but honestly they're not that useful. Like, yeah, you get the grenades really early on in the game, but you're not really going to be using them towards the very end of the game. And even then, depending on how well you inventory, you may not really need what he gives you. On the other hand, with Rebecca, she doesn't give you any items like Barry does, but at different points throughout the game, she will heal you back to full health without you needing any items in your inventory. Now, I don't think that balances out Chris having less inventory space than Jill, but it is really useful, especially when compared to Barry. So yeah, I would still consider Jill's playthrough much easier to do than Chris's, but I will say that Rebecca is the better companion in comparison to Barry. Or at least more useful, because I do find Barry's story more interesting than Rebecca. I mean, Barry's whole family is basically being held hostage while he is forced to help out the main villain of the game. Rebecca lost her entire team, but besides that, she's kind of just here. She doesn't really do anything to enhance the story of Resident Evil. And on top of that, there are some required parts where she has to step in and help you that actually cause the game to be longer for Chris than it was for Jill. In fact, we're going to be hitting one of those moments here pretty shortly. So yeah, more useful than Barry, but also not really that great from a storytelling perspective, and at the end of the day, Chris is still the harder person to play through. So alright, we're about to return to Rebecca and Richard with the serum needed to save Richard, and then immediately after that cutscene, we'll see one of the examples of Rebecca actually making this playthrough longer.
Hope this is what you wanted.
Thank you. I'm gonna give you a shot now, Richard. Hang in there.
Here. Take it. It's a radio. Take care of yourself, Rebecca. Richard!
He's okay. He's just unconscious.
Rebecca, it's not safe here. Let's get Richard to a safer place.
Right. Richard's doing well, Chris. He should recover soon.
Good. Richard needs you now.
As soon as Richard gets better, we'll come after you.
Rebecca, you okay with a gun?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to continue my investigation.
Be careful. Okay? This room is equipped with all sorts of medical supplies. I could pretty much treat any wound. Want me to treat your wounds?
No, I'm okay. But if something should happen to me, I'm counting on you.
No problem. But we're very short on medical supplies, so take care of yourself.
Well, which is it, Rebecca? Are there plenty of medical supplies in here, or are we running short? Like, we can't have both things happening simultaneously, it doesn't make any sense. But anyway, whenever we're playing as Jill and we gave the serum to Richard, Richard was content just to hang out in that same hallway where he was basically dying prior to us showing up. However, here with Chris, whenever he shows up and Rebecca is also with Richard, and if you give him the serum at that point, instead of just chilling in the hallway, Rebecca and Richard and Chris are teleported here to this storage room on the complete opposite side of the mansion. Which I suppose you could plan around that and have some things to do on this side of the mansion still, but even so, this is super inconvenient. Like, ideally, I would still be in that hallway right now and then going to that back attic room and picking up half of the Moonlight Sonata, and then I would have nothing left to do on that side of the mansion, and over here where we were teleported, I could knock out all the remaining stuff here, and then it's time to go fight Yawn the Snake. But no, I still have to run all the way to the opposite side of the mansion, pick up half the Moonlight Sonata, then run all the way back to the other side of the mansion, knock out everything over there, and then return back to that other side of the mansion to go fight the snake. This is a super inconvenient teleport, and I have to say I think it runs up the time. Although we're not done with Rebecca running up the time just yet. And alright, enough rambling, I'm finally back to where we originally were, and we're going to go to that back attic room and go pick up the first half of the Moonlight Sonata. Now, I don't really have the ammo to be shooting around wildly here, so I'm going to dodge the hallway zombie and then go into the dining area. And we're about to witness one of the only times that Chris's lighter becomes useful, because I'm going to light some candles. Yeah, that's so much better than a lockpick that would cause me to not need to go looking for old keys all over the mansion. Yeah, who needs that whenever you can just have some mood lighting instead? Well, alright, I kind of forgot that was a thing. So, if you do not kill the hallway zombie, he will eventually barge in on you as you're lighting candles and pushing cases out of the way. And he's going to be pursuing you as you attempt to get around the other zombie behind that case and trying to get the first half of the Moonlight Sonata. Which, not to worry, I've gotten pretty good at walking my zombies. After all, it's very important that you walk your zombie. So I am confident I can handle making these two zombies do some laps around the table. And alright, that was a lot closer than I thought he was, and I almost screwed that one up. But we managed to escape that room without taking any damage, and that's perfectly fine by me. And we'll just go ahead and creep by this next zombie because I like having a full health bar. And now we can return to the other side of the mansion where we were very rudely teleported to earlier. Now I have everything I should need in order to knock out all the tasks that we have back on that side of the mansion. And the very first one I want to get going is the one that initiates a time requirement. So let's go ahead and get that knocked out, or at least get that started, and then we'll knock out everything else. And the task I am referring to happens to be the Moonlight Sonata, which we currently have the sheet music for half of it, and we're going to go ahead and grab the second half and combine the two. All of that's the same as what it was for Jill. Where it differs, however, is that Chris cannot play the piano. Now, I'm just shooting rounds to make some inventory space because Chris's inventory space completely sucks. There are no threats in here or anything else, but I just pop up a few rounds so I can go ahead and combine the magazine with the handgun, and then suddenly we have an empty inventory slot, which we really need right now. Anyway, as I was saying, Chris cannot play the piano. He doesn't know how to read the music, he doesn't know the keys, doesn't know anything. So that raises the question, how do we solve the piano puzzle without somebody who can play the piano?
It's me, Chris.
Rebecca.
That sounded like Moonlight Sonata.
Can you play? Oh, what was that?
My interpretation is off a little. Let me practice for a while.
Sure. But don't get too carried away.
Oh, I won't.
And alright, Rebecca is how we get around this problem. She can kind of sort of play the piano. The only thing is, she's kind of rusty and having trouble reading the music, so we have to let her practice for a little while. Now, this is a time requirement. There's nothing that you have to achieve prior to her being able to play that music. You just have to wait out the time requirement, which I don't really know how long it is, but it is best to initiate that as soon as possible and then go run the rest of your errands and then pick her back up whenever this is all over. Then you can go ahead and go through the emblem, the clock, and do all that fun stuff. And that's why I said that I made something of a mistake earlier knocking out that night statue puzzle. Instead, I really should have went to Richard and got him the serum first, and then I could have picked up the Moonlight Sonata music and then started this whole time trial. And at that point, once the timer was started, I could go do the night statue puzzle along with all the other stuff I need to get the rest of the death masks. And by then, Rebecca would be most likely done practicing the piano, and then we can move forward with the plot. So yeah, this is another reason why Chris is a much harder playthrough whenever you're trying to get a low time. Because even if you were doing everything well, you still have to wait on Rebecca. Which, depending on how you plan out the game, could result in you waiting around for her to practice even longer than you need to, and it just runs up the time. And the difference here being that Jill already knows how to play the piano, so the moment she walks into that room and has the sheet music, she can just go ahead and play the song, and there's no waiting for anything. But alright, I'm now done on this side of the mansion, so let's check back in on Rebecca and just fingers crossed hope she's done. And nope. I walked in, the music was sounding off immediately, which let me know that she has not figured it out yet, which means we have some more time to kill. But unfortunately, I'm now done running everything around that I really needed to, so now I kind of have to improvise and just kill some time. And I guess I'll go ahead and drop off the death masks. Ideally, I wouldn't be doing this right now when I would just drop off all the remaining masks all at the same time, but I guess that's just not gonna happen. I mean, I guess it could still happen, but since I have time to waste anyway, I may as well try to be productive. But there's no way around it. We're just losing time here for no good reason other than that I did not plan this out very well. Now, it's not the end of the world. I can still get under 3 hours, but this is a bit of a bummer. It's running up the time. It could have been totally prevented, and yeah, we're just going to try and make the best out of this. So yeah, if we go ahead and add having to waste time for a timer that I can't even see to everything else that's kind of either gone wrong or been made more difficult by the inventory spaces or the not having the lockpick or just any of the other things I've mentioned so far, there is not a doubt in my mind that Jill is the easier character to play through the game with. In fact, that's the whole reason I started off with her instead of Chris. Like, I've played through this game a bunch, but even so, it's been a few years, and I figured that going with the easier character first would be a good opportunity to refresh my memory on how everything is in this game. And that's also why the order of the videos being released was Jill's playthrough first and then Chris, because I figured I would go with the character that I would recommend someone else play through the game with first. And that's definitely Jill. And then I would use Chris, the character I would recommend following up that playthrough with. So yeah, I'm going in the order of the characters I would recommend any new person playing this game to try. And as we continue to kill time, that area where we dropped off the death masks, yeah, that's another thing that was not originally in the original Resident Evil. That was something that was also added for the remake. The death masks were not a thing back then, which I think is a cool addition. It kind of replaces finding different emblems back in the original Resident Evil, so, I mean, the concept is similar. Anyway, I think we've done just about enough stalling for time. We'll go ahead and go all the way back to the piano room and check on Rebecca Chambers and just hope that finally she has it down and she can play through the entire Moonlight Sonata flawlessly.
Chris! Chris! I think I got it!
Practice makes perfect.
What's this?
Congratulations, Rebecca. The ghost of Beethoven is no longer disappointed in you. But alright, let's go ahead and do the switcheroo with the emblems. Check out the George Trevor diary, even though I'm not going to narrate it again since I already did that for Jill. And let's go back all the way to the dining room and go solve that clock puzzle and get the key that we need to go fight our favorite zombie reptile. Oh, and I didn't mention this earlier whenever I was reading the Itchy Tasty journal, but the speed at which I go through George Trevor's diary here is the speed I go through all of the diaries. And that includes the one that I narrated earlier. So what I did was I'd wait on a page for like maybe a second and then flip to the next and then continue doing that until I reached the end of the journal. Whenever I was narrating though, I'd go ahead and just copy that 1 second or so that I spent on that page and then just paste it over and over and over again until I was done with my narration. So even though it took me a little while to read through the entire journal and all the pages were available while I was reading it, in real time when I was playing through this game, I was just flying through that journal. I spent maybe 10 seconds on it. So yeah, gee whiz, that's kind of what that looked like in real time and what it ended up looking like after I got done editing it. Anyway, the clock puzzle. After we do the switcheroo with the emblems, the clock opens up and we just need to reference the painting right beside the clock. Now it's two people dueling with swords. The longer of the two swords is going through someone's head and the shorter of the two swords is going through someone's torso. And then if we go to the clock, that's an indication that we need to switch around the arms on that clock so the long sword is going through the helmet and the short sword is going through the armor. Or excuse me, the long hand of the clock needs to be going through the helmet and the short hand of the clock needs to be going through the armor. Essentially matching up with what you saw in the painting, then it opens up and then you receive a key that we need to get to the key that we need in order to get to the locked attic on the other side of the mansion where we can face off against Yawn the snake. I wanted to make a point to reiterate that because I believe during Jill's playthrough I was narrating George Trevor's journal whenever I was solving that puzzle, so I figured it would probably be good to explain that one more time while I was still kind of sort of in the area of the clock. Anyway, enough talking, let's go ahead and have our first boss encounter. As you can tell, Richard does not kick down the door to help out Chris like he did for Jill. So we are just soloing this encounter, and also, unlike Jill, I am not wasting any bullets on Yawn the Snake while I am playing as Chris. Richard is not here to pass on his assault shotgun after the fight, so we'll have to go ahead and get that gifted to us by Richard in some other way later on. And we cannot kill Yawn in the very first encounter, so there is no point in fighting just yet. Instead, we just grab the death mask and then tell Yawn as we are leaving the attic that we will be seeing him later. And then once we are done in the attic, we'll go ahead and finish up the death mask puzzle. So I mentioned that there are a bunch of changes between the original Resident Evil and the Resident Evil remake. There are only a few that I did not like. Well, Yawn happens to be one that I both like and dislike. I really like his redesign. I think as a snake he looks really, really good. But that first encounter with Yawn is not as exciting as it really should be. As it is, you just make a circle around the attic and use the poles as a level of separation between you and Yawn, and because of his really big body and his inability to turn around, you can pretty easily dodge him and you're just running up and getting the mask and then running out of the attic and then you're done. Now granted, you could do that in the original as well as far as I can remember, and just like here in the remake, you cannot defeat Yawn in the very first encounter, it takes 2. So the reason why I would consider this kind of a detrimental change is because, oddly enough, improving upon the physics of the game actually makes Yawn a lot easier. Back in the original game, the physics of Yawn did not work the way you might expect. Back in the original game, Yawn was still an exceptionally large enemy model, but Yawn could also do this really weird thing where he could turn around, and he could go through his own body. Like his midsection and his tail did not get in the way. So it's like the physics of the game didn't tell the snake that his body was there. And that allowed him to do these perfect 180 turns at times, so you couldn't really get behind him safely. At least not consistently. And that did make him a little bit challenging. And also I think the attic design was slightly different as well, because you could run up and get the mask just like you do in the remake, but it was in a slightly sectioned off portion of the attic, and if you went and got it and timed it wrong, Yawn could corner you and keep you cornered in the attic. So yeah, if I am remembering that correctly, there was a good amount of risk whenever it came to just going for the mask and not actually fighting the snake. Here in the remake though, there's really not a risk because the physics of the snake don't allow him to do those 180 turns anymore, and I don't think you can really get cornered in that attic. So yeah, I would consider Yawn not necessarily a positive change as far as a challenge goes, but hey, at least he looks really intimidating. But anyway, we went ahead and finished up the death mask puzzle, and we took out the Crimson Head, and now we're making our way to the cabin in the woods. So yeah, that whole death mask puzzle thing wasn't in the original game. Crimson Heads were not in the original game either. So that whole part that we just finished was not previously in the original game. Although I would definitely consider the Crimson Heads a very welcome addition to the game. In fact, if you did not do any research into the remake and you had only had experience playing the original, then you most likely were in for a really good jump scare whenever the first Crimson Head zombie raised up off the ground. Because you were conditioned in the old original game that once they were on the ground like that and bleeding, they were not getting back up anymore. It was finally safe and you were good to go. And I imagine a lot of other people like myself had a false sense of security with that logic going into this game. So whenever that happened for the first time, it was definitely something that completely would catch you off guard and, like I said, give you a pretty good jump scare. And then on top of that, the Crimson Head zombies aren't exactly pushovers either, depending on the weapons that you have, so it was fun having a new challenge and some new strategy going into the game whenever I picked up the remake. So yeah, definitely a good addition for the Crimson Heads. And while we are continuing the topic of things that are in the remake that were not in the original, pretty much everything in this outside area that I am currently going through, this path to the cabin, none of that was in the original. All this is pretty new. Well, it was new in 2002 anyway. And then it was also new for me when I finally did get around to picking up the remake, and I did not realize there was as much different between this and the original as there was whenever I started playing it. That was going to be a pretty one-for-one remake. And I was definitely wrong about that.
Respond. Wesker? Monster chains. Tree. Not says. Wave. Woods outside the man.
And just like with Jill, Chris is going to completely ignore the instructions of his comrade and then go running straight into the woods that Wesker was warning were a dangerous spot. I'm sure that's going to work out just fine. And my timing was definitely off whenever it came to solving this weather vane puzzle. Like, regardless of if it was the first one or the second one, I did not land on the direction I actually wanted on the first try, so I had to go ahead and start it up again, let it spin for a little while, and then hopefully do it right the second time around. And this is not hard. But surprisingly, I had trouble getting it to land on the direction that I wanted it to, so it took a couple of attempts. Not a huge setback in time or anything, but it is kind of annoying whenever it doesn't work out for you. Especially whenever it's something kind of easy like this. And hello, murder birds. You stay on your side of the cemetery, and I'll stay on mine, and I'm just going to go ahead and get out of here. Alright, the ominous moaning and groaning and the sound of something like dragging chains, which kind of matches the description of what Wesker was talking about on the radio. Remind me again why we're going into the woods after we heard that? Like, I'm beginning to question your decision making here, Chris. And this was long before the days of you punching boulders, so I feel like your bad decisions go back even further than I realized. And alright, we finally made it to the creepy cabin in the woods. Let's go ahead and go inside and find the Necronomicon and summon the Deadites and get this game going. The awkward redirection that happens whenever you go through different transitions for the fixed camera angles in this game is causing me to just kind of go back and forth between these two different scenes. And it's also kind of making this really small staircase the ultimate boss of the game. Like, Resident Evil does this awkward thing where every single scene has a fixed camera angle. And it is cool for building tension, but it does come with some problems from time to time. And it does not necessarily keep you going in the same direction the entire time. Like, to progress through a room, you may have to hold the up button to get to the other side of the room. And then the camera angle changes to the next fixed camera point, and then up may no longer be taking you in the same direction it was before. Instead, you may have to hold the left button to continue in the direction that you wanted to go in or something like that. And alright, we went ahead and got the crank handle, and we also got our customary greeting from Lisa Trevor, as is tradition at this point. So it is now time to progress on back the way we came, go all the way through the woods again, through the cemetery, back to that little, I guess, utility shed, and then we'll progress on to the next area until we get to the residence. But yeah, that greeting from Lisa Trevor, it is truly tradition at this point. I believe there's only one time ever for me that I've managed to get around her without getting hit. I'm sure there's some sort of really good tactic for it, but I've never looked it up, and for some reason everything that I've ever done has not worked out too well, with the exception of like one time. So I've just kind of gotten to the point where I accept the fact that I'm going to get slapped by Lisa Trevor at least once per game. Well, besides the guaranteed slap over the head that you get from Lisa anyway during the cutscene. So I guess 2 slaps per game. And perhaps we could have avoided getting clunked over the head a couple of times by Lisa had we just listened to Wesker on the radio originally. Granted, we would also be without the crank, and we probably would have eventually had to go to the cabin anyway, but I don't know. I just kind of feel like there might have been some other better alternative out there. Like, literally anything that did not result in Chris getting a concussion from Lisa Trevor.
This is Brad. Come in, Stars Alpha Team. Come in. Does anybody hear me?
This is Chris.
This is Brad. Stars Alpha Team. Bravo Team. It doesn't matter. Respond. I repeat, this is
Brad! This is Chris! Brad? Damn. Thing's broken.
But now as I'm kind of going back over the events, I'm realizing that Wesker was the one talking to us on the radio. Well, he was the one warning us about Lisa Trevor anyway, the person in chains. Obviously the person that we were just talking to or trying to talk to on the radio was Brad. Just, trying to keep my conversation, my thought process clear here. But yeah, I'm wanting to point out that Wesker was the one trying to warn us about Lisa whenever we were first going into the woods and trying to go towards that cabin. Which is worth pointing out because whenever we were playing as Jill previously, it was Barry on the radio. So that is one little difference between Chris and Jill, since Barry is not in Chris's playthrough. So something else comes to mind that I think is kind of funny. Whenever I was playing through the game with Jill, we eventually found Chris, and Chris got the backhand treatment from the Tyrant, and the backhand was so hard it knocked out Chris. And I made the joke that that severe of head trauma might be why Chris thinks punching boulders is a really good idea in Resident Evil 5. Although unless you're playing horribly here with Chris in his own playthrough, you're not going to get the backhand from the Tyrant. However, I'm now realizing that we do get clunked over the head by Lisa Trevor, where Chris did not get that treatment in Jill's playthrough. So no matter which person you select, whether it is Jill or Chris, the character of Chris is always going to get some kind of crazy head trauma in this game. Which means that joke also works here because Lisa Trevor may have been the one giving Chris such severe head trauma that he likes to punch boulders in Resident Evil 5. No matter who you choose, there is an explanation for that crazy decision all the way back here in the first Resident Evil, and I love it. And alright, it is raining snakes again. I don't know why, but whenever I was a kid playing Resident Evil, I just always assumed these were Yawn's babies. I mean, it kind of makes sense. He managed to use his venom on Richard, and these things can poison you, so sure, why not? They could be related somehow. But yeah, we are quickly approaching the very first save point of the game, which is going to be in the residence. And that is going to be where I take my first break of the game, and then we're going to be returning. Well, break for me. It's going to be a pretty seamless transition for anyone watching this video. But yeah, then I will be returning and dealing with all the deranged wildlife within the residence and any more zombies that may be just hanging out in there. And alright, I am back. And as I previously said, it is finally time to go ahead and explore the residence and see what all is going on here. Which, if you saw Jill's playthrough before this one, not a whole lot has changed between her and Chris. I think they basically have about the same number of cutscenes as each other, although the ones for Chris happen in different places and with different characters than they did for Jill. Like for example, Jill goes to room 002, and then she overhears Barry talking to someone about stars being destroyed, and then Barry tries playing it off like he was just talking to himself. Now Chris, he does not have any sort of a cutscene in room 002 and does not get that kind of clue from Barry because, well, there is no Barry in Chris's playthrough. Although Chris does get his own cutscenes in the residence and gets his own plot points as well, so we'll get to those in just a moment. We ended up getting everything that we needed from the bar area here in the residence, and this time around I actually managed to avoid the spider without taking any damage. The spider was a bit more fortunate against Jill, getting at least one hit that poisoned her the last time I was here, but with Chris he didn't have any sort of trouble, so that's pretty good. Oh, and I did get on a bit of a trend of talking about this remake versus the original Resident Evil, and that little bar area is a little bit different here than it was there. Now, I don't remember everything there is about the original Resident Evil, so there are some things I might not be recollecting as clearly as I possibly could, but when it comes to that bar area, if I remember correctly, it wasn't a multi-level bar area where you were starting off on what was basically the second floor, you go down some stairs to the bar, or you go up some stairs to a pool table. If I remember correctly, in the original game, it was all just one floor. And also, I believe the clues are a bit different here in the remake as opposed to what they were in the original. Here in the remake, you have to look at the candles and figure out what the color of those candles are, and then go look at the pool table and try and figure out what ball is corresponding with the color of that candle, and then what the number is on that ball. And that gives you some clues as far as the passcode needed to enter a certain door in the residence. And in the original, I think you only needed to look at the pool table and then the sticks were pointing at certain balls, and that was your clue. Now I don't bother looking at those clues because I have no intention of ever opening that door. The reason for that being the door I'm referring to is for a little chemistry area here in the residence where, if you chose to do so, you could concoct the J-Volt, the V-Jolt, whatever it's called, the chemical that can be used to help you kill Plant 42. But rather than make that chemical, I am just going to be using Chris here to shoot that plant as much as possible until it eventually dies. There is a scenario where Chris ends up getting constricted by Plant 42, and then Rebecca has to step in and save him, and you get to control her a little bit. And it's her that goes into the chemistry area and then concocts that chemical. But to get into that chemical room, you do have to know what the code is, or we know what the clues were to try and figure it out. So yeah, that's where that would have come into play. The thing is, making that chemical is a much more time-consuming process than just shooting the plant with Chris. So I made sure not to fulfill the criteria needed for Rebecca to step in and help you, because her helping you actually makes things take much longer. And the same concept is true for Jill as well. That's why I did not mess around with that room at all whenever I was doing her playthrough. So in both scenarios, there's really no reason for you to look at those clues or to go into that room, depending on the decisions you make throughout the game. Now, I could be wrong, and maybe that is the faster way of approaching Plant 42, but in my opinion, it's better just to not do all that and just shoot the plant. Now, if you find yourself needing to open the chemical room or just want to explore that scenario, if I'm remembering correctly, the code is always going to be some combination of the numbers 3, 6, and 5. Although, depending on the playthrough, I believe that code does change. It'll still be some combination of those numbers, but say, if the last time you went in there it was 3, 5, 6 that you had to enter in order to enter the room, it may not necessarily be that the next time. The next time it might be 653. But in any case, it's always going to be a combination of those 3 numbers, and there are only so many combinations you can possibly have for 3 numbers, so you shouldn't really have to try too many times before you figure it out. Now, we are about to be in the Aqua Ring, and I have to say this is one of the areas that got changed the most in this game. In the original Resident Evil, it was essentially just one square hallway with a big aquarium in the middle that was broken. And then all the water had already poured out and then had flooded that hallway, and then we had 3 sharks in that hallway. And the sharks were nowhere near as big as they are here in the Resident Evil Remake. And yeah, also here in the Remake, it's definitely not just a square hallway. Like, it is a multi-level aquatic area, and it is awesome, and they definitely changed a lot here. And I already kind of made this observation or joke back during Jill's playthrough, but it definitely feels very reminiscent of Deep Blue Sea, which, I mean, I'm fine with that. This area definitely needs some improvements, and there are definitely worse things you could have done than ripping off Deep Blue Sea and then just putting in zombie sharks. It's kind of cool, it kind of works, and I'm digging it. Anyway, let's go ahead and check out the change.
Richard! Chris! Chris, stop! No! Richard.
And now we know that no matter what decisions we make whenever it comes to Richard, everything is going to result in basically the same thing happening. If you end up saving Richard by giving him the serum, eventually he is going to be eaten by some form of wildlife turned into a zombie. If you're Jill, he ends up getting eaten by Yawn the snake. If you are Chris, he ends up getting eaten here by Neptune. So yeah, Richard is always doomed to be some animal's dinner. And yet, at no point is there any way to save him. Inevitably, he is going to die and be eaten by something. So yeah, that is the unfortunate fate of Richard and the bad luck he has in this game, but what if it was not just bad luck? Like, I'm over here just playing around with some crazy little theories, just some hypothetical scenarios that definitely are not true in any way whatsoever, but I'm having some fun coming up with them. Like, I'm imagining an unseen scenario where Wesker and Richard are out chilling, maybe having a drink at a bar sometime, long before the Spencer Mansion incident. But of course, Wesker is already planning to kill off Stars, but for now, he's just having a drink after work. So Wesker is trying to get creative with his ways of destroying Stars, and he asks Richard a would-you-rather style of question. Would you rather be eaten by a giant snake, or would you rather be eaten by a giant shark? And drunk Richard thinks that over, even though it is an odd question, but he answers it, just thinking to himself, sure, why not? It may be a weird question, but this is Wesker, my superior. It's a good chance to get to know him and bond and yada yada yada. I mean, it is just bullshitting with a coworker, so I'll play along. And then there are 2 different realities. In the Jill reality, Richard answered by saying he'd rather be eaten by the giant snake. But in the Chris reality, he answered with a giant shark. And it turns out it was not just a random drinking would-you-rather question. Wesker then begins planning a super specific scenario where Richard then has to encounter the very same animal that he said he would rather be eaten by. And then Wesker would do everything in his power to make sure that he was eaten by that animal. And that is because Wesker is cartoonishly evil, like mustache twirling kinds of evil. Now that is my random non-canon as hell inclusion to the Resident Evil story. Richard being eaten by an undead animal is not a coincidence, and Wesker orchestrated these highly specific scenarios because he was, kind of bored. And while he was bored, he just wanted to see Richard get eaten by either a snake or a shark. And whether it was getting eaten by the snake in the attic or getting eaten by the shark here in the aquatic lab, somewhere where we cannot see, Wesker is enjoying the show and laughing his ass off and just maybe having some popcorn and just having the best night of his life. Alright, and with that little bit of imagination now out of the way, we have descended further into the aquatic lab. And I'll also go ahead and pick up Richard's assault shotgun, since this is where Chris can finally get that shotgun. And this is going to be another big difference between the Resident Evil remake that I am currently playing and the original Resident Evil. Now, that whole draining process where it was counting down percentages and stuff like that, where we kind of had a timer to get everything drained and also get those shutters closed, none of that was in the original. That was all added for the remake. Before, you basically just had to run down the flooded hallway and then go into a certain room and then you could drain the water. There was nothing tense about the entire situation, not really. Here you really need to figure out what you need to do as quickly as possible before the glass broke and then the shark could get to you. So adding the closing of those shutters and then the draining of the water, that was a very nice touch. And also back in the original, once the water was gone, you could just shoot the sharks that were just kind of floundering around and they really did not present any kind of danger to you. Here in the remake though, While you can just shoot 2 of the sharks, there is one that does not go down so easily, even after there's basically no water left in the lab. Whenever you go to pick up the gallery key down here at the very bottom of the lab, the big shark named Neptune, he decides he's going to go ahead and give you one last scare, flounder up in the air, and knock that key into the water next to him. And then you have to push the generator into the water, turn on the power to electrocute him. Now, that unique requirement in order to defeat Neptune, while it's not like super crazy difficult or anything like that, it's still way more than we got previously. Like I said before, you drain the water, you walk out, you shoot the sharks, you're good to go. And you didn't even need to shoot the sharks, you could just walk by them at that point. Like, there was nothing challenging at all about the sharks as long as you knew which direction to run, what room to go in, and then you drain the water. So even if it is not a super complicated way to defeat the boss of Neptune, it is still way more than we got previously, and it is a welcome addition to this game. Just overall, the entire Aqua Ring area, big improvement. Very big improvement. Of all the things that were in the original that were changed for the remake, this might be my favorite. Because again, even if it's not super complicated, they completely changed the Aqua Ring and made it way cooler, and then also added a little bit of meaning to some creatures that were in the game that really did not present any kind of a challenge or meaning to the original. And whenever you can give something that was previously kind of pointless in your game a lot more meaning, that tends to be the kind of changes that I enjoy the most. So yeah, good job on that. I would say that the inclusion of Lisa Trevor is by far my favorite change, but she's an entirely new addition. If we're looking at things that were in the original that are also in the remake but changed, as far as those kinds of changes go, I would say the Aqua Ring and Neptune are probably some of the better changes, because they are just completely different from how they were in the original, and I think that's a positive thing. Outside of that though, not too much has changed here in the Residence. Like, certain rooms are designed a little bit differently, like I don't think the gallery had that little centerpiece area, or the display cases, but overall it's basically the same rooms. Also had bees in the original as well. So yeah, maybe just a few aesthetic changes, but it's basically the same thing. Although we are approaching something that also is somewhat changed from the original as well, and that's going to be Plant 42. Now overall, it's not a big change. Plant 42 functions almost exactly the same as it did back in the original, but there are some differences, but we'll get to that in just a moment. Currently, I'm solving the puzzle where I have to match up the picture that is on the spine of these books. And I didn't really mention it in Jill's playthrough, I just threw up some text in a box to block it out, but yeah, there's some slight nudity on the back of these books. Like, very, very mild. Like, it's probably fine to show it, but having that in the video is definitely not important to the story of Resident Evil, so screw it, I'll just go ahead and block it out, not even take any chances on it. And now for the second boss fight within the Residence, we are facing off against Plant 42. And unlike with Jill, Chris actually got a bit of a cutscene when it came to Plant 42. He is very briefly constricted before being thrown back to the ground. Now that cutscene can go down a little bit differently depending on your actions. Like, I believe if you do not save Richard whenever it comes to getting him the serum, like if you go get the serum, you come back and you took too long and he died, then I believe in this scenario whenever you're being constricted by Plant 42, Rebecca will show up and then she has to save you by concocting the chemicals to take out the roots of Plant 42. Now obviously since we did save Richard, or at least, prolonged his life long enough for him to get eaten by a shark, Rebecca is not showing up. Which is fine by me because like I said earlier, this feels like the faster scenario, just going ahead and directly fighting Plant 42 rather than going through the whole chemical root scenario. But anyway, in this room we have another difference between the original and the remake. In the original, this room was significantly smaller, and it was not 2 stories. Like, you had just a really small square room, and you had a fireplace, and you had Plant 42 in the middle. And that was it. I also think Plant 42 was way less aggressive than the original. Like, I think he would drop some acidic stuff from the ceiling at you, and that was almost it. He would use his vines, but if you just stood by the door, I'm pretty sure you could shoot and pretty much go undamaged, and maybe just occasionally move a little bit to the left or the right to avoid the acid. Here, Plant 42 was significantly more aggressive. You typically have to go up to the 2nd floor in my experience to get good damage on him, and to also see very clearly whenever he opens and closes his shielding protection. To monitor that's way easier from the 2nd floor that did not exist in the original. And then the plant much more aggressively uses the vines against you and adds a little bit more of a challenge. So while the Plant 42 fight's not like majorly different from the original, just a bit of aggression and a bit of change to this room I feel like makes the boss fight a lot harder, which is not a bad thing. Plant 42 was kind of free in the original. So making the plant any amount more difficult was a positive change, and I like Plant 42 a lot more in the remake than I did the original. So overall, the Residence experience, much better here in the remake.
Oh, you scared me. You okay?
Yeah, it's dead. But... Richard... he's... gone.
I'm sorry.
It's my fault. I should have watched out for him.
I found a pharmaceutical room. I think I can come up with something useful. I'll be there. I'm glad you're still okay.
So yeah, Rebecca was out here and then she pretended like she did not hear me, being like, "Oh, you scared me," like she did not know that I was in the other room screaming and almost dying due to Plant 42. You can't trick me, Rebecca. I know you were just trying to avoid that fight.
This room is equipped with all sorts of medical supplies. Want me to treat your wounds?
Yeah, would you? Thanks. Be strong, Rebecca.
Oh geez, we got the tears. Alright, fine, Rebecca. I guess I'll go ahead and take that free healing you gave us and call it even for you just leaving me to die at that plant's hands. Or the plant's vines, more accurately, I suppose. I'm still a little bit bitter about it, but I'll let it go.
Wesker?
Chris, you're alive.
My words exactly. Where's Jill? Thought you were with her.
Yeah, I know. We got separated.
I see. Anyway, we better find a way out of here before we turn into zombie food. Got any suggestions, Wesker?
We should get a better grip on the situation. There must be areas still to be explored in that other mansion. Chris, I want you to check them out one more time. I'll continue my investigation here.
Sure thing.
Alright, it was nice to see you again, Wesker, but now we are heading back to the mansion. Now, that cutscene with Wesker, he was shooting at something in the hallway, and I initially thought this was going to be another difference between the original and the remake. Because in the original, it turns out Wesker is either shooting at the bees or a spider. I can't really remember which. And here in the remake, for the longest time, I thought there was never any sort of an animation of an enemy model for him to be shooting at. Like whenever we run through that area after the cutscene, I never really saw anything on the ground that he may have been shooting at, whether it was a spider, a bee, a zombie, just anything. However, it turns out now that I'm editing this video that I now realize there is a blink and you'll miss it moment. And I'll go ahead and highlight it here. It turns out he was in fact shooting at some bees. And I have just been missing it this entire time because the bees after they're deceased have a really small model and it kind of blends in with the floor. So yeah, no difference here. This is consistently the same between the original and the remake. But yeah, I just wanted to point that out because I have beat this game several different times. Ultimately, I ended up platinum trophying this game before I ever even did these videos, and now I'm playing through them again. And this is now the very first time that I have seen that. And I just thought that was kind of cool and kind of crazy that I missed it after all those playthroughs.
This is Brad. If you can't answer me, somehow give me a sign.
Chris to Brad. Can you hear me? Brad! Damn!
Alright, and with the zombie bee discovery and also the Brad cutscene finally over, we're going to continue our jog back to the Spencer Mansion. And once we are there, it's mostly going to be the same as it was for Jill. The order is pretty much going to be exactly the same. We will go in, discover that there are now hunters in the Spencer Mansion, then we're going to go fight Yawn the snake, then we're going to go ahead and collect the jewels, use those to pick up the ammo disc, go collect the decorative box, go ahead and get the Spencer office key from that, go into the Spencer office, get what we need from there, and then we're going to head all the way to the art room and then continue to investigate that hidden area where We found out that George Trevor was hiding out before eventually meeting his demise. And then we're going to collect the battery, and then we're going to get out of the Spencer Mansion one more time. And also, I managed to dodge all the snakes back there in the water area, which is the first time I've done that in a while. For some reason, I have really bad luck with those snakes. And on top of that, I managed to dodge the 3 dogs in that one little area between us and the utility shack, so yay, Chris is doing a pretty good job of dodging everything. Or I guess maybe it's just luck. Either way, I will take it. And I will also gladly take the supplies that Wesker left behind for me. And alright, let's go ahead and get introduced to the hunters. Alright, and that was our way of saying hello and goodbye to the hunter. We do eventually have to go through that hallway again and exit the mansion, so it only really made sense in my mind to just go ahead and take it out so I didn't have to worry about it later. That's probably going to end up being one of the only hunters I take down with Chris, with the exception of like maybe 2, 3 more. Well, hunters in the mansion, because there are some in the caves I have to take down as well. Other than that, the best strategy is usually just to avoid these guys. I don't really want to risk taking too much damage and wasting some healing items, and I definitely don't want to find myself wasting all my shotgun shells, considering that's going to be probably the best weapon we have throughout the majority of this playthrough. And on that note, whenever it comes to Chris and Jill, I kind of avoided getting the Magnum. Now that is definitely a more powerful weapon that we could be using in situations like this or in the late game, but it just takes some additional time to go pick it up, and after I've already wasted time getting the shotgun, it just didn't really feel worth it. So it's kind of hard for me to justify wasting the additional time on a weapon that we may not end up needing at all. And in the case of Jill's playthrough, I only finished the game at around a minute and a half below the 3-hour mark. Not getting the Magnum ended up being the difference between achieving my goal of finishing the game under 3 hours, or potentially failing that goal and going over 3 hours. And considering how close it was with Jill, I kind of figured it'd be the same thing with Chris here, so I elected to just go ahead and only use the shotgun, even if that meant having the shotgun as the most powerful weapon throughout the entire game, for most of it anyway. Whereas Jill ended up having the grenade launcher, which definitely gave her an edge over Chris, which, big surprise, Jill had an edge over Chris. We already covered it plenty in the previous episode, but just selecting Chris in this game is a gigantic disadvantage, and we just have to live with that. Alright, it is now time for Yawn the Snake Part 2, the encounter where we finally take down the boss. Which, continuing with my theme of comparing this remake to the original, I already kind of hinted at it earlier, but Yawn the Snake is not as difficult as he was in the original. And that's especially true here in the second battle, because this battle takes place in a different place than the original. Back then you ended up fighting Yawn the Snake in what currently is the art room in the remake. He was not in the library. So the reason why that is significant is back in the original there were no obstacles between you and Yawn the Snake. It was a big open room, which meant there was nothing that you could run around and use as an obstacle to keep a buffer between you and him and, circling around and shooting him whenever he can't do anything about it. Instead, in that big open area, you had to be a bit quicker about shooting and dodging. And you still had to consider the fact that Yawn's upper body could go through his midsection and tail and basically pull off a perfect 180-degree turn against you. So back in the original, there was no real way of reliably getting behind Yawn the Snake, because he could always just immediately turn around on you and attack. So yeah, when comparing the two, he is substantially easier here than he used to be, which would probably make this the biggest and worst change to a boss in the entire remake. I actually think this is probably my least favorite change of all. Now I understand not keeping the glitch in where he can make that perfect 180-degree turn because it looks really goofy and, it's a glitch. It's not intentional. And it would just look really crappy if in the remake he was still able to do that with these higher and better graphics. But still, putting the bookcase between you and him makes this fight just stupidly easy. I think removing that middle bookcase makes this fight a lot harder and more interesting, but instead it's kind of a given. I can't see a way where you lose this fight. Even using a knife, beating Yawn is pretty easy, just time consuming because you're just running in a circle the entire time. Anyway, enough about that rant over Yawn the Snake. We went ahead and beat him, and then we picked up the Book of Doom Volume 2. And after having collected that, I went ahead and navigated my way all the way back to the staircase area that's adjacent to a storage room, as well as the room with the taxidermy heads that have the jewels in their eyes. And thanks to Chris's very limited inventory space situation, I went ahead and went to that storage room and dropped off a couple of items. Then I'm going to go ahead and get the eyes, well, the gems that are acting as eyes from the taxidermy heads up in that room. And it is going to be the exact same gimmick as before. You go ahead and turn off the light, then you push the shelves up against the taxidermy heads, and then you slowly but surely navigate your way around the room and climb up on top of those and pull out the eyes before the bird that's moving around can find you and prevent you from being able to do so. Just be sure whenever it's time to move across the room and try and get the gems that you are hugging the wall just underneath the bird, that way it does not see you and does not move with you. That should buy you enough time to be able to climb up and grab the jewel. Now this room and the puzzle are somewhat changed from the original. Here in the remake, you have to turn off the light and do everything I just described to get the 2 gems. Back in the original though, there were not 2 gems, there was only 1. And also that bird that monitors you across the room. While there was a taxidermy bird back in the original, it was not something following you and preventing you from being able to pick up the gem. Instead, all you had to do was push a little staircase up against the taxidermy head, turn off the light, climb up, grab the gem, and you were good to go. But here we got 2 gems and 1 more obstacle. And that bird that was in the original was just kind of part of the scenery in the room. Just a decoration. It did not have any significance whatsoever, and it did not have any impact on the challenge. Really, the only challenge was realizing that you had to turn the light off. But alright, now we have both of the gems that were in this room, so we are good to leave and never return. I am going to make a quick pit stop back in the storage room and drop off the handgun magazine, and also in the midst of that time, kind of mentally debate what I wanted going forward, and in the end, I figure my situation with the inventory is pretty good. All I really need to do is get rid of that magazine for the handgun ammo, and with the shotgun as my only weapon and having only 1 empty inventory slot, I figured that would be just enough to get through all the key items I still needed to find in the future areas in the mansion, and the shotgun by itself should be enough defense against whatever I ran into, be it hunters or anything else. Since I am shooting more for time in this playthrough than trying to take out all the enemies in the game or something like that, just having the shotgun and these shotgun shells, that should be enough to get through the necessary enemies in the game going forward, at least for the remainder of the mansion. I shouldn't really need any other weapons or ammo type just clogging up my inventory spaces. So yeah, the shotgun should be plenty going forward. Now with all the storage management out of the way, we're good to proceed forward, put one of the gems in the eyes of the tiger statue, which will allow us to pick up that MO disc, and then we'll go pick up the decorative box where we can combine it with the red gem and get the key that's inside of it, the one that we need to get into the Spencer office, and then we will see what happens from there. Now I do not end up doing this in either Jill or Chris's playthrough, mostly just because it wastes some time, but the tiger statue does have an empty eye socket whenever I leave it, and that's because you can fit 1 other gem in its eye, and that's going to be the blue gem. And that gem is available in the dining room, one of the first rooms we enter in the entire game. And the dining room is also the same room I just left. Now you saw me push a statue off the 2nd floor of that dining area and let it crash down below and break. And whenever it breaks, it leaves behind the blue gem because the blue gem was in its hand. And I mentioned also in the previous playthrough that that's not required for you to get that blue gem because eventually, if you just progress far enough in the game, that statue falls off the 2nd floor anyway. Now, why it does, I have no idea. But even so, getting the blue gem is in no way a requirement for beating the game. However, if you were to go collect that blue gem and then go put it in the tiger's eye, the statue would turn the opposite direction that we just saw it turn, and at that point it would reveal that there's one more item that you can pick up from behind the statue. The item is just a bunch of shotgun shells. Like, you do not end up collecting an overabundance of them, but still there are extra shotgun shells, and there's really no reason to turn that down unless you're just trying to save time like I am. And with Chris, since I'm using pretty much only the shotgun going forward against every single major enemy, that could have been handy, but I still thought to myself it'd be more time wasted than it was worth. So yeah, you're not going to see me get that item at all, and you're not going to see me mess around with the statue any more than I already have, but gee whiz, that is behind there. And while I go in here and take down the remaining hunters in this area, I'll go ahead and summarize something I did not mention a moment ago, and that's that I picked up the decorative box. Now the room that the decorative box is in, the one with the mirrors and the one zombie, back in the original Resident Evil, that room served a different purpose. There was another door in there that would lead to another room that happened to be the room where you could change into your alternate costumes, assuming of course that you have unlocked any of the alternate costumes. The only one that immediately comes to mind is the one for Chris where he's wearing that jacket with the angel on the back of it. And I believe that later on in Resident Evil 2, his sister Claire ends up having the same or a very similar jacket. And in the original Resident Evil 2, I'm pretty sure the exact same jacket is hanging up in the STARS office of the Raccoon City Police Department. So, yeah, just gee whiz, that was in there back in the day, but it's not in there anymore. And now, once again, I am doing this really annoying decorative box puzzle where you can clearly see where the piece is supposed to go, where it should fit, but it just refuses to go in there despite how many times I adjust it and hit the X button. And then it just beeps at me angrily saying it does not fit, but I'm like, yes, it does. Just go in there. But of course it doesn't, and I have to rearrange every single other piece by just a fraction of like a centimeter, and yeah, I really hate this puzzle. It's not hard, it's just it refuses to cooperate with me. Like right there. It took me 9 attempts to get to fit into a spot that it could have fit into at any point in time without me adjusting any of the pieces any more than I already had to, but it just refused, but for some reason on that 9th time, it finally cooperated. Now, why it just wouldn't accept it any of the other 8 times, I have no idea. I couldn't have been off by that much, I barely moved it, but anyway, it doesn't matter, we solved the puzzle, we have the key to the Spencer office, we are good to go, kind of. What do I mean by that? Well, check this out.
Rebecca! Is she upstairs?
And just like that, Rebecca is in trouble and we have to go find her and save her. Fortunately, Wesker went ahead and fixed the door handle that was broken earlier because he was worried about the resale value of this mansion, and we could just freely go in and out of that door without there being any trouble or us possibly getting stuck on one side. That should make finding Rebecca a little bit faster than it possibly could have been.
Rebecca.
Chris!
You okay?
I didn't mean to get you worried.
We can't stay here any longer. We have to get to the others and find a way out of here. You with me?
Yes.
Then I'll go ahead. Until then, Rebecca, you're on your own. Stay cool and use your better judgment. Got it?
I can handle myself.
Good luck.
Alright, we finally saved Rebecca as she was just being completely disappointing for a STARS member, just being a complete damsel in distress, which is very unfortunate. Especially if you ever played like Resident Evil 0 where she was kind of a badass, but I guess this game is just choosing to ignore that entirely. In any case, she is finally safe now. And then Chris made the determination that they need to get out of this mansion as quickly as possible before this gets even more out of hand. And the first decision he makes after coming to that conclusion is that he is going to separate himself from Rebecca. You know, leaving the person by herself that you just had to go save because she was unsafe by herself. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. I mean, it's not like there's anything else that she could be doing right now that might be more useful or more of assistance to you. I mean, it's not like she could be helping you solve any of the crazy amounts of puzzles in this mansion. I mean, it's not like she could be the one pushing the statue whenever you hit this button just a moment from now, rather than have you run across this room and try to avoid getting crushed. No. She couldn't possibly be helpful here. But maybe I'm being a little bit too hasty with my judgment. I mean, after all, what is Rebecca doing right now? Surely it's something important. Wait a minute. You mean to tell me she does not do anything of any importance until nearly the very end of the game? And everything that happens from this point to the point that we see her again, it doesn't have any bearing on the story whatsoever? She doesn't even bring you an item Barry style? Rebecca, what were you doing this entire time? Like after we saved you from the hunter, were you just taking a nap? And sure, you can try telling me that, wait a minute, she finds the self-destruct mechanism that you use later on to blow up the mansion, to which I would retort that we really don't need her to do that, because we know from Jill's playthrough that Wesker goes ahead and activates that thing anyway. So even if she didn't find it, he was going to activate it. So we really didn't need Rebecca for that. So we then find ourselves asking the same question again, Rebecca, what exactly were you doing to contribute to our efforts here the entire time that we, we're struggling through puzzles and monsters and everything else after having just saved you? I'm hearing a lot of silence right now. You know what, Chris? I'm glad you found a better companion in Resident Evil 5. Sheva is way better than Rebecca. And just to clear everything up, all the Rebecca slander is just a bunch of jokes. I don't mind the character. She's cool. I just wish we got a little bit more of the badass STARS member version of Rebecca rather than the damsel in distress Becca. or the Becca that just causes us to have to get distracted and go help her or wait on her and cause our runtime to just continue to be increasing and getting ever closer to 3 hours. So yeah, I wish we got a little bit more of the specialized police force Rebecca than we end up getting. And I kind of feel like the creators or the teams behind Resident Evil felt the same way because Rebecca pretty much does not show up in anything else in Resident Evil history. It's like this in Resident Evil 0, and I think she's in one of the spin-off things, whether it's a movie or a game, I'm not sure, but she is barely ever referenced in anything else ever again. At least not in any meaningful way. She definitely isn't playable in anything else other than what I've already mentioned. And yet the fact that she still ends up being playable in more games than Sheva is truly a travesty. But we'll get into that eventually if I ever end up covering Resident Evil 5, which I currently intend to, but we have a lot of Resident Evil games to go between here and then. And I guess I'm just going to continue to be a little bit sour about Rebecca barely helping us throughout this playthrough. I mean, even Richard, who was the victim of a venomous snake and then beat to hell, still ended up helping us out more than she did. I mean, sure, he only ended up getting eaten by whatever adversary we were facing, but still, it's very helpful that it wasn't us and it was him instead. Alright, enough rambling about Rebecca and other side characters. It was time to make the decision between the 2 hunters above the dining area and the Crimson Head in the hallway. I chose the Crimson Head, and we're about to witness some of the greatest dodging I do in either of the Jill or Chris playthroughs. Now, was it skillful? Absolutely not. Was it entirely luck-based? Yes, it was. But still, I avoided everything in that hallway without taking any damage, and that is amazing, and I'm going to brag about it like it was totally intentional. And yeah, we're basically done with everything that we had to do within the Spencer Mansion the second time around. We picked up all the key items that we needed from facing Yawn and doing all the other side stuff and jumping into the hole in the floor in the art room and finding the Trevor grave and then, going and finding the battery. We got everything that we need. So it is finally time to leave the Spencer Mansion, use that battery to activate an elevator that we need to reach the caves. And around that time is where I'm going to do my final save of the game, which means it's going to be the very end of the second episode for the Chris playthrough. But we do have a couple of things to go over before that happens, to include one key cutscene, but we'll get to that when we get there. Now, my main point for saying all that is that we are nearly done with this portion of the game, and then we're going to be going into the third part of the game, in my opinion, the last leg of the game, where we go into the caves of the Spencer residence. And then we navigate those to get the last of the key items that we need to then find the secret hidden Arclay labs within the Spencer Mansion. Or somewhere on the Spencer Mansion property. Just, hanging out in a totally inconspicuous area all by itself. So yeah, we have the caves and the lab to look forward to in the very next episode. And that next episode will also see the conclusion of Chris's playthrough and the conclusion of both the playthroughs, since, my goal was to do everything with both characters. And so far so good as far as those goals are concerned, because we are definitely on pace to beat the game in just under 3 hours. It's probably still going to be a pretty close call, just like it was with Jill, but still, it is looking pretty good. And on top of that, we already covered beating all of the bosses between Chris and Jill, at least once. Mostly because Jill pretty much took out everything in her playthrough, so every single boss in this game for Chris was kind of optional. And then on top of that, there have been no deaths, and we have been very good about keeping our saves under 3. In Jill's case, we only saved 2 times, and in Chris's case, we're going to be doing the exact same thing. So yeah, overall, the goals are being accomplished. And alright, we are finally out of the Spencer Mansion, and while we are not completely done with the mansion, we are definitely done exploring it. We'll be returning one more time, but we're going to be making a direct route to the exit at that point, so effectively everything that we need to do in the mansion, it's done. The next time we're there, it's only going to be for the briefest period of time, and then we're heading on to the next main area, which is not going to be within the mansion itself. But yeah, here we're just kind of manipulating the water levels and then going to put the battery in the elevator power source. I really don't know what you would call that, but yeah, we're going to be giving the battery to the location necessary to power the elevator. Then we're going to go running all the way back the way we came, manipulate the water levels one more time, and then go to the elevator, ride it all the way back down, and then go into the caves. The same gimmick we did for the Jill playthrough, if you happen to see that. And I have to admit, I got kind of lucky there. Whenever it was raining snakes, one of the snakes did manage to bite Chris, but fortunately I did not have to succumb to its venom in any way, and I can just move on without having to worry about being poisoned or whatever you want to call it. Despite the fact I did not end up getting the poison status effect, I still ended up using my blue herb, which is actually kind of unfortunate now that I think about it. I guess I thought that I was poisoned because I got bit by the snake, but I had no reason to use that herb right there, so I kind of just wasted it. Fortunately, I do not have to run through the raining snakes anymore, otherwise that might have been a problem. So, Yeah, I guess it's still lucky, but now that I'm thinking about it, maybe not as lucky as I thought considering I wasted a good resource, but it's fine, whatever, we're good. As long as we don't get completely mauled by dogs, we're fine. Which, speaking of not taking too much damage from the dogs, one of them did manage to hit me on the way here to turn the crank and manipulate the water levels again, so I guess I'm also kind of off to a crappy start avoiding the dogs. After the remarkably fortunate conditions for which I managed to dodge that crimson head in the hallway earlier, my dodging skills are kind of starting to get really suspect and I'm taking damage from things I really shouldn't be. Hopefully that does not develop into a real problem because we are really close to the next save point and I would hate to just, end up falling into a deceased status right before I could save and then have to start all the way over again. That would just be... ooh, boy, that would not be fun. Oh, and speaking of things falling into a deceased status, I forgot to mention something earlier. So whenever Rebecca cries out for help and we have to go find her in the second floor office, we end up finding that she is being confronted by a hunter and she's just failing to do anything to fight it off. Now, gee whiz, if you take too long to get to Rebecca, the hunter will actually kill her. In fact, back in the original Resident Evil, that was much more gruesome than it is here in the remake because in the original, she ends up getting completely decapitated by the hunter. Now here in the remake, I don't think it actually shows her dying. I think you show up if you take too long and she's already dead, already killed by the hunter, but still, that is a thing that can happen.
Enrico! Don't come any closer, Chris. What happened?
Double crosser.
Enrico, wait. Enrico!
Umbrella.
Enrico! Double crosser.
And speaking of even more people going into a deceased status, here is Enrico. We meet him and he instantly dies and gives us absolutely no chance to get attached to him or really care all that much that he died. In fact, Enrico is such an insignificant part of this story that I kind of forgot that he was even in the original game because he doesn't even have any more time there than he does here. Like we show up there, he ends up dying, and basically it's the same exact scenario. Super forgettable, and I did in fact forget him, and yeah, he's in both games even though I thought he was only in this one. But yeah, to finish my thought from earlier, if you do not end up getting to Rebecca in time in that second floor office, she ends up being just as dead as Enrico here. And I don't know, maybe if you were just angry at Rebecca for not helping you out with Plant 42 and just pretending like she did not hear you firing away and getting attacked, well then maybe you let her die. But otherwise, that might not be such a good thing, and that would really suck if you failed to save her and you actually wanted her to live. And of course, I'm trying to save everybody that I possibly can, so Rebecca, I'm going to need you to stop finding yourself in near-death situations. And alright, we are done with the hunters in this area. Or, well, actually, never mind. Forgot there was one more, and we're just going to make sure the thing is dead, and then we're going to move on to the save point because it's right on the other side of that door, and I am not going to die one room away from the save point. I mean, that is the cruel kind of demise that makes you just step away from the game for like weeks, months, whatever, because you were like that close and it all fell apart and you had to start all over again, and that's just super, super discouraging. But fortunately, that does not happen here. Even though I go a little bit overkill on the hunter, it is dead. I am safe. We are good to go. And finally, we find ourselves at the second save point for Chris, the very last time I'm going to be saving in his entire playthrough. And alright, I'm just going to go ahead and drop off the ink ribbon and then proceed traveling through this cave. Now, when comparing the remake to the original, there's not a whole lot of differences in the cave. Like, there is one difference in relation to the elevator. Well, I guess there's a couple of differences, mostly just its location and where it takes you, but other than that, it's pretty much the same down here, just updated. Now, when it comes to comparing a Jill versus Chris playthrough, there is also a weapon down here that was different. Now, Jill did not end up getting this weapon, but Chris has access to a flamethrower down here in the cave, and that's kind of awesome. I'm not going to be using it too much, but it is going to be essential to getting past the Black Tiger-related boss. Which, kind of similar to the first encounter with Yawn, is going to be a skippable boss. And yeah, since I already took down Black Tiger with Jill, I'm going to go ahead and use this opportunity to go ahead and cut down on some time in this playthrough and just go ahead and skip over him. But even though we are skipping over him, it's not like we don't have some sort of a risk involved with that action. After all, we still have to get through the webbed up door before he ends up attacking us too much and possibly killing us, so we do have to be quick about it, and we could potentially end up taking some damage in the process. Fortunately, that flamethrower should help us out with that. And yeah, we managed to get through the encounter with Black Tiger, at least the first encounter, without taking any damage. Now, since we did not end up defeating the Black Tiger Spider, which is a really weird statement to say, but yeah, the Black Tiger Spider, we did not take any damage from him, although we do have to go through that room again in order to exit the cave, so it's not going to be the only encounter we have with him. So we will see if I'm as fortunate trying to get through that room as I was the first time around. Oh, and I left the flamethrower behind on that gun rack lever because you have to leave it there in order to unlock the door and progress through the cave. I'll be picking it back up whenever I pass back through there, but for the time being I need to leave it there so I can continue to go into this area that would otherwise be locked. And now we just have one more boulder dash, and then we are good to go down here. Alright, easy enough, and now I'm going to go ahead and finish up this puzzle on this side of the cave, and while I am doing that, I'd actually like to bring up one more difference between the original and the remake of Resident Evil. And what I want to point out actually has nothing to do with the cave, but it's been on my mind most recently because of all the research I have been doing, just kind of refreshing my memory on the differences between the original and the remake. And what came to mind were the cinematics for the opening and the ending of this game. So here in the remake of Resident Evil, you have the opening scene where the Alpha team ends up showing up in the woods, finding the helicopter of the Bravo team, and then, kind of the rest from there. And that scene is completely in the in-game graphics for the Resident Evil remake. And the same is true for the endings of this game as well. The thing is, back in the original Resident Evil, it did not use the in-game graphics for its opening cinematic and its closing cinematics. Instead, back in the days of the original Resident Evil, Capcom did something a bit different. They went ahead and did a few low-budget live-action scenes. So with actors in costumes on camera, they went ahead and recorded basically everything that we saw at the very beginning of the game and what we've seen so far from the endings as well, to include a bunch of gore for the zombie dogs that would be on par for some sort of a B-horror movie of some kind. Like, it's pretty goofy, pretty corny, but I love it. It's definitely very representative of the time frame the original Resident Evil came out. The thing is, whenever I was doing research for the differences between the remake and the original, just to make sure that what I was remembering was accurate, I ended up finding a bunch of videos of interviews with the actors who were in those live-action scenes. And those interviews include the person that was portraying Chris Redfield, Albert Wesker, barryburton, and even Rebecca Chambers. And I have to say those interviews were some of the most surprisingly entertaining things I've seen in a while, and it's something I would not have discovered had I not done these videos, and adding my commentary to them and eventually posting the videos on the internet myself. So during this part of the game, I figured I'd kind of bring that up because I just thought it was really cool. And their stories are pretty peculiar, and that's what stood out to me. Like the person portraying Chris Redfield in those old live-action scenes, he had no idea he was even doing those scenes for Resident Evil, and he did not know that for about 15 years, at least according to him. And the reason for that being that in Japan, the game is called Biohazard, and he just had no idea that Biohazard and Resident Evil were the same thing. It took him a really long time to figure that out, so ultimately he had no idea he had a hand in the humble beginnings of what would ultimately be a very successful video game franchise. Granted, it was a small role, but he did have a hand in it. So I thought that was kind of funny. Like, you have no idea that you were part of something that got that big. And then the interviews with the person who played Albert Wesker, they were pretty entertaining as well, mostly because the person who did that acting, he did all the interviews making sure that he was wearing sunglasses the entire time. It's a nice little nod to the fact that the character he was portraying, Albert Wesker, also wears sunglasses regardless of the time of day or whether or not he's indoors, just at all times. So that's a fun little nod. And then you just got to learn a bunch of interesting things about them as well, like the person who's playing Rebecca Chambers. She wasn't an actress, she was a model that's from Poland, and this was like one of her first acting gigs of any kind. And she had no idea what she was even going to be in. She just walked into the studio and then saw a bunch of animatronic dogs with a bunch of gore on them and just thought it was one of the coolest things she had ever seen. So that's kind of funny. Although I'd have to say that the most interesting story I heard was from the man who was playing barryburton in those scenes, because he also was not an actor. In fact, he was a teacher from Australia. He just happened to be teaching abroad and happened to be in Japan. He was doing like a one-year assignment or something along those lines. And the funny thing is that the people working with Capcom, they designed the characters for Resident Evil long before they'd ever casted anyone to be in those scenes. So they knew what barryburton was supposed to look like based on their concept art, but they didn't have anyone who looked like barryburton. And apparently they were having trouble finding an actor that also looked like that. So I'm definitely going to be paraphrasing what this person who was portraying barryburton said, but his story was basically that he was just found on the street one day, and some representative related to Capcom found him and thought to himself, you know what, you look suspiciously like this person that we're needing to fill the role of. Would you be interested in doing this? And I just imagine that in the street, the person from Capcom has the drawing of barryburton in his hand, and he's just going up to strangers trying to find the closest fit he possibly can, and then stumbled upon this guy. In any case, the teacher agreed to this because he thought it sounded like a pretty cool opportunity. And then the educator with no major acting experience gets to come into the studio, and he's wielding the gigantic revolver of barryburton and just giving it his all. And that's kind of awesome. And whenever I heard this story, I just couldn't help but think to myself, like, what if you were a kid who ended up with this person as your teacher? Like, say, maybe it's 1999, with Resident Evil coming out in 1996, it's a few years old. Maybe you got it used and pretty good deal on it because it's a few years old at this point. And maybe you spent like most of your summer playing this game. And then the next thing you know, your summer vacation is over, you show up to school, and then you find out that your teacher is Barry fucking Burton from the very video game that you were just playing. Like, that is awesome. And then he went on to not really want to do anything with acting. It's kind of just a one-off thing that he had fun with. And then he went back to Australia, continuing his education in pursuit of eventually becoming a school principal. I don't know, that's just completely random and awesome, and this guy seemed to have a lot of fun with the idea of being Barry Burton. And he had no idea that he had fans out there in the world, and it's been really enjoying being rediscovered, and I really enjoyed these interviews. They were just really, really entertaining. And it was all being done by somebody else on YouTube. It's a channel called Residents of Evil. And they're a group that likes to do a bunch of different fan-made Resident Evil related things, and they just have a bunch of these interviews with these characters, these actors who portrayed these characters back in the day. And I mean, they seem pretty popular. Probably don't really need me advertising for them, but I found it really cool. And I'm over here doing Resident Evil stuff myself, and I'm just finding what they were doing very mention-worthy in my own videos, so I figured I should at least shout them out. After all, this is Thor's Entertainment, and we're here talking about things that entertained me, and they definitely did with those interviews, so yeah. So yeah, those scenes were completely different in the original versus the remake, and if you want to see what those videos looked like and what the actors who were in them are kind of up to today, feel free to go check that stuff out. I'll throw a link to their channel in the description just in case that is something that sounds interesting to you. But yeah, before I close out my thoughts on those interviews, I will say the one last funny story I heard them talk about was how whenever they were recording those live action scenes, they had an animatronic dog, but they also had a few live dogs. And the live dogs were also wearing the same kind of gore as the animatronic. And apparently the dogs are in a pretty good mood in their little outfits. And whenever it came time for them to chase down the actors, apparently they just thought that they were playing. And so the actors are running away, and a few of them had to like scream out in pain as they're supposedly acting out being attacked by these dogs, when in all actuality the dogs wanted to play, they were licking the actors, and they were having a great time. So while these actors are trying to portray dying because of these mauling beasts, the dogs were actually probably having one of the best days of their lives. And I don't know. Something about the zombie dogs being very happy and just wanting to play with the STARS members? That's kind of funny to me, and I felt like mentioning it here. Anyway, enough rambling about the interviews. I am almost done in the caves beneath the Spencer residence. I just have to navigate my way around the Lisa Trevor circle, and everything else up to this point has been almost exactly the same as it was for Jill, minus a few cutscenes with barryburton, because again, Chris does not have barryburton in his story. And also, Rebecca did not bother to show up down here. It is just us soloing this thing. Which means we are nearing the completion of this area, and we'll be entering the Spencer Mansion one final time not long after this, just so we can access the labs and begin wrapping up the final area of the game. All we have to do is make our way through where Lisa Trevor has been dwelling for basically the last, let's see here, it's supposed to be in 98, so yeah, like the last 30 years or so. It's a little unclear how long she has been free and roaming around the Spencer property versus being in a lab and being experimented on, but I assume she's been down here a while. I mean, she's had time to decorate and everything. Like, she made sure she had her super creepy aesthetic down and just very moody in the way of being a little nerve-wracking and terrifying. Anyway, goodbye to the Lisa Trevor dwelling here beneath the ground. We're going to go ahead and go back up to the Deadite cabin and then make our way out of here and slowly but surely make it back up to the Spencer Mansion for the final time. And once we do get all the way back to the mansion, we'll be doing pretty much the same thing as Jill and facing off against Lisa Trevor for the very last time. And just like with Jill again, it's really not so much of a fight against Lisa. It's really more of helping her fulfill what she has been trying to do in this mansion for the last 30 years. Trying to get to her mother. And it's only whenever the truth is revealed to Lisa that her mother is deceased that she can finally let go and allow herself to die. And in doing so in her own way, she gets to reunite with her mother, at least in a manner of speaking. And that's really cool from a storytelling standpoint, but obviously that doesn't really make for like the greatest boss battle because it's really not a battle. You are just pushing 4 rocks off of a ledge, and then the casket containing her mother opens. And it is over very quickly, and it's also over faster than the Yawn the Snake fight. The only reason I don't consider it worse than Yawn the Snake is, well, for one, it's new, so there's nothing to compare it to back in the original game, but also, since it is built up through the journals and narratively it makes sense for you not to actually fight Lisa because you're kind of supposed to feel bad for her and want to help her in a way, I don't think it's a bad thing that you don't actually fight her. I think it's clever to put you in the position where you're actually helping her to defeat her. So yeah, no, Lisa's cool the way she is. Yawn is definitely still the worst boss in this game. Which overall, I would say the bosses in this game really aren't like the most impressive things. Like a lot of them can be avoided entirely and the others can be beaten really simply as long as you know what you're doing. Like I've already beaten the dead horse of how Yawn the Snake is super easy, all you have to do is run in a circle and shoot at him. With Lisa Trevor, like I just mentioned, you just have to push 4 rocks off of a ledge. With Neptune the shark, you push electrical equipment into the water and then you turn it on and electrocute him. So that one's over pretty quickly as well, but it's still a big improvement over how he was back in the original game, so I'm not complaining. Black Tiger, the big spider, that one is basically exactly the same as the original game, and I mean, it's fine, but it is another skippable boss. Oddly enough, the hardest out of all of those might be Plant 42. And even then, there's a pretty sound tactic for beating it as long as you pay attention. And I would recommend having your volume on so you know whenever the plant opens and then exposes its vulnerability. It does have an audible cue, which is why I say that. And yeah, that's pretty much all the bosses up to this point. I mean, there's one final boss, the Tyrant, but it's basically the same as it was back in the original. The first encounter is very, very easy as long as you brought enough ammo to the fight, which I would complain about, but it's meant to be deceptively easy. That way you're lulled into a false sense of security until it eventually shows up for the second fight where it is significantly more difficult. Granted, anything would have been significantly more difficult compared to just running in a circle and shooting.
You're a bit of a mess-up. Chris, take a piece of the action.
Alright, unlike Jill, we don't get any sort of a grand entrance for Lisa Trevor, we just kind of show up mid-battle. And sure, Wesker, you're a perfectly trustworthy guy, one of our best buddies from Stars, of course we'll help you out. As long as we work together, pretty much nothing can defeat us. I would say not even the power of an active volcano could stop you and me. Huh. That's weird, I kind of have this odd shiver, like this deja vu that just went over my entire body. Wonder what that was about.
I'll investigate this area a little further.
And just like that, we only have the boss battles with the Tyrant left to go. But yeah, I would say the very last fight with the Tyrant is still fairly challenging, especially when you factor in the time, especially whenever you factor in that there's a timer counting down. I don't know, I don't think it's bad, it's a good finale. And I kind of glossed over this part whenever I was playing as Jill, so I'll go ahead and explain it here. So we picked up the last books, volume 1 and 2. And even though they're called that, the cover of those books say Eagle of the South, Wolf of the North, or possibly the reverse of that. But in any case, it gives you a direction and correlation with the animal. And if you open up the books, you're going to find these medals, one for a wolf and one for an eagle. So using the context clues of the cover of the book, you put the medal of the wolf in the statue to the north, and you put the medal of the eagle in the statue to the south. And whenever you do that, this totally inconspicuous pool of water right next to a heliport, well, it opens up and reveals the entrance to the Arclay Labs. Now, to access this pool of water that is a secret entrance to the lab, back in the day in the original game, you did not need to go back to the Spencer Mansion and go behind the staircase in order to get here. Back then, you actually just remained in the caves, and rather than the elevator taking you to a location where you found Lisa Trevor, that elevator would instead take you to this little area with the pool of water. So everything involving Lisa Trevor, to include having to go all the way back to the Spencer mansion and take this little detour to get here, yeah, all of that is completely new. But yeah, anyway, I kind of had to point that out. I still had a little bit to say about the bosses before I got sidetracked, so I guess I'll go ahead and finish up that thought while it's still in my mind. But yeah, overall, the strongest part about Resident Evil, oddly enough, is not its bosses, even if they are memorable. There are a lot more things in this game that make it challenging and a little bit tense just trying to survive, and oddly enough, the bosses are not really the big draw. I would say just the resource management and trying to evade just the common enemies that could be around any corner is probably more intense than the boss fights themselves. And running into this zombie is actually intentional. I wanted to use the grenade on him so his head explodes, and whenever I have to handle the nitro component later on, there is zero chance he ends up returning as a crimson head because again his head was blown off. So that may have looked awkward, but it was a calculated decision. And alright, we're at the computer where the username for the researcher is going to be John. And his password is going to be the word Ada, which happens to be the name of his girlfriend. And there is going to be one additional password, which is going to be the word Cell, and that is spelled C-E-L-L. Now, regarding the initial username and password of John and Ada, all of that could be kind of figured out from this one journal that's in another room in this lab. It's called the Researcher's Letter. And I definitely glossed over that quite a bit whenever I was playing as Jill, to the point where I did not even bother narrating that journal. And the narrating of all the journals and letters and just all that stuff was something I really wanted to do for these playthroughs, so since I skipped over it earlier, I'm going to go ahead and just narrate the researcher's letter now. That way we cover that. And I mostly want to cover it because the references to Ada are kind of interesting and important for the very next game where we end up actually meeting Ada. Anyway, the journal or letter was titled Researcher's Letter, and it was dated June 8th, 1998. My dearest Ada, by the time you read this letter, I will no longer be the person you once knew. The results of my test came out today, and as I suspected, it came out positive. I feel like I am teetering on the edge of reason just thinking about my impending doom. I would give anything not to become one of them. As far as I know, you are not infected. I sincerely hope things do not reach such a desperate pass. But if it has turned out that you are now the last person remaining alive, I want you to get the material from the visual data room. Then activate the self-destruct system in the power room and escape from there. Please do everything in your power to make this whole accident public. If everything is still running normally, you should be able to release all the locks using the security system. I have set up the terminal in the small security room so that you can log into the system using my name and your name as the password. You will need another password to release the lock to the door in the basement level 2, where the visual data room is located. As a safety measure, I have coded that password into the X-ray picture. I know you, and I am sure you will work it out without any trouble. There is just one more thing, and it is my last request. I hope you never have to lay eyes on me in this state, but if you do happen to run into me in my hideous form, I beg you to put me out of my misery. I hope you understand. Thank you, Ada. Yours truly, John. So yeah, the researcher John was putting a lot of faith in Ada, hoping that she may end up being the one to destroy this mansion and then bring to light all the research that took place here. But as we know from Jill's playthrough, that's not quite what happens. And since Chris is just kind of a flipped version of Jill's playthrough, it's not going to happen here either. But that doesn't mean that Ada is completely insignificant because like I said in Resident Evil 2, she does happen to make an appearance and play a part in that plot. And I have every intention of also doing videos for Resident Evil 2, so we'll get to see exactly what role she plays whenever I get around to that. But for the time being, we are still just in the original Resident Evil remake, so we have a little bit of time before we end up truly meeting and understanding Ada. Even though I am looking forward to that, considering I have actually already started on the Resident Evil 2 remake playthroughs. But yeah, right now with Chris, I'm just running around this lab and trying to knock out all the MO disc requirements. That way, similar to what we saw with Jill, we can free whatever prisoner we find down here. I also made a point to withdraw another weapon from the storage container whenever I first enter the lab. And that weapon is going to be the shotgun. And I don't mean the assault shotgun that Richard had, I mean the original shotgun that we got before that. The much more insignificant shotgun. However, despite the fact I would consider it mostly insignificant, it did still have 2 shotgun shells left within it, so I do intend to use both of those, that way I save all the firepower I can for the assault shotgun for later. Now with the standard shotgun, I intend to use it to take out the spider monkey that's going to be standing between us and the generator that requires that nitro fuel. That way the spider monkey zombie cannot start attacking us later on and potentially cause that fuel to explode since it is super volatile. We kind of saw what that struggle looked like with Jill and her playthrough, and I do not really want to go through that again, because I barely got that fuel into the generator before that spider monkey zombie could cause me some serious issues. I'm actually a little surprised it did not end up killing me in that playthrough, so yeah. Let's not test our luck and make sure we take that thing out, and we have a much more simple time getting the fuel to the generator. That being said, we are now in the room where we can use the capsule we got from the generator and refuel it using the nitro fuel dispersal system that is in this room. All we needed to do was take out the zombie in this room, and that meant that we would have a clear path from here all the way back to the generator with no enemies in the way. So we can just lazily walk all the way back to the generator without there being anything that could possibly cause us damage or concern. And that is super important because, like I mentioned earlier, the fuel that we are going to be picking up is incredibly volatile. And it is so volatile, in fact, that you cannot run with it in your inventory. Well, I mean, you could, but the result will not be good. If you were to do so, it would explode and cause the death of whatever character you are using. And being this close to the end of the game, I really have no intention of dying and having to restart again. No, I think I'll be walking about as slowly as possible all the way back to that generator, and yeah, I'm going to make sure that I preserve my life as we're getting close to the end of the game. I should have enough time left on the clock to beat this game in under 3 hours, and I'm not going to have any setbacks due to this fuel or anything else along the way. But yeah, this little situation right here where I had to leisurely walk all the way back to the generator with this volatile fuel, that is exactly why I deliberately walked into that zombie earlier, just so I could shove a grenade into its mouth and then cause its head to explode so it would not be a crimson head later. The last thing I wanted was to try getting this fuel all the way to the generator with a crimson head zombie chasing after me and then lashing at me and causing significant damage or potentially causing that fuel to explode. Like, that is just a very bad day. So if I could remove that factor entirely, well, I was going to do it. And I did exactly that with that grenade. And yeah, going back to that spider monkey zombie, that's also where the shotgun came into play because I wanted to make sure he did not cause me any trouble either. Because again, we saw what that looked like with Jill, and I really do not want to deal with that. Granted, we survived with Jill, but I feel like it was really close. Like, in the end, that spider monkey zombie was dangling us by our neck while he was suspended from whatever grate was above us. Like, it was a bad spot to be in, so I was very fortunate to have lived. And alright, that is going to be the very last MO disc, and now all I have to do is focus on restoring power to the elevator, and then it is time to face off against the final boss for the first time. And yeah, good job all around, Chris. For some reason, Jill kind of sucked at dodging all these spider monkey zombies, but so far you were doing a fantastic job both killing the one that you needed to for the fuel and also dodging all the remaining ones, so keep it up, man. I guess all of this sudden skillful dodging is the magic of selecting this character second. I mean, it's amazing what happens when you get some practice in with another character before picking up the other one. It's like I had the opportunity to kind of figure all this out, so I was not as bad about it the second time around. I do love all the signs of improvement considering it had been a really long time since I had played this game, and picking up Jill for the first time whenever doing these videos. Yeah, I was incredibly rusty, so I'm just happy that things are not so bad here with Chris. Alright, enough talking about the previous playthrough. This one is nearing its conclusion. Let's go ahead and check out this cutscene as we approach the end of the game.
Chris!
Rebecca!
I saw you in the inner garden. I finally caught up.
Well, I'm glad you're okay. No more following. Just stay with me, kid.
That's my plan, sir.
Wesker.
So you've come. Chris, you make me proud. But of course you are one of my men.
Thanks. Since when, Wesker?
I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about.
Since when have they been slipping you a paycheck?
I think you're a bit confused. I've always been with Umbrella. And stars were Umbrella's. No, rather, my little piggies. The Tyrant virus leaked, polluting this whole place, and unfortunately, I had to give up my lovely members of Stars.
You killed them with your own dirty hands! You son of a bitch!
No.
Oh yes, dear. Just like this.
Rebecca!
Don't move!
You...
I don't think you want to die just yet. I have something that's of some interest to you. The ultimate life form. Tyrant.
Wesker, you've become senile.
Chris, you'll never understand. It's magnificent.
Come on, you test tube freak.
All right, Chris. Test tube freak is a pretty solid insult to be giving the Tyrant. Although I do need to deduct some points from your overall insulting score because calling Wesker senile is kind of lame. I have to say I enjoyed your dialogue about the situation more back in the original game. Back then you were insulting Wesker, saying that considering this failed experiment his savior was a really stupid idea. And I think that lands a lot better than calling Wesker senile. Hell, even Jill's insult to the Tyrant calling him a viral cultured freak, which is a kind of weird insult, I still think that one's a little bit better than this. I don't know, this just doesn't land quite right for me, but, I mean, points for effort, even though it's not very many. I mean, it doesn't matter, all this voice acting is kinda goofy, I love it, but it is goofy, so let's wrap up this fight and go ahead and make sure Rebecca is alright.
Rebecca!
Chris.
It's a good thing you were wearing your bulletproof vest. There's nothing left for us to do here. Let's get moving.
Okay.
Alright, now we're going to go ahead and go into the final sequence of the game. We're going to be escaping the labs and escaping the entire Spencer residence. All we have to do is make sure all the undead creatures cannot escape, and we also need to make contact with Brad so he can fly us out of here. So congratulations, Rebecca, we finally have something for you to do in this game. Granted, it is something that Wesker probably would have done anyway had we just waited longer, but you know what, now you're going to get the opportunity to shine.
Chris?
What is it?
I found a file in the lab. Apparently, there's still a lot of Tyrant virus here. We should blow this whole place up.
Right. The show must go on. I'll leave that up to you, Rebecca.
I'm on it. I'll start the self-destruct system I found a little while ago.
It's not like we're out of this yet. I'll see you on the outside.
Outside.
Self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel must evacuate immediately.
So I definitely love joking around about the goofiness of the voice acting in both this game and the original. Like, I have a very fond place for it in my heart, and I have to say here I actually kinda prefer the original, not because it was better, but because it was even goofier. The reason being, and I'm definitely paraphrasing because I don't remember it word for word, but Rebecca really does not reference finding a self-destruct sequence in the slab. Instead, the way she words it is almost like she is making a really powerful bomb all by herself. Now, she's definitely not doing that, it's just the way the line is delivered, but there is something just hilarious about this character that's not really done a whole lot of anything throughout the entire game, suddenly being just inexplicably really good at making bombs. Like, Rebecca, what have you been doing in your spare time, and are you okay? Should we be checking your search history? I mean, you are a medic, you're not like some personnel on the explosive ordnance disposal team. Just why weren't you so familiar with how to make explosives?
Jill?
Chris!
You're okay.
Chris, it's Wesker.
I know. But first, let's get out of here.
Hey Jill, it is excellent to see you again. Let's go ahead and get out of here. Oh, and there's also this pyro medic that I've been hanging out with for most of the game, and we should probably go ahead and rendezvous with her before she blows everything up with us inside.
Let's get going!
I'm not really sure how good she is with the explosives. I kind of just went ahead and trusted her without validating whether or not she knew what she was doing, so we might want to hurry. But yeah, apparently Jill is alive. I guess Wesker went ahead and took her prisoner shortly after we left the main hall after entering the mansion for the very first time. So yeah, while we were distracted investigating, he went ahead and took her prisoner, and she was here pretty much the entire game, just chilling and waiting for something important to happen. And then we ended up finding those 3 MO discs, and we used those to unlock her cell, and now we're all good to go and just hoping we do not get blown up. Of course, whenever I was playing as Jill in the previous playthrough, the role was reversed. It was Chris who was captured, not Jill. Which is even more way unexpected because in Jill's playthrough we had not seen Chris since the opening cinematic of the entire game.
This is Brad. I'm running out of fuel. This is your last chance. If there's anyone alive, give me a sign. I repeat, this is your last chance.
Like, he didn't even go into the mansion with you. It was Jill, Barry, and Wesker. So yeah, there were absolutely no hints that Chris was alive the entire game. At least here in Chris's playthrough, Jill entered the mansion with him, so we assumed that she was alive. We just had no idea where exactly she went to, and then we ended up finding Rebecca instead along the way, and speaking of which, where is she?
The self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel. 3 minutes to detonation.
The self-destruct system's activated.
Good work! Brad's up in the helicopter.
Those things are coming.
I'll take care of them.
But...
Chris, you just get in contact with Brad somehow.
Okay.
You know, I made this comment back in Jill's playthrough, and it's just as true now as it was then. Like, there is no reason why Brad never called for any kind of help. Like, whenever he flew away, he saw us being attacked by the undead dogs. I'm pretty sure he saw Joseph get killed. At the very least, he knew that one of the Bravo team members was dead in his helicopter. So, like, why have no reinforcements been sent out here to help us out the entire time? Now, sure, I'm speedrunning this thing in under 3 hours, but I'm pretty sure this game was supposed to be taking place over the majority of an entire night. Like, somebody could have gotten out here to help out. Even if they didn't fully know what was going on, they knew that there were officers down. And we know that you have a working radio. Like, what the hell, Brad?
Chris!
You okay?
Yeah.
Oh, no you don't. That's our medic and questionable bomb maker. And, okay, never mind. Well, I was going to try to do the heroic protagonist character thing, but yeah, Rebecca still ended up getting the backhand of doom, so I guess joined the club alongside Chris and Wesker and Barry and Jill. Like, man, if you think about both of the playthroughs, pretty much everyone has gotten the backhand of doom from the Tyrant. Like, we know his killing move is to impale you with his big claw hand, but really? I think his signature move is the backhand of doom. And I tried to shoot him with the shotgun there only to find out that it did not fire and that it had no ammo left for that weapon, so... yeah, we are down to just the handgun and what remaining ammo I have for it, which should be enough, but still, I kind of started to feel like I was cutting it a little bit too close with the ammo and began wondering if I had enough to do enough damage to the Tyrant within the time frame needed to get the secret weapon to finish this fight. I also keep kind of running towards Rebecca every single time he charges me, so I'm basically using her as a human shield right now. Not intentional, but definitely funny. Which, now that I think about it, I believe in the original you ended up getting that secret weapon regardless, just as long as you survived long enough, but I'm not really sure if that's still the case here. I know I've gotten it at varying times, which makes me think if you do enough damage to the Tyrant, it influences when exactly it gets dropped by Brad, but yeah, I'm not 100% sure how that works here in the remake. Regardless of what exactly the conditions are, though, the timer is now below a minute and a half remaining before this place blows up, and we still have not heard from Brad, and I have less than 10 handgun ammo remaining, so yeah, Brad, I'm gonna need you to hurry the hell up and throw down that little lifeline, that secret weapon that's gonna end this fight, otherwise...
Chris, use it! Kill it, whatever it is!
Alright, it is about time you finally made yourself useful, Brad. Now we have the secret weapon, the rocket launcher. And with that, we should be able to blow up the Tyrant and get everything concluded and wrap up this game. We just gotta go ahead and equip that weapon, and now for the grand finale. Well, that wasn't supposed to happen. And crap, okay, let's just go ahead and get some distance here, and don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me. Take two, I guess. And now for the grand finale.
Chris, you did a fine job.
And thank you very much, Wesker. We managed to get under 3 hours by about 2 minutes. So yeah, we managed to get my final goal of completing this with both characters in under 3 hours. We defeated all the bosses. We only saved twice as either character, so we kept it under 3 times. We read as many of the journals as we could. We saved all the side characters that we could, and if we could not save them, we kept them alive for as long as we possibly could. Yeah, I would say overall between Chris and Jill, I pretty much did every single thing that I wanted to do. This was a really fun just revisiting of this game. So yeah, I guess my final thoughts on it, it's still a lot of fun to revisit. The tank controls take a little bit of getting used to since I don't really do a lot of games that have those controls anymore, but it doesn't take very long just to get readjusted to. Enemy types, zombies, dogs, bees, sharks, spiders, spider monkeys, crazy reptilian hunters. Lisa Trevor. Well, she's more of a boss. I'm sure I'm missing a few different other enemy types, but yeah, all of them are pretty cool and excellent obstacles for you throughout the entire game, and generally speaking, depending on the amount of resources you have or the difficulty that you're playing through, those common enemies can be more difficult than the bosses, which, speaking of them, we had Yawn the Snake, we had Plant 42, we had Neptune. We actually had Lisa Trevor in this category since I screwed that up earlier. We had Black Tiger, and in the end, we had the Tyrant on 2 separate occasions. I mean, I already kind of went over this earlier. The bosses are not the craziest thing in Resident Evil by any means. In fact, I would say there's kind of a breath of relief whenever you do get to a boss because none of them really are all that challenging. Although I definitely almost screwed up against the Tyrant there at the very end, seemingly, so that could have went wrong. But yeah, Yawn the Snake in his first encounter is skippable. Black Tiger is also skippable. Beating Yawn the second time around is really, really easy. Beating Neptune is also really easy. Plant 42 is probably the most difficult out of all those bosses, ironically, except for maybe the final Tyrant encounter. But yeah, that's a good boss battle. Final Tyrant is a good boss battle. The first Tyrant is super easy, but it's meant to be, so that's fine. So yeah, not like the most crazy or challenging boss battles, but I feel like most of them were pretty iconic and very intimidating and cool to encounter, so yeah. And then the story of Resident Evil. Stars got lured into the mansion to basically test the combat capabilities of the undead creatures. Wesker ended up being a traitor. Everything ended up happening because Umbrella was making these secret biological weapons. And in the end, the good guys prevailed, and a few of the STARS members end up surviving, although it probably could have been a lot more if Brad had actually called for help. I'm not going to let it go, Brad. I have a grudge, and it's not going anywhere. I hope something very terrible happens to you, perhaps in a sequel game of some kind, maybe the third in the series. Nah, I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure you're going to have a very long career and you're going to die of old age due to natural causes. Anyway, whether it's the original or the remake, Resident Evil is a classic game in my opinion. It's a lot of fun. You definitely don't need me to tell you that. I just had a lot of fun revisiting it, so yeah, I just wanted to go ahead and get that out there and just rattle off all the cool things about the game that I saw so far, and mention how I've enjoyed getting to see them again. The journals and stuff littered around the mansion are pretty awesome, and they really do set the stage for the game, like it sets a tone. Because as much as this is about survival and resource management, there is definitely a mystery going on here, like well, maybe not anymore. The game's been around a long time. We have a bunch of movies. We all know the Umbrella. They're the bad guys. But assuming you did not know that, the key to figuring it out and figuring out what happened in the mansion was going through those journals and using those as evidence and trying to get the stories of the people who were there and died and piece it all together to figure out who was really responsible for this crazy tragedy and all these monsters. Like, that's a really cool element. The ones like the Keeper's Diary is probably one of the more iconic ones because you get to see the person diving into the condition of becoming a zombie. And then you have the ones from the Trevor family where it's back in the 60s whenever they were first building the mansion, and you get to see what that was like in the early days of the Umbrella experiments, and we get to see the aftermath of it with Lisa Trevor. Like, there's some really, really cool stuff here. So yeah, great game. I loved revisiting it. Hopefully you've enjoyed getting to see me play through the game with both Jill and Chris. If you did, feel free to check out some of the future stuff I'm going to be doing, because I'm not done with Resident Evil just yet. I've already been playing Resident Evil 2's remake as well, and I already have playthroughs completed in both of the scenarios where you either start as Leon, then finish the game with Claire, or you start the game with Claire and then you beat it with Leon. And in both cases, I was shooting for S+ ranks on the hardest difficulty, so we're going to get to see some pretty crazy stuff in that one. I'll also probably do a long playthrough of it since I do want to be able to cover all the journals and stuff that I possibly can in that game too, and just really dive into the plot of that game. So yeah, I am definitely not done with Resident Evil just yet, and if you have enjoyed what you have been seeing so far, be sure to check out that in the future, and also feel free to check out some more of my stuff on the Thor's Entertainment channel, since I do have playthroughs of various other video games as well. So yeah, that's pretty much going to do it for me here today. I finally got around to combining all of the previous episodes into one really long video. That way, anyone who wanted to check out the entire playthrough could do so by just checking out this one video, as opposed to having to check out all the individual videos. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed everything that I managed to put out on the remake of Resident Evil. Thank you again for watching, take care, and hopefully I see you next time.